is this magnetic field is this. We can literally just draw it out if the world is flat. Doesn't really matter what shape you get, it's always going to get the different wrong answer. So this is not just like inference. We're not just assuming what the magnetic field might look like if the world is flat. We're saying here is what we know the magnetic field looks like. And if the world is flat, we can draw out what we know it looks like in reference to the surface of the Earth.
Is that entirety of the magnetic field what you drew out?
Is that the entirety of the measurements?
Is that the entirety of the field?
No, there could definitely be more.
Exactly. You don't even know. So what are you presenting? You're presenting a guess, dude.
No. Again, I'm only presenting the stuff we've measured. So the stuff
but you don't know what the entirety of it is.
Right,
Then I've explained
of bubble shapes outside of there, but that doesn't in any way help your case.
You know, because it has a bigger manifestation and there's flux within, but it's toroidal and there's an inertial plane that would work perfectly on a geocentric stationary plane. And the military documents substantiate what I'm saying, and you've cited nothing, and you're just speculating.
No. It doesn't. There's no like bubble shapes in the middle of a magnetic field in one we're holding hand. It doesn't happen. So if there's bubble shapes in the flat Earth one, and then other stuff on the edges, that's still a problem. You still have this bubble shape in the middle of a magnetic field that doesn't work because it's not anywhere in any magnetic field you see. So that still doesn't work. So if we're just using the stuff we've measured, there's a bubble shape in the middle of the magnetic field, which is not possible in any magnetic field you've seen, which is a problem.
Okay, so the stuff you measured, do you have to then apply it to terra firma?
You don't apply it to anything. You just say, if you take this shape and you draw it out from the surface of the Earth, say, well, here's the magnetic field we measure here on the Earth, here's the magnetic field we measure here on the Earth, and we just take from the surface of the Earth, we draw what it looks like from the surface of the Earth, and you can change the surface of the Earth, the shape, to see, well, what would be the different shapes it's going to produce. You're not really applying it to anything, you're just taking the shapes and measurements and just referencing it to the surface, regardless of whether it's flat or surface.
Referencing it to the surface was how you ended your response, and my question was about terra firma, but you said no. So can we please, dude, I've given my answer. You can say it's not sufficient. It objectively is. We can agree to disagree. Can we get on to physical evidence of the globe? I don't want to just talk about what you misinterpret about magnetic fields for 2 hours, dude.
So no, I'm not applying it to terra firma of Earth, but no, I'm applying it to a surface, any surface. Doesn't matter what surface you apply it to. If I apply this to Earth, I'm applying it to a surface. You can take the shapes, apply it to a flat surface, you get a different shape than if you apply it to a globe surface, which you admitted to, which means that we can actually say, well, which one of these shapes is like the magnet?
What I admitted is the overall manifestation would obviously be different on a globe Earth and a flat Earth. That's what I said. Yeah, cool straw man. So can we get to the physical? Wait, now that I've given you, you've led the topic and the whole thing, right? Like
sure, go for it.
Okay, thanks, man. So this is another one of your claims, one of the 50 that you monologued. That's why I'm trying to speed it up. You said, we know there's a ball because of the Earth's shadow being cast onto the moon in eclipses. So you presuppose causality of eclipses being physical obstruction. So you have to explain the three-body problem, which is a known issue, and so you have to presuppose a spherical nature in the physicality.
That's not my argument.
Wait,
so the argument is that if we see there's a shadow on the moon, and if we take a light bulb, a tennis ball, and a golf ball, we can replicate the shadow. So we can replicate
the shadow.
Because it's a giant dark spot.
Okay, so you don't know it's a shadow.
So what a shadow is. It's just a giant dark spot.
Actually, what a shadow is an absence of light caused by physical obstruction.
That's what dark is the absence of light.
Okay, so you're presupposing that it's a shadow on there. Could it be something that's just darker?
Or could it be something
exactly.
Dark? What do you mean? Like,
I'm not replacing your fairy tale. I prefaced the debate with that. I'm saying
I'm clarifying what your question is, not about the thing. So
in order to make your point right now, dude, it has to be a shadow. Okay.
So all I mean by shadow is darker light. So there's not light going there. That's what I mean by shadow, not light.
Yeah, no, there's shadow. Requires physical obstruction. What you're saying is the Earth is causing physical obstruction of the light casting a shadow onto the moon. That's your claim. You can't substantiate that there's physical obstruction.
So there's more light going to one spot than the other spot, so something is blocking the light. Yeah.
No, you're just assuming that what's dark is being obstructed. That light's being obstructed to cast that shadow. Yeah, now, even if I go along with your fairy tale, this is my point. Can you explain the Selenilian eclipse? Because you couch your model predictability as if it predicts eclipses, so we should believe it. Because if globe Earth predicts eclipses, it predicts and understands and explains eclipses. That's what your claim is. But it doesn't. It doesn't even explain the Selenilian eclipse.
What I'm saying is we can replicate the data by doing the experiment here on Earth. So, yeah, it's a shadow. So it's a shadow because we can see that there's a light part on one side and a dark part on the other side. And if it wasn't a shadow, then somehow the light is stopping in the middle for no reason. And it can't just be like a black sheet there.
No, you're presupposing three-body relationship.
No.
Why does the light have to stop anywhere? What are you talking about? How do you know that the light? You're also presupposing light for the moon's reflecting light. Yeah.
Yeah.
Presupposition. Yes, it is.
We can see it. It's reflecting light. That's literally what it means.
What if it's self-illuminating?
That's fine too. There's still going to be.
Well, no, it could be something else that it does. Maybe it stops giving off purpose light. I don't have to replace your grade. So my point is, can you explain the selenium?
We can grant that. So let's say maybe the moon is giving off light, and some part of it is giving off light, and some part of it isn't. There's still a problem there because the light stops at some point. It's not like if you take a flashlight and turn it on, it all goes in one direction, right? But if you take a light bulb and turn it on, it goes in every direction. So there's got to be something that stops the light, which is what a shadow is. So there's still a shadow of the moon. So we can still know it's still a shadow.
No, we can't. So there could be something in the sky that's dark that causes obstruction. That's causing
what a shadow is.
No, it's not. No. Yeah, okay. It isn't casting a shadow. It could be fading out the light. If you want to cause that.
Yes, the shadow is caused by internal things in the moon.
So that's why I'm trying to get to the heart of the issue. I'm not trying to have a dishonest conversation. I'm trying to actually get to the heart of the issue. You're right. The whole point is that you're saying that, well, look, our model explains eclipses, right? And so the issue is, well, if we have an eclipse that occurs that doesn't work with that model, you can't just expect us to accept the explanation. It's a three-body explanation where there's physical obstruction, but we have an eclipse that the model doesn't work with. It's called the impossible eclipse. It's called the selenium eclipse. So how can you tell predictability or explanation? Do what?
What does it have to do with the moon? Like
it's a lunar eclipse.
Okay, how is it not explained by
the heliocentric model? Yeah, because the sun and the moon are both above the horizon during the lunar eclipse.
What?
Yeah.
Explain how that isn't explained by science.
Well, you claim lunar eclipses are when the Earth causes physical obstruction of the sunlight and then casts a shadow onto the moon. How could that happen if both the moon and the sun are above the horizon?
There are other things in between the sun and the moon.
So the Earth isn't causing the obstruction of these lunar eclipse.
Shadows can be caused by lots of things. So the
lunar eclipse isn't caused by the Earth's shadow.
Shadows can be caused by lots of things.
So I guess what I'm asking is your rebuttal right now that in that scenario, Earth isn't causing the obstruction?
Well, the only thing I know about your scenario is that you said there's a shadow on the moon and the Earth isn't between the sun and the Earth. Okay, and shadows can be caused by other things. I don't know if the specific example you're listing.
It's called the selenium eclipse. It's a lunar eclipse, and then there's a shadow, what you call a shadow, on the moon, and the sun and the moon are above. Selenion. And I know your side's explanation. I just know that most people don't. So simply, it's physically impossible, bro. The Earth can't be physically obstructing it if the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, not behind
the eclipse occurs when the moon moves into the Earth's shadow. Okay. So how do you spell it again? S-E-L?
Selenion.
The selenium occurs when both the sun and an eclipsed moon can be observed at the same time. This can only occur just before the sunset or just after the sunrise, when both bodies will appear just above the horizon at nearly opposite points in the sky. This arrangement is led to the phenomenon being called the horizontal eclipse. Typically, a number of high tides, high ridges undergoing sunrise and sunset can view it, although the moon and Earth, both the sun and the eclipsed moon can be sometimes seen because atmospheric refraction. Oh, okay, that's how it's done.
Okay, so we showed you live talk for the viewer. This is how you go about what you think. You just read what Google said, and you said, "Oh, that's how it's
explained, right?"
Well, I'm not to explain why it doesn't explain it, but I'm just making a point. You just automatically believe that because you're presupposing that you know the Earth is a ball, and that's the issue. If you never look at it honestly,
so you said it can't be explained. Like whether or not the explanation is true or not isn't relevant. If it can be explained, it
can't. It can't though. I'm about to explain.
Okay, go for it.
So that's the official explanation. Yeah. But it isn't the entire explanation, unfortunately. So we have the sun and the moon above the horizon. What you just read claims they're not actually above the horizon. They're actually both below the horizon, but they refract up above and just appear like they're above the horizon.
Yep.
What about the shadow? How does the shadow refract? Can shadows refract?
Shadows are a lack of light, so the lack of light and the actual light on the other side are refracting the same amount because there's light going in one way, a lot of light going in one way that reflects off the moon and reflects back, and not as much light going reflecting off the other side and reflecting back. And that light on one side and the lack of light on the other side are both reflecting the exact same rate. So like there's not an issue there. Yes, if you have like particles on one side that refract and they don't refract on the other side, you get shadow. Like if you take like an image, a piece of paper, and you cut out a shape in it, and you shine a light bulb through it, the light through the image is going to refract uniformly. So you're still at the same image on both sides. Yes, shadow and light are going to refract the same because it's all just light.
No, shadow's the absence of light.
So
let me explain it to you why this doesn't work. No, you're trying to figure it out live time right now, and I feel you. You're not doing too bad of a job.
Give me like 5 seconds. Give me like 5 seconds.
Okay.
So what is refracting is the light, and the light is refracting where it goes, and where it doesn't go is not light. So everything that's refracting there is just light. So it's all going to refract the exact same shape, whether there's light or not light.
Okay, so here's the deal. If the ball's here, and the sun's here, and the moon's over here, they appear above the horizon, but they're not actually. And then the Earth's causing obstruction. The obstruction is what causes the shadow, right? That's what makes the absence of light. But then that absence of light also has to get lifted and refracted with the other two celestial bodies, and shadows cannot refract. That is a property of light.
I see what you're saying. So the Earth and the moon, like the Earth is in between the sun and the moon, and the light from the sun hits the Earth and then creates a shadow on the moon. Some of the light then gets refracted above there. Not all of it. It's not every part of the entirety of all light that's being refracted. It's just some of it. It's the reflection that's being refracted, not the all light from the sun. So the light from the sun is still creating a shadow on the moon, and then some of the light is being refracted up in the atmosphere, which is why you can see the sun. So it's not like it's reflected.
I understand the idea, even though it's clearly a grasp of stars. Oh, it's the only explanation. You have to say they got refracted up. That's the only way to explain it. But dude, that doesn't explain why the shadow moved too. It simply doesn't. It doesn't, because the shadow requires physical obstruction to cause the absence of light. It itself cannot refract. It's nothing in and of itself. It's a privation. It's a very big issue for the globe model. It doesn't necessarily disprove the globe model, but to go around and tout the globe model as if it's perfect and makes perfect predictions is pretty laughable. It literally doesn't. It's still a working model.
It does make perfect predictions. How is that an issue? So like the refraction, when you can see the sun and the moon, is only like the people on those one part of the Earth. Like everything else in the universe doesn't see this eclipse. It's just people who are standing in that one part of the atmosphere where the atmosphere is bending light. So the shadow on the moon doesn't see the eclipse. The sun doesn't see the eclipse. Only people standing on Earth in the atmosphere see the eclipse. So the shadow on the moon is still going to be there just like it is every other time. Like, why is this a problem?
You're saying that the moon is going to move up and the shadow is just going to stay with it.
The moon doesn't move at all. The moon is still in the same spot. It's the
apparent location of the moon moves up and the shadow moves with it.
What are you talking about? So the moon is still the same spot, still the same as it is every part of the year. It's not like
so the image of the shadow is being refracted up with the refraction of light. That can't happen. It's the absence of light. So it can't be geometrically predicted. I think I made my point.
So light is reflected. And so if there's a lack of light, that's also going to be refracted at the exact same rate because it's just less photon.
Okay, so absence of light can be refracted.
Absence of light is just less photons. So less photons and more photons are both going to be refracted at the same rate.
Okay. If you want to stick with that one, dude, whatever, we can move on.
A shadow isn't perfect blackness. Perfect blackness is no photons. So if you have a shadow where there's less light, that's less photons, and less photons is going to be refracted at the same rate as the more photons. So yes.
Okay, so the shadow it does still have light. We can only see a bit of the light, right, and it gets refracted proportionate up to the moon.
It gets refracted the same
in relationship with what?
I don't know what you mean by proportionate to the moon. It gets refracted at the same rate as all the other light. All the light is being refracted at the same rate.
Okay. So yeah, in a relationship with it. If that's what you want to say, okay. So it can't be geometrically predicted. And it happens on occasionally. It geometrically, based on the three-body relationship, it can't be predicted. It happens, and then they explain it away with refraction, saying that shadows can also refract, like you just attempted to do the mental gymnastics to explain. And I was stupid.
It's explained by the atmosphere, so it wouldn't be the three bodies. It would be the three bodies and an atmosphere that refracts light.
Of course, the three bodies are inherently relevant to your explanation.
Just three bodies wouldn't explain it. It's three bodies plus the atmosphere that would explain it. So
well, yeah. But without the three bodies, you don't have any explanation. So anyway, the main point here was you pointed out eclipses as if they prove the globe or Earth. They don't. And I prefaced the debate, bro. Physical demonstration. The only one you've offered is an imitation of an eclipse, where we have to presuppose the physical nature of these bodies and the sphericity of them. I'm asking you, can you physically demonstrate the physical claims made by the globe Earth itself? Is there any way on Earth that I can go out and locally demonstrate that water will bend convexly around the exterior of a spinning object spinning? I mean, if not, that's cool. Just concede. If not, you can say it's hard to get to scale. Whatever.
Yeah, you can buy a telescope, look at the planet.
That is not what I asked. I asked for a physical demonstration that can
be demonstration. Physically, the gases are literally around the ball in space. It's physically
a physical demonstration that can be replicated here on Earth, that we can independently.
As many times as you want. It's gonna get
observation is not science, dude.
Yes, it is. It literally is.
Observation is science. That's your claim.
Observation is one of the things of science. Yes.
It's the first part. It's the first part of science.
Sure.
It's a dependent variable, and then you have an independent variable. You manipulate it to substantiate cause and effect relationship. That's what a hypothesis is. It is a cause and effect relationship.
Let's just for sure hear the rest from Austin. I promise we'll come right back to you.
Yeah. Verify cause and effects relationship by manipulating the cause. That's what science objectively is, yes?
You can't manipulate the cause. I have no idea what you're even saying. So science is testable prediction.
No. Science, dude, natural science, you have a dependent variable, and then you manipulate a independent variable in an attempt to verify that it is the cause of your effect, which is the dependent variable.
You manipulate an experiment to see if you can replicate the results. That's what you mean by an independent variable. Experiment.
In order to substantiate claim to causation, you must manipulate said causation to substantiate it is in fact the cause. Pointing to the sky is not scientifically, physically demonstrating to me.
Manipulate causation. Like what? Causation is not like something we can change.
Yeah, water boils.
You got another volume difference. I hate to interrupt, guys. I would say it's kind of the same thing where, Austin, if you're willing to turn yours down a bit, and then Tom, if you could turn yours up just a bit. For some reason, you guys kind of diverge as the debate goes. But also a point where I can remind you folks that both Tom and Austin are linked in the description in case you didn't know that. You can hear plenty more where this is coming from. Thanks, guys.
Well, you asked for physical things you could do. I listed about 10 of them in my opening. One was just a penny thing.
Yeah, the pencil. Okay. Well, then you can see that there is nothing that we can do here on Earth where we can replicate water bending around a ball and spinning and based on proportion of mass.
We can do that. It's just going to be expensive. You just have to build a plasma container to do that. Yeah.
So no one's ever done it.
Yeah, we have done it. We've literally done it.
So you could start right now physical demonstration showing water bend convexly to the exterior of a spinning object.
Gases, yeah.
Okay, well, we're talking about water.
Gases are less dense than water, so yeah.
Yeah, that's even more of a problem for you because you're saying that the immensity of the density of the oceans are bending convexly based on proportionate mass.
Bending convexly?
Yeah, around the ball.
Tides?
No. The water overall bends around the ball. It's okay, dude. The answer is no. I've looked for it. There's nothing such thing.
Yeah, we can literally demonstrate that happening. We've done gases. We can show gases can be contained in the plasma containers. Every nuclear reactor does that. So not a problem.
Okay, so now
we can put water in if you want. It's just going to turn into a gas because we're using high energy stuff.
Yeah. So water can't bend convexly around a spherical object using just gravity. At least it can't be physically demonstrated.
Let me clarify here. So
simple.
The gas goes around the water and covers it and contains it like a bubble. So there's gas is a bubble, and the gas holds the water there, right? Does that make sense?
Sure, that isn't, no. What we need, bro, right? Like, if you look at it non-biased, you're like, the globe Earth that makes these physical claims about reality, bro, I'm just asking you, like, just be honest. The water has to go to the outside of the ball. Like, the water, even though it's always spines level, in this scenario it doesn't, and it's because of gravity. We need to find a way to replicate it on Earth where it can bend around the ball and stick to it while it's spinning. You could just say, no, you can't offer a physical demonstration. A gas is non sequitur. It has very specific parameters that's outlined by your model. I don't have a cosmological interpretation. That's your parameter.
No, what I'm saying is that on the globe Earth model, what happens is you have water on the surface of the Earth, and the water is then contained by air. There's lots of air and gases going around the Earth, and it acts as a shield to protect the Earth from like evaporation and stuff. So the water is contained in a shell of gas. So if we can get gas to like go around a bubble or whatever to contain the water, yes, we can do that and show that here is a way to accomplish what you're asking for. We can.
Sure. Well, if you want to offer it when you find it, it doesn't exist. So, and it actually, that isn't the only causality.
Red Rudder just demonstrates it on his channel. Okay, you can build a container of gases that can go around a surface being contained by just the gases. And you put water in it if you want. That's fine.
Yeah, was that probably an attempt to substantiate that you could have gas pressure without physical containment, even though there was a container in the demonstration? But that's not even what I'm requesting. I'm requesting water itself. You're saying that's because of the atmosphere. That's not what the globe model claims. You could imitate that if you wanted to. It claims it's because of the center of mass.
Well, no, you just asked, how is it possible? How is it possible to contain water on a surface?
Listening to something through your headset.
If you take the gas pressure and you put water inside of it and trap the water, that would be one way to do it.
Trap the water all the way down to the ball, and it starts spinning and it sticks to the ball.
I said, what are you doing?
Well, I just was playing something because no one was talking.
It's all good.
Yeah. It was like quiet, and then like there's no bot going. I was like, fuck it, I'll just throw this debate on. I just thought this was a pretty good one. I don't know.
Who was it in the debate?
Witsit and T-Jump.
Oh, cool. You put it back on if you want.
I mean,
I was gonna say,
I don't care if you want me to, I can. Otherwise, I mean,
would you like to queue? Do you want to talk? Or do you want to listen?
I'll talk. I was kind of
If
waiting.
you guys
for
want to talk, I'll
somebody
talk.
come on,
I'm going to be awake for about another hour or so, and then I'm going to crash. But yeah, I'm down. Anything
Yeah,
going right
Hell
around.
yeah.
It's up to you guys though. If you don't really want to talk, that's good too.
No, I'll talk for a little bit. Shit.
Sounds good to me. What do you want to talk about?
Oh, I got something pretty funny. I got this golden retriever female, and she's just going into her second heat cycle, and I got this 8-year-old standard poodle, and he's never mated or anything like that, and he's like he can't even figure it out. It's so funny. He's just like dry hump in the air. It's hilarious. Like he can't figure it out.
That's funny.
He tries so hard, but I'm sure they'll get it. They'll eventually get it. He's not giving up too. He's like a completely different dog. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, got a reason to live.
Yeah, I've never had puppies of my own before. My mom had a few litters when I was younger, but I'm excited. Puppies are fucking amazing.
Puppies are amazing. Yeah, I know. You're right. Any small animals are cute. Kittens are fun too. My goodness.
Yeah, I haven't had a cat for a while.
I haven't had a dog in a while.
No, I can't go without a dog. It's depressing.
It's depressing.
It's terrible. Cats are assholes.
Yeah, they can be. Come on, kitty cat. You hungry? Let's go eat. Come on. Come on, putty cat. Let's go. Come on, Fuzzy. Come on, Tucky. Come on, buddy. He's just starving to death. He can't go without eating, that's for sure. What do you want, buddy? You want a cat food? You want some food, buddy? Yeah, I guess you do. Yes, you do. Is that, you're saying yes? Okay. Good boy. Here you go. Some of the good stuff, buddy. Ugh, smells horrible, but you obviously like it. Smells like butt. Fish. It's like butt and fish. Yep. And then you got plenty of dry food right there. Just don't let the possums eat it all. Fucking possums everywhere. Man, I just almost jumped some kids earlier. Punk ass motherfuckers. Kids are stupid, man.
I'm trying
Kids
so
are
hard
nuts.
to get this flat Earth observation done, but like it's so rainy. It's so rainy where I'm at.
Damn it! Come on.
I might be able to actually do it tomorrow.
What the fuck is the goddamn? There
I
it is.
just gotta get
Couldn't find the switch.
Gotta get the P900.
Oh boy.
I went out to where I'm doing it, and I put some like orange tape down at 6 inches above the water level and 12 inches above. Hopefully it didn't change too much with all the rain. Well, I'll go measure it after I do the observation too, just to cover my bases. But
Well, if you're only proving it to yourself, I don't think you got much to worry about, do you?
well, I'm still gonna throw it out there, like shit.
Okay.
I'm for my family too. Like,
Yeah,
it's not just for me. I got a YouTube channel. I'm gonna put it on there. So, yeah.
Doesn't everybody have a YouTube channel?
I don't know.
I don't use Facebook anymore, but I have YouTube. Damn it. Good shit.
I actually just got. I'm gonna change my picture because I just got a little whatever it's called profile picture thing for my channel. KJ made it for me.
Cool.
Well, I mean, I paid for it, but like, she did a pretty good job.
Oh, that's right. You're Glad's buddy, aren't you? You're the guy that.
Nah, I've talked to him. I've talked to him now.
No, I mean,
I just saw
No, he
on
was telling me the other
KJ's
day about a friend of his that he brought in to the server, and he just said to go easy on his buddy, and maybe he's not talking about you. Kept thinking you were the guy because you always seem to talk about Glatt and him and KJ a lot. That's why I asked.
I do?
Mm-hmm. You mentioned Glatt last couple times we talked. You did.
When did what did I say about him? Because I don't even remember.
I don't know. I don't remember what you said. You just said something. You asked a question about it, or you thought he was in the room or something. I guess I don't know. You weren't talking to me. You were talking to somebody else, but I just overheard it. It was a few days ago.
I don't think that was me.
Maybe not. I could have you mixed up.
You might have me mixed up with somebody else. I'm usually only on like later in the night, so I don't know what time of day it was, but
You do realize that I'm in here like off and on all day long, right?
I see you around, yeah. I usually don't say anything though when I'm in, like I don't usually
I know,
talk
yeah, that's true.
like,
You usually don't. Every once in a while you talk, but it's usually like if somebody in the room that you like to talk to. At least it seems that way anyway. Like you'll talk, like certain people are in the room, it seems like you'll say stuff, but like I know when QE's around, you don't talk. So I've seen that.
Well, it's hard to talk. It's hard to talk around. It's just hard, you know. I'm not as good at you know, like the argument side and like, you know, it's not. I'm not good at debating, but I try to listen so I can get better.
I don't know. I don't think you talk fine. I think you sound fine when you talk. You sound rational to me. Of course, you know that doesn't necessarily mean you are. I mean,
I'm just trying to get. I'm just trying to get like a better.
Oh yeah, I know. I remember when you came in. You haven't been in here that long, have you? You just came in a couple months ago, didn't you?
Beginning of the fall, so about 6 months now, probably.
Yeah, I've been in.
But
for about a year.
I took a pretty big break too, though.
Did you?
For a while, yeah.
You might have been here longer than me then. I came last year about this time, or maybe it was last month at this time, or a month ago last year. So I've been here about 13 months now, or whatever. Of course, I didn't really talk much the first month or two I was in here, but pretty much after that, it was all on. I started talking, and once I realized people would actually talk to me, and they weren't going to yell at me anymore, and then I started talking.
I mean, like, I still get like the shit sometimes. I don't know. Helio was coming at me with I don't remember who the other guy was, but they were kind of like, I don't know, they were just being dicks though, you know, like.
Sometimes you got to remember, sometimes we get you guys mixed up. We get people mixed up because
somebody, no, like 3 or 4 people came on after they were like coming at me for a while, and they're like, what are you guys doing? Like, nothing he said is false, you know, like. Because they were asking me about 9/11,
they must have just thought you were trolling or something. I don't know. Because I've heard you talking here plenty of times, but that doesn't mean everybody else has seen it. You know?
Yeah. No, I don't.
It doesn't mean I see everything either. I mean, I'm not in here all day long, but I would be if I could get away with it. But like, I would have it on so I could hear it. But my wife gets upset whenever I come in the house and I'm wearing my headset.
It's usually like afternoon. I'm just listening because I'm at work, so I can't really talk much. I can say something here and there, but then after work, I'll be in for a couple hours at least.
Yeah, pretty much wake up in the morning and turn it on the show. Well, I don't always turn it on first thing, but I usually do. Like, first thing I do is turn it on if I'm not listening to it while I sleep. I do that too once in a while. I'll fall asleep when I'm listening, and I'll just wake up and it'll still be on. Or I'll hear some music playing and I'll be like, But yeah, I was down by the marina, and we went, me and my buddy, we always go walking out there. I don't know if I told, I may not have told you, but I've told people before. But we go walking on this trail that it's like, I don't know, 3 or 4 mile trail that goes way out in the middle of nowhere by the water. And behind some old, like, PG&E and Dow company or something like that. That's like on the boonies, right? And we're coming back, and I see a shadow or two coming across the railroad tracks. And I'm like, the hell's that? So I shine my flashlight over there, and somebody goes, "Hey, what's the big idea?" And I'm like, "What do you mean, what's the big idea, you moron?" He's walking around in the dark, man. I'm going to fucking see something shining in the dark. I'm going to shine my light at it. If you don't like it, shut the fuck up, bro. And then I walk down, and I come back down to where the park's at, right? We come off from the area that's like wetlands. We come into the park, and this guy's standing, he's sitting on his bike in the middle, like right on this little hill, like right as you come to the park gateway. And I can't see him until I come right to the gateway. And I turn my light on him, and he's like right there in front of me. And I'm like, "What the fuck are you doing, you idiot?" And he's like, "What, man? Turn the light off." I'm like, "Well, what the fuck are you doing standing in the middle of a park in the fucking complete dark just waiting for people, dude?" And he's got a mask pulled over his face. I'm like, "Man, you guys are fucking going to get yourselves hurt, bro." I said, "You're lucky I don't have my fucking pistol on me, or I'd have fucking shot your ass." I said, "You guys aren't very smart, bro." He's like, "Why are you shining your light?" I said, "Because I seen fucking shadows in the dark, you idiot. I'm in the middle of fucking nowhere. What would you do? Would you just fucking just walk away, or would you just ignore it? No. Fuck, man. Walking around in the dark, dumbasses." Then he got mouthy with me. So I told him, "If you want a problem, then just get off the bike, bro. But otherwise, shut the fuck up." Kids are crazy. They're crazy.
Yeah, I'm glad I live in a small town.
There was 3 of them. And I still stood up for all 3 of them.
There was just a shooting.
Right up and said, "No, bro, you fucking around, man. It ain't cool. You don't do that, man." Said, "You don't think I'm walking around out here in the middle of nowhere with no weapon on me, because it ain't true." I got a knife in I got 2 knives in my pocket. I got a pistol in my hip, and I usually carry a big flashlight and a laser beam that burns. Like, so if somebody comes up on me in the dark, you're gonna be wishing you didn't fuck with me if you do. If I can't stab you or hit you over the head with it with my flashlight, then I'm probably gonna laser your ass. Hit you right in the eyeball with that fucking burning laser, and you ain't gonna want to fight after that. Trust me. No joke. I'm crazy. Everybody says that to me. They always tell me, "You're crazy." I said, "Well, after somebody comes up to us in the dark one time and threatens us and says, 'Do you guys shine in laser beams?'" And of course, I wasn't using a laser beam that day. My buddy was, I guess, but I go, "No, I don't have a laser beam. Why?" And he's like, well, somebody's going to get hurt if they keep shining lasers over here. I'm like, well, why would they get hurt? I said, do lasers hurt or something? And he goes, no, man, somebody could get shot. I'm like, shot? What the fuck you talking about, man? They don't use blue and fucking green lasers on a fucking scope, you idiot. They use red. Fucking morons. Kids are dumb. Lippy little bastards.
Did you tell them the Earth is flat?
Nope. I did not.
Should have told them the Earth is flat. Maybe they would have stopped and thought about it for a second.
Doubt it. They probably would have just looked at me and went, okay. I was about ready to yank that kid off the bicycle. I don't know how big he was or how old he was. He's probably in his 20s, but the way he was looking at me, like he was looking at me like he wanted to punch me in the face, and I was about ready to yank him off the bike and say, "You want to hit me, motherfucker? Go ahead. I'll give you the first swing." But I was like, "Nah, I don't need this shit." Next thing I come down here one another night, and he'll jump my ass when I ain't looking. I don't need that shit. I just basically yelled at him, told him, "Don't be sneaking up on people in the fucking dark, and you won't get flashlight shining in your face." Like, you're not very smart, bro.
Right.
I guess he thought I was threatened by him or something. I'm like, really? I go, do I look scared of you? Do I look scared of you? Do you see any fear on this face? No. That's because I know what the fuck I can do.
Hey, what does a Viking value mean?
What does a Viking value mean?
Your value thing. Or your
I have no idea.
Roll. Your roll.
I don't know what it's for. Somebody gave it to me. I don't know what it means. He just told me I'm a Viking and he did it. It's because I put my my picture up I picked a Viking from that show, the Vikings or whatever. I picked one of the guys off there that looked kind of like me, like was built like me and all that shit. And I put it up as my picture. And then somebody else in the live stream saw that and he started laughing. He goes, "Right on, dude. Where'd you find that?" He goes, "That's my favorite character in the story." I'm like, "I know, right?" I thought he was pretty cool looking with all the blue fucking tattoos and shit on his face. And he's like, "That's cool." He goes, "You know what? I'm going to give you the Viking label." I'm like, "Okay, whatever that means." He never did explain why or what it meant. Some of the people, I guess, think they're Vikings.
I've seen other people with it, but it's not fancy like that. I don't think.
I didn't make it, so I really don't know. I'm just a silver. I don't really know much. Well, I do, but that's a lie. I do know quite a bit, but I don't know all that moderator
back
stuff.
Control. You got back control at least.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily a big deal. I mean, all it does is allow you to type
there's
into the bot and ask the bot to
here.
play a video. That's all it does.
It is when there's nobody in here and I gotta play it over my mic.
No, you don't. You just fucking ping a mod and ask him to play something for you, or ask him for the role. If
nobody was in here.
I know, but if you mod ping, that means that anybody who's online that's a mod will get that ping.
Oh,
you know that, right?
See, I don't even know. I don't know shit about
Discord. Or if you just put at and then everyone that's online will get that message. It'll pop up on the little screen and it'll say it. That's how it works.
Yeah, I thought about
unless they have that thing shut off on their Discord, like you can shut off that option. But as long as that option's turned on, yeah, you can do that. And you'll notice that some people you can't comment, like you can't put smiley faces on their comments, like when they post something. You notice that some people you click on it to like put a smiley face on it and it doesn't allow you to. Yeah, they block it or whatever. You can block it from your own settings. And you can also block someone. You can mute someone. Like if you don't want to hear someone talking, you just mute them. Everyone else will hear them, but you won't. You won't hear nothing they say. It's cool. I like that. That's what I like about Discord. You can literally just like be online talking in a chat room, and you can mute yourself, or you can mute somebody, and they can mute you, and neither one of you could hear each other. You know what I mean? So you wouldn't even know they were in the room. Except for maybe.
Then you just end up talking over them, though, and then people get mad.
Right,
too.
But I mean, if you don't like them, I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? I'm kidding.
Right. I don't know. I don't get problems with anybody in here.
I don't really either. Sometimes I argue with people a lot because that's just how I am. It's my personality. It's like always second, to question everything. And
I
all that.
do.
And so
There
it
was
gets
this
me in
one
trouble.
time. There was this one time I was kind of irritated because Hank Hill, he's like, I brought up the Bible or something, and then he's like, oh yeah, let's keep religion out of this or something, and then like the next day he brought it up, like he started saying like the same thing I was saying. I was like, what the? I'm like, dude, like come
Yeah, well,
on,
you're gonna
come
learn the
on.
same thing I learned. Everybody in here is a volunteer. Nobody gets paid to do this. So all
Well,
those
yeah,
people that
dude,
are silvers,
I know
golds,
that,
and
but
all that, they're
it's
all
like, dude,
volunteers. That's the
you're
reason
gonna
why it is
enforce
the
a
way it is.
rule, and then you're gonna break it the next day, though. Like,
Well, I
it's
don't know if it
whatever,
was
it's
that. I
whatever.
think what it was, well, what it probably was is there was a couple people in the chat that were already like get triggered by it. And so because of those people, that's why he was asking you. It may not have been just because you're doing it. And you know what I'm saying? It might have been because of who was in the room. Because like there's certain people that'll
Well,
just
no,
go off every time.
they were debating with the Glover, right? And then I brought it up,
Hmm.
right? And then it was like the next day, or maybe 2 days. It was in the same week, and then they were
Well,
debating a
if it
different
makes you
Glover, or
feel any
maybe the
better,
same
God
one,
Rocking is a believer, by the way.
he brought it
So
up, and it's like, dude, you just told me not to keep it on flat Earth, to keep it on, let's keep faith-based things out of this. Basically, what he said, and then he brought it up. It's like, whatever.
I'd say
I didn't say anything. I don't really care.
ask him to
Nah,
explain it. I
it's
mean,
like
because
I don't really
it might
care.
have been an innocent reason. You know, maybe he just did it because something was going on in the room, and you know, you just weren't aware of it. Because like when I first came in here, I didn't pay attention to the little stuff that everybody says on the side. I never really paid attention when they talk about banning people or muting people and all that. I never knew what all that stuff meant, right? When I first came in, so I didn't know what all that chatter meant. So when they talked like that, I just thought they were just talking about something like a video game or something. I didn't know. And then when I started figuring out what all that stuff meant, then I started realizing, oh, that's what they're talking about. Now I get what they meant. Like, and I always thought they were talking about me or something, and it wasn't that at all. I used to get confused all the time and get irritated with people because I would think that they were like calling me out or something, and they were like, no, I'm just like just throwing it out there. I'm like, oh, I really thought you were talking to me, and they're like, well, do you have that problem? I said, well, I guess I do, obviously, otherwise I wouldn't have said something about it, right? It's funny. But I don't know.
Yeah,
I've
I don't
had
know.
people treat me the
I
same
don't
way, and
care. I
yeah, it
don't care
happens.
because I know
It happens.
he's like well respected around here. So like, I mean, whatever.
Yeah,
He
he's
can
trying to
he's
do what
got
he's.
more freedom.
Plus, you
I've
got to
kind of
remember
noticed that. Like,
if there's like an admin in the room, like Indio or one of those guys that's the actual like an admin. He's above the moderators. If that guy's in there, sometimes they'll be a little bit more hard. Like I'll even do that. I'll even be more hard on you. Like whereas you and me now, there ain't nobody in here listening. There ain't nobody going to be complaining. So there's not really, it's not like you and I are going to get in a big old fight over something we saw in the Bible, right? But there are
hey, we
people that are,
could.
when they come in the room, people do fight about that,
Let's go. You
and
want to
I won't
argue?
fight
You want
with
to
you.
argue about the Bible? Let's
If you
go.
start an argument with me on here, I'll either page a mod and have them mute you, or I'll just cut out and just leave you here by yourself. I usually don't like, not on here anyway.
Yeah,
Now,
no,
if you catch me
I
on
haven't
another
gotten
server
into it with anybody.
where no holds barred, then yeah, I'll flat smack the crap out of somebody. I've done it like
I
that
don't
guy
like.
today. Did you see that guy that was on here today? His name was originally it was Tony, but he changed it to Naughty. But he had a zero instead of an O. It was N0TY, and it was in red
No,
lettering.
because
You remember?
today
You
I
weren't
was
here
in the
earlier,
philosophy. I was in the philosophy listening to
huh?
guys talk about like the Bible, and then I was in the movie room watching some
Right.
TV show with some other guys.
Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy stuff going on every once in a while. Depends on the night
Yeah,
and all that.
I want to get like I don't know, whatever permissions there are to be able to do that, like just host movies and shit. That'd be cool. Get some like some of
I'm
those
pretty sure
truth in movies. Get
if
some
you're
like truth
valued
in
and
movies stuff.
you're a flat earther, I think that, and you have the embed role, I think you can do that. You just can't do it in the live stream.
I'm
Nobody
not
can broadcast
valued.
it.
I got the flat earther role, but I don't have the valued one.
You have to check with because I don't know exactly what all the roles mean. You got to remember, I'm still new. I've only been around for a year, and I've only been silver for a few months. So,
Did you have to ask for that, or they just gave it to you?
well, they just gave me silver, but you have to ask for anything above that, I think. But it just depends on who you are. Like let's say I'm someone that they see in chat rooms all over servers, all over Discord, right? And they notice me on there and they hear me, like debating and they hear me, doing a pretty good job of it. Then more than likely, then you start coming on their server you're there for a little while, you get to know people, they'll just automatically promote you. But it just depends on the server and what you talk about. Me personally, I can be a hard ass, but generally I'm fairly a mellow dude, right?
Okay,
Like
where's a good place to go argue with some like Globers and stuff?
if
Like,
you
where
want to
do they
argue
hang
like
out?
nasty arguing or mellow arguing.
I don't know, anywhere. I don't care.
Well,
Shit.
because I don't really know what to say because I'm only on like 2 or 3 different servers, so
Are they active? Are they
I
as
think
active as this one?
one of them's kind of active, but it's mostly just goofy people texting mostly, and it's mostly people that come in here anyway. So it's not like you wouldn't know who they are. Most of them you'd recognize.
Right.
But I mean, I can't invite you because it's not my server. I don't invite nobody to nothing unless it's
Actually
my
do
server.
have
And my
this
server got
one.
shut down. They took
I
my
actually
server
do
and my
have
old
this
account.
one that's like really, really active that I found. It's just supposed to be like a
Yeah.
server for people to just go talk to each other and stuff. Like,
Oh yeah,
I
there's
don't
all
know,
kinds of
about
different servers.
anything. Yeah, there's like probably like 50 people in there right now. Just go in
I
every
stay away.
in
I
every
stay
room
away
and
from
just tell them.
anytime I go into a server that has more than like 5 or 6 chat rooms. I usually stay away from it.
Why?
Like
Is it
24
bad?
just because usually if there's that many chats, that means there's lots and lots of weird people that want to be in their all little niches, and usually that's a bad thing. In other words, it's basically an argument back and forth from place to place. Like you go into one chat room and everybody's talking, they're all friends, but they all hate the other people in the other ones. It's really strange, bro. There's some weird people, like really weird people that like they have these cliches and these little cliques that they get into, and it's like, and you can hear them like talking about each other. Like you can hear them popping off about, oh, look at so and so said this and that, blah blah. It's like, aren't you guys all in the
Good.
same group?
I'll go in there and be. I'll go in
It's
there
like
and
they don't
be
like each
Meredith
other.
is flat.
And I've been into servers that were like, I thought were like, legitimate, like flat earther sites, but turns out there's times where they just let whoever's in there just run the place. And I thought if you started a server that there was somebody watching it, like somebody that could moderate at some point all the time, but I guess not. Like I
Well,
usually
it
don't
depends
invite
on how
people
good it
unless
is. I
I
mean,
trust
it
them.
depends on, like the type of people that it's attracting, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, 24/7, I come in here because I want to share. I want to be able to share without having my own server and dealing with all that stuff. So I come in here to share here. I figure if people want to listen to me and they want to know about, how we see things and why I think that or why I believe it, however you want to look at it, then I'll tell them. But if they don't want to hear it and all they're going to do is argue with me, then I either just tell them they're dumb and leave, or or I just ignore them, whatever. Or I just say, I try to because like I was going to say that guy Tony, he was in here a few days ago, and I said, hey, you want to come over? I was trying to be nice, and I invited him over to my server, and I showed him a bunch of video. Or no, it was my server. It was another friend of mine from here, and I happened to be in there talking, and I was like, "Why don't you come over here and I'll show you some NASA stuff that'll show you, that I'll show you the reason why I don't believe NASA ever went to the moon and all this, right?" And he's like, "Okay." So I took him in there and I showed him like a couple of different flights and a couple of different anomalies that were the same in every one of these flights. And after I got past the first one and started on the second one, and I started showing him it was the same thing over and over and over. It was almost like, I don't know. To me, it looked like as if, basically you pay for this service and you get to go in and pretend like you're going to go into space, even though you don't. They put you in some room where it looks like a space, it looks like a cockpit, and all you do is sit in there and tap your foot and play with your little laptop the whole time while they film this rocket ride, and then they send you this video, at the end. You know what I'm saying? That's what it looked like to me. And I was showing him all these like places there where it was really, you could tell it was staged. You could tell that the camera just didn't match up. There was all kinds of problems with it, right? And he literally waited until I got right in the thick of it, right? I'm showing him all, and it's like everyone else in the room is going, "Wow, I didn't never seen that before." And there was 2 or 3 other like globe earthers in there, right? And I was really surprised that they were actually still listening to me. And he just starts popping. I guess he went into cognitus or something. I don't know how to explain it. All of a sudden, he just got weird. He starts like getting all irritable and like starts talking funny, like he's mad, or like he feels like somebody just attacked him or hit him or something, or like somebody was pinching him. And then he kept on making like rude comments, like, well, like nasty, like not really nasty things, but just like rude things, like whispering under his breath, like he was saying something mean, but he it wasn't audible, you know what I mean? But he was just like, no, don't worry about it. I was just talking out loud. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. I was like, what's up with this guy? And then he tells me, well, I don't see what the problem is. And I'm sitting there showing him, well, look, see here where this piece of the rocket comes off and it slides directly off the back end. You agree that if they were going 17,000 miles per hour, right, forward, upwards towards the sky, right, and that thing fell off, it would go directly straight behind them, right? It wouldn't go out at an angle away from the rocket, like laterally, right? It would go straight up and down, perpendicular with the rocket. And he's like, well, I don't see what you're talking about. I don't understand why that matters. And I'm like, bro, really? And he just sat there and just denied everything. Every time I'd show him another spot, I'd go, well, how about this over here? And I showed him that, and he's like, I don't see what you mean. I don't understand what the big deal is. I'm like, bro, that piece of the rocket just flew off. Instead of flying directly away like it does in the left side camera, the other camera's facing from an angle towards the side of the rocket. And you see this thing go away from the camera at the same angle, even though the rocket's pointing downwards and to the left. I said, how do you explain that? And he goes, I don't know what you mean. I don't see anything wrong with that. And I'm like, okay, just get out of here, bro. I just chewed him out and told him to get out. I called him stupid, and then I told him to leave. But it was like all I could do, because he is obvious. Even the other globe earthers that were in the room were like, bro, I see what you're talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. Like, they were going off on him too. It was funny. And then he came in here today, and he was talking to Glad and all them, and he had them all going. He had them going right from the beginning. Everybody was all triggered by him. And I was like, I kept texting in the room that not everybody can look at. I'm like, hey, that's Tony. That's the guy that was in here the other day. I said, watch out for him. I said, he's gonna just keep spiraling. Watch. Sure enough, he did the same thing he did with me. And I talked to him for like over 2 hours almost. I think it was almost 2 hours. And I showed him all this stuff and I explained everything to him down to the T, and he just wouldn't accept it. He just kept telling me, nope, sorry, I don't see why that's a problem. I don't understand. I'm like, bro, I don't know what to say. I said, I can't fix that. But, if you can't see the truth when it's laid right in front of you, then I'm sorry, I don't know what else to say, like, I was kind of frustrated, I guess, but it was like,
Right.
now I guess he's coming back.
Hey, they all do it. They all do it.
I mean, I don't get why they're not open to the answer. Like, they ask you why you believe this and that, and then you tell them, and you show them some proof. It's not really proof. It doesn't prove the Earth's flat, right? Not the evidence I showed him, right? But it does prove that you can't trust that particular 4-letter company, right? I mean, to me, that's enough evidence, right? I only had to see 1 or 2 of those videos where people point those out, and I realized that this is obviously not.
I just watched one interview, one 30-minute interview.
Are you talking about the one with what's his name, where the couple of thing?
Dave Murphy.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. Back in like 2017, 2016, 2017. I think it was 2016.
Talking about where he talks to what's his name with the glasses, and he asks him about he tells him
some late night talk show, and he just going on, and he just explained it really good. I don't know. He explained it really good for like a beginner.
Dave, formerly Dave. That's what he used to call himself. Is formerly Dave. Remember? He's the black guy with the blue eyes, right?
I don't know if that's what he used to call himself, but I know he started drinking his pee, which is weird.
But he's like a black guy with blue eyes, right? And he has a real soft-spoken voice. He doesn't sound black.
Hey, man, it's Dave Murphy. If you search Dave Murphy, he'll come up.
All right, I'll have to look and see if it's the same one.
I pass out business cards. I pass out business cards with his picture on them.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, they got Dave Murphy, and it says his name. And
are you talking about Flat Earth Flyers? What are you talking about?
No, I'll put one in the chat right now so you can see. All right. I'll show you what I pass out. I'll put them all over the place. I'm actually running low. I need to get some more. Let's see here. Open sesame.
Wow, it must be dead in here because there's not even anybody in the voice text. There's like nobody around. Let's see if there's anybody. Damn, it's dead. It's Monday night, that's for sure. Oh no, there's still people in the lobby. Oh my God, you people are stupid. I want to find out what he means.
There you go. I post them in the chat there. They're loading up.
All right, hang on.
That's front and back, so.
Okay, they're like colored.
Yeah.
Color cards. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, it's similar to what I'm talking about, except it looks very
My
similar.
buddy makes them.
It's not like that, but I'm saying it's like a little folded thing. It's like that size, and then it's folded into three. And then on the front, it has like different stuff. And there's two different ones. There's like ones that have biblical stuff, and there's one that have science stuff.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
you
I've
open
had
it up,
those
and it has
before.
lists of stuff. Yeah,
I had a few of them.
I got them
had
from Nathan Thompson, I think.
My buddy that made these, he had a few, like quite a few from Nathan Thompson, and he gave me some. But I got these ones too. Here, I'll show you.
Well, he's not the
cool.
only one you can get them from. He just prints them, but yeah.
Right.
I think you can get them from a bunch of different people. They just have different names on them. You can just buy them and put your sticker on them if you wanted to, I guess. I always thought the weird pictures with the blue and red hands were silly. I don't know. Which makes me think that it's some band or something, and I don't take it seriously. You know what I mean?
Right. Got this one too that I just sent in there. It's foldable, so you can like stand it upright.
Oh, cool. I like that. Yeah. Okay.
Then
Cool.
that shows the back side of it.
Yeah, that Dave Murphy's the same guy. I'm thinking that. Yeah, he's like I don't know if he's African or whether he's from somewhere else, but he's definitely like a colored guy. But if you look close, you can see he has really pretty blue eyes, and he's got a great voice too. The first time I heard him, like I watched a video with him on there. I didn't see him. It was the same that late night show that you're talking about. I seen a piece of that, and I remember seeing this really ugly show host and thinking, God, who is this guy? I've never seen this guy before. He's like, God, he's horrible, ugly. And then I saw Dave talking, and then I realized what he was talking about. I'm like, what? Nuh-uh. I was like, since when did he get on TV? Like, I mean, I know you could tell it's really, really like, you know, obviously it's like some small town TV show or whatever, radio TV station or whatever, but I think it's cool that he actually got on and he actually got that message out. I don't know if they ever televised it or whatever. Like I said, I don't know any of the details because I never saw it, you know, in person, like on live TV, but I thought it was pretty interesting. But I don't know anything else about Dave Murphy, really. I think they used to call him formerly Dave, is what he used to call himself. They just called him Dave, so then he started saying, I was formerly Dave. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe I'm getting mixed up with somebody else. Those are cool cards though, I like this. Yeah, the one that I have has a similar thing with the water in the little beakers and, you know, the level and all that, yeah. It's just different setup. It's just slightly different. Like I said, I got mine from Nathan Thompson, but
right,
he just had, you know, I ordered some from him, and I was like, cool. I still got a bunch of them in the garage. I give them out here.
Dude, my buddy just gave all these to me for free. Just stacks and stacks and stacks of them.
Wow, right on. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and he made like, yeah, well, he's like one of my best friends. He woke me up to he sent me or showed me the Dave Murphy video. So he's like the one that woke me up to it, and then the B.O.B. album.
I'm trying to remember the first video I ever saw. I mean, because I've known the Earth was flat since I was 8, but I never knew there was evidence, and I never knew there was a group of people that were investigating, still looking for evidence. Like, I always thought that died with the 80s, because the last time I remember anybody talking about the Earth being flat was, I think it was in the 90s, and it was on a radio program, on like a Christian radio program. And I remember them talking about, and they were pushing that Ken Haim or whatever his name was, or one of them guys was pushing selling a bunch of book series or whatever, and it was, I don't remember what it was, or David Jeremiah, or one of them guys anyway. It's one of those radio Christian guys. But I forgot what I was talking about. But I'm trying to remember where I heard I think it was in like 2016, 17, and I know it was YouTube, and I don't remember if it was 200 proofs or if it was that video, but I think it was UAP, or it was one of those people that I think that I or no, it was what's the name of that guy? He's like a English guy from the UK, and he has
Russell
a
Brand.
show. No. He's a comedian. This guy's not a comedian. I can't remember his fucking name, but he's kind of like what's his name? Graham. You know how he does with famous people and actors, you know. But this guy's like that. Only he does a radio, like a podcast, and he's an English guy, and he'll do like every day he does like a different thing. But anyway, this really kind of like young dorky guy comes on to his show. I can't. I'll think of his name eventually, but I don't know why I can't think of it now. But I remember going on his show, and I remember this kid coming on there and saying, "Well," he was like, "Well, what do you want to ask us about?" And he's like, "Well, my question is this." He goes, "Have you heard about the Earth being flat?" And he was talking to like this really like, you know, like surfer kind of sounding kid or skater kind of kid, you know, like young and like, you know, kind of like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle voice or something. I don't know if you know what that means, but anyway, it's like a surfer kind of like California surfer voice. It's phony, obviously, right? And it was funny because I was like, what the heck? It's weird. Now I've heard. I'm so tired. I need to go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm getting tired too. I got a final. I got a final in the morning, so.
Oh boy, that doesn't sound like fun.
It's not in the morning.
All I gotta do is get up at 6 and take my kid to school, but that ain't so bad.
No, it shouldn't be too hard. No calculator final, so can't be insane. Now, once the calculator one, that one's gonna be probably a little harder.
Depends on what kind of calculator you need. If it's a graphic calculator, then yeah, I know what you mean.
Well, it's a technical math class, so it's not like crazy.
Yeah, I don't envy you at all.
No, this is actually the easiest math class.
If I was gonna learn how to like AutoCAD or something, I'd learn all that crap, but I don't know. I never went to college, so I don't know.
It's trade school. It's easy.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? I never took any, like, the last time I went to school was 12th grade.
I dropped out of high school, man.
So did I. So did I.
Oh, really?
Never went back. I studied for my GED, and I was starting to work back for my credits when I was in my 20s. But after I finally got a good job, and realized that I could get good jobs and I could do things that other people went to college for, and I could still do the work. And so the people would hire me because they didn't have to pay me as much. And I didn't, because I didn't have a degree, but I got hired quite a few different jobs where I didn't have any skills at all, but they trained me the same way they trained other people, and I actually was better at it, and they ended up keeping me on and letting the other guy go. So it was like, it worked out for me. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the job I have right now actually is like a job that, you know, technically you should have like have taken like a couple classes for it, like to be. But I operate a CNC machine, but
that kind of thing, yeah.
But it's more complicated. It's not like a super simple one, you know. It's got like 5 axis, so it like spins around, and then it can do a lot of different shit.
Oh, so it's not like a lathe; it's more like a block that's being held that twists around.
It is not a lathe at all, dude. I've operated a lathe too, but they trained me on this more like complicated machine. Like it's the newest machine at the place, and nobody likes to work on it because it's fast. And I'm good at it.
One of those kind of you can cut like an engine block on, or something like that.
We do like the intake stuff for like Hellcat motors, and
so I make a lot of different contracts.
Oh yeah.
So you probably end up making like a whole shitload of one thing for a long time, and then you switch to something else or whatever. Or do you just basically?
I mostly make Harley Davidson brake pedal brackets, and then sometimes I make like I've made steer heads too. just like where the fucking handlebars like fit into the wheel and shit, just like the aluminum. Yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed that there's something weird on motorcycles that I never noticed before on old bikes. Since when are they putting hydraulic steering rods in them? Like I noticed this bike that my cousin had in his garage, and it had like a shock. There was like a dampening shock for the steering. Like, what the hell's that for? Is that so if like you like hit something, it keeps you from knocking your
Forks?
handlebars out of your head? Yeah, it was like it looked. I swear, it looked like he could steer
My
without.
I had a dirt bike. I
Oh,
had a dirt bike like that. I mean, it had
really?
it had hydraulics in the forks or
No,
shock. You
not
know,
for shocks. I'm talking about it from turning, like left to right. It looked like a brake caliper, like off a motorcycle, like a brake caliper off a motorcycle. Not the kind that squeezes onto the bar, but the little pump thing that you push on that activates it. You know what I'm saying? Like on a go-kart, you know, little pump thing. You know, you push on the pedal and it pushes the fluid in on one side and it pushes it out the other and squeeze the brake, right? You know what I'm talking about?
That's
Oh,
weird.
it doesn't matter. But yeah, anyway, what are we talking about anyway? That's right. We were talking about me going to sleep because I need to go to bed.
yeah, I should probably go to
I'm
sleep
sitting in the
too.
backyard. I'm burned out. I've been running around. I just walked like 5, 6 miles, and I don't usually do that, so I know I'm going to be sore tomorrow. I go stretch now. I'm an old man. I got bad back, so if I'm not careful, I hurt myself. Oh, goodness. Getting stiff.
Oh, shit. Whoops. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go so I can get a decent amount of sleep.
All right,
Get
man.
up and do
Talk to you
some
later.
chores or something.
Oh, boy, that's not fun.
Dang, this is a long debate. It's still going. How long is this
Where at? Oh, you're
fucking
talking about over there, other place you're talking about?
2 hours long. When I listen to stuff at work, like videos or whatever, I always put it at like almost 2 times speed.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, I do that sometimes with videos, yeah, because otherwise it takes forever because people talk slow.
Some people do, yeah. Some people do talk really slow, but like
I
sometimes
got
it
yelled
gets
at the
like too
first week I was
fast.
on here. Somebody told me I talk too fast. Like, did you ever slow down and take a breath, bro? I'm like, no,
Mhm.
not really. When I got something to say, boy, I'm gonna say it.
Do you got how many like subscribers do YouTube have?
And my YouTube, I don't know, like 20 or 30. I don't know. There's not that many. I'm not like trying to make no money. It's just videos that I take of the sky and shit, different stuff, little experiments I do and things like that. Most of it's just like anomalies in the sky. I got some cool stuff in there though.
I got 30 subs.
See, right on.
Started
I could
like
probably have more if I was like pushing it, but like I said, I'm not trying to make money off it. I'm just sharing my videos.
when I
People
put my
want to come and
first
check them out. I
video out
post
3 weeks ago.
them. Right on.
Yeah, I did this live stream challenge to. I pulled out 3 videos that I found. Just people making fun of flat Earth or whatever, and I just called them out. I'm just like, come on, you guys! Like this one dude, literally goes up into his paramotor. You know what that is, right?
Yeah, I know what it is. Yeah,
Yeah, he goes up into his paramotor
parasailing
and
with a
he's
motor.
like, yeah, and he's like, so we're gonna talk about my last video because he must have made another video on it too, and he's like, I did some research, and by research I mean absolutely nothing, so I'm not a fucking moron. I'm like, dude, like, you obviously are if you're not doing any research. Like,
Usually that
I thought
means
it
you're
was,
about to hear a bunch of
I
dumbass
thought it
stuff
was a
and
pretty
people make fun of
comical, like, pretty comical the way I called some of these guys out, but. And then actually one of them commented on there, and he
called us
commented again. I
guys.
need to
What do you mean
respond to
us
that.
guys? What does that mean? Us guys.
What?
Called us guys out? What do you mean?
No, no. What? I didn't say that.
You said he called you guys
No,
out.
I called them out, and then one of them responded back to me on the comments.
Oh, I see. You must have just said it wrong, or I heard it wrong. Whatever. Sorry, my bad.
I could have said it wrong. But yeah, I gotta respond back to that shit because he made another comment too. But I was just waiting until I did my observation too, so that way I can put that in my stream and then just be like, here, like have that be my video response because like this video has 66 comments on it, right? And so a bunch of people came in to just like defend the ball, right? And I got to the point where I couldn't respond to them anymore because they just kept on going.
There's so many people
All
yelling at
right,
you. That's another
I'm
reason
just gonna
why.
have to make a video response and address all these
The only
claims.
comments I have in my videos are all that's like, that's an interesting video. That's all anybody ever says. Nobody's ever like, I don't think anybody's been critical that I've seen, but I don't share them very often. And you can only see my videos if I send them to you or somebody sends you the link. So it's not
Look at
like you
this.
can
What
just
this
search.
one guy said. Do not worry. 7 billion people have not lied to you. The planet you live on is round. You are just paranoid, seeking attention or
Well, it
trolling.
wouldn't be
It's
round
been,
anyway.
it's
That would
been
be
proven observationally,
it would be
mathematically, and
fear.
through many other methods several thousands of times. The globe
Oh
Earth
no,
model functions
absolutely.
perfectly fine, and there are no major problems or contradictions in the model.
Of course not.
Oh,
They don't
that
see
one
it too.
got me.
They don't even know,
Everything
do they?
predicted through the model has been observed or recorded in real life, and I mean every
Everything.
phenomenon relating to the
Every
shape of the
phenomenon.
Earth can be explained with the
No.
model. Meanwhile,
Wow.
phenomena such as gravity, seasons, daylight, horizons, sun rotation, star cycles, eclipses, and even simple things like traveling across the Earth. I have not yet found any flat Earth model that fulfills the majority of these known confirmed phenomenon. I was begging the question. Yeah, and then he goes on.
Well,
There's a lot of
but
people.
I don't think it's wrong to like when it comes to like trying to make an audience understand your side of an argument. I think it's impossible not to do a little bit of that, right? Because you want someone to see your perspective, and the only way to do that is to give them an idea, like give them an example, or like some kind of a like what Jesus did,
Right.
say everything in
Yeah, man.
parables. And
It
different people will
definitely,
get a different meaning out of it.
dude.
The right people will understand it, and the wrong people will
It's
just
got
be like,
more
"Huh?"
views than all of my other videos. Just that
Right.
one, and it's my longest one too. And it's just like people keep watching, keep coming back and watching that one over everything else. It's like I gotta make more shit like that. It's getting that one's getting the views. People aren't really watching my other stuff. So, but I don't have time too
Well,
with all this school. Like I want to make
that's
more
more.
videos.
Well, school's more
I don't
important
want to
than
make
do
money,
school,
but
but
I just want to like get a following of people that are like that want to listen. Like to what I have to say. It's not about for me.
well,
It's not really about
that just
money. I
takes
just
time. But the problem is
right.
by the time you get enough people together that like to hear you talk, you'll have a lot of people that like to give you crap about it.
I don't
That's
care
the
about
problem.
that,
Is that
man.
there's people are
Dude,
immature nowadays.
there's more people giving me criticism already than that are supporting
Yeah,
me.
but that's actually good sometimes. But it depends
I
on
don't
what you're
care.
putting out there. I don't know. I mean, you know what I
It
mean,
just got
right?
another
Right?
view as we've been talking. Like somebody
There
else
you
just
go.
watching.
That's cool. No, I think that's awesome. I've never even tried doing that, so I don't. I mean, that's got to be a pretty cool experience to like put something out and actually have people passing it around.
And I'm starting this. I got this closet because right now my setup's trash, but I have a gaming PC that I'm getting fixed so I can make like better quality stuff. And then
Right
I'm
on.
setting up
Oh yeah,
this
get
like
a graphics
walk-in
card.
closet as like a studio so I can do like a podcast, a video podcast, and have like a guest come in and stuff, and like probably have like a co-host, and then maybe bring a guest on through like a video call or something every once in a while. But like, I want to like cover like
You can just live stream.
kind of like media type stuff too, but like. The shit that's not getting talked about. Like there's people that do that.
That's gonna
Same
be
kind of
something.
thing.
Well, yeah.
But like
The
the
whole thing is
truthers that I've been
everybody wants to
following,
get that live stream that's on that's not on Discord.
the
That you
thing is
can.
though, the people that I've been watching, like they're not talking about what I really want to talk about.
They
So like
can't
I
because they
gotta
can't.
do well. No, I think I can get away with some of the stuff that I no. It's
Yeah.
like see, that's the thing. The
Only,
stuff I
well,
want
I'll
to
tell
talk
you what.
about
If
isn't
you want to get at
necessarily
the
going to
truth,
get
you have to
censored either.
disguise it as something crazy.
Well, no, the thing is, the stuff I want to talk about probably isn't even necessarily in the realm of getting censored. I don't think.
I
Like,
thought.
I mean, it could though. Who knows? Who knows? But
I mean,
so
I'm
far,
hoping
I
you're.
haven't
I'm
said
hoping you're
I haven't
right.
said
Trust me.
anything that can get
I'm
me
not trying to be
censored.
negative.
So.
I'm just saying, be careful.
Right.
Because, like, all it takes is one time, or you get spotted, or somebody reports you for whatever reason. Let's say there's somebody out there that keeps track of us, people that believe this or that, and they're trying to get rid of us because they hate us or whatever how their weird reasons are. And then maybe they're reporting us. And I asked somebody about that lately. I was like, I wonder if people really do that. And they're like, yeah, I think they do. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Like why would somebody want to go to all that trouble? I really don't get that. I would just get bored. I would just get, like, I might be angry for a little while. Somebody made me mad, but I think I'd get over it after a couple of days. I just move on. I wouldn't keep coming back
Right.
and bothering people
Yeah, dude,
like
I
I
don't
do.
even think
And
about
just
the
and
comments.
bothering everybody, not just one person like the one that duped you or made you mad, but to do that to every single flat Earth person that supposedly you come across, like, come on. That's weird, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's different with me. I don't come in here to force anybody to believe what I believe. I come in here to share with people who are interested to know what I know. And if they're interested and they want to look at the evidence and they come to the same conclusion, that's great. If they don't, then they can always go and watch another show, or they can go, look at the Glober stuff and see what they think about that stuff. I mean, I don't care. I don't take it personally. I only take it personally when they tell me I'm crazy or they make fun of me like I'm stupid because I don't believe what they believe, right? That's not fair. And I try not to be critical of people unless they're just being deliberately ignoring the truth, like that one guy I was talking about. I went off on him and called him dumb, and I don't, it's like I couldn't help it. It was like, dude, if you're gonna literally deny, it's like, you hand the guy a bottle of ketchup and you say, what is that? And he says, it looks like mustard. That's what he was doing basically. You know what I mean? And it pissed me off. It was like, how dare you? You
Oh,
told me
were
when
you
you
in
came in
here
here
the
you
other
would
day
look
when
at
the
it.
guy was when the guy was saying, this guy came in here and he's like, I'm gonna make it my life's mission to go to Antarctica, and
Yeah, I heard that. Yes, I was in here.
I was like,
I was
dude, shut
cracking
up,
up.
you're
I was
never
like,
gonna make it. I'm
wow.
like, stop,
Yeah.
stop. You're
I go,
like, he's
please
like,
do it.
I'm gonna
Here, I'll give
prove
you
it.
your first $100. Let me donate to
I'm
your
like, yeah,
cause.
dude. I'm like, yeah, please go. I'm like, please go and send. And he's like, why are you guys getting so hostile? I'm like, cause it's stupid. Like, it's
No, it's
dumb.
not
Stop
stupid.
saying you're gonna do it. Like,
If I thought I could go to where Antarctica was, or if I could go to the North Pole and get away with it without anybody bothering me, I'd go. I would. But I don't. But I really don't think they're going to let me get there. They're going to stop me and ask me for papers or something, and I'm going to believe it because I'm not going to tell some guys in a boat that don't speak my language. They're holding assault rifles to my face. I don't think I'm going to argue with them when they tell me to go back the other way. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to take their word for it and move on. I'm not going to just sit there and go, oh, well, no, I'm going to go to Antarctica. I'm going to go. I don't care what you think. But if there was a whole bunch of people that got together and we all went on different boats and we all, you know what I mean? That'd be one thing. But I just can't imagine what they'd be lying about that they would have to stop us from going to some place if we really are on a ball, right? That's what I'm trying to make sense of. It's like if they're trying to convince me that it's a ball, why do they do that? If it's not true, or if they can't prove it, then why don't they just say, well, we can't prove it, but we think it's a ball? Then that'd be one thing. And if they were open to like us arguing with them, but the fact that they don't, but yet they don't have any evidence, that really does piss me off. So in a way, but that doesn't make me want to go onto a Glober or just a regular NASA site or whatever and trash them. I won't do that. I might comment on the video that they put out and say, do you guys really believe this? You're crazy. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to get into an argument with somebody because I don't expect them to believe me. If they really think that what they're watching is real, then I can't help the person anymore. You know what I mean? I can't fix it. But what made me mad is that it seemed like he was doing it on purpose just to make me angry. He saw what I was showing him. He was just playing stupid, you know what I mean? And that's why I called him stupid, because he made me mad, because he was acting that way. And I was like, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to be a jerk or nothing. I'm trying, normally I don't call people names, but you're just like the epitome of dumb, Sorry. I kept apologizing and then calling him stupid. It was quite funny, actually. And then after he left the room, he finally got mad and he left. Or what I did is I told him I was going to leave, and I left the room for a second, and then when he left, I came back in. And then when I was talking to the other two guys, the three guys that were in there, and they were like, dude, we totally understand what you're talking about. I don't know what he was doing. And I was like, are you serious, bro? Because I was starting to wonder if maybe I was crazy and maybe I wasn't showing it right. And he goes, no, bro, we understood completely what you're talking about. He goes, whether or not we agree with you, but, he goes, I have some questions, but, and another guy was a Glober too. I was like, wow, it's crazy. All right, I'm going to get off here and go to sleep. I don't remember.
I'm not even really paying attention. I'm like zoning out.
I know. I was going to say, I'm not really even paying attention to what I'm saying. I'm just kind of talking and thinking out loud. That's what I'm doing. Better get out of here before I ramble on. Oh, Miggy's in here. What's going on? Where is her? What's up, bro? Maybe somebody else take over for her.
What's up, man?
How you doing, man?
Pretty good. Just waking up. Seeing what you guys are talking about in here.
Yeah, we can stay up all night. I'm just kidding. I just get ready to go to sleep. I just don't want to leave a dead air. That's all.
Oh, it's fine. How's it going, Conrad?
It's good. It's good. I'm alright. Just chilling.
You guys reminiscing on past acquaintances?
I was talking about this guy that was fucking. I'm gonna go to the edge and prove that it is, whether it's flat or round once and for all.
The guy from the other day.
Shut the fuck up. No, you're not.
You're talking about the guy that I spoke to, or is this some other character?
I don't know.
It's the guy you spoke to.
I'm like, you're gonna get arrested.
It was like yesterday or day before.
Stop talking about it. I'm like, you're annoying. He's like, he just kept saying, there's got to be a way if we can like rally together. And it sounded like he was trolling, honestly. But I was like, shut up.
Yeah, you're talking about Life, right?
Something else.
Is the guy's name Life?
It was like Demiurge or some shit.
Oh, Demiurge was doing that too?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It must have been trolling. Yeah.
So they
he was like laughing. He was like you could hear him like at the end.
For sure.
He like laughed before he left.
Yeah, they pretend to be flat earthers because they can't go against the truth, right? So
he was pretending to be a globe skeptic. He wasn't even pretending to be a flat earther.
Yeah, I don't care if they like. For me, it's better to be someone who just believes the Earth is a globe versus somebody who's pretending to be a flat earther. I hate those guys even more because you don't have to do that. Like, some people don't think that we're serious when we're speaking with them about these topics, but it's important. It's important for everyone that's listening that this is a deception that everybody has been dealing with. So it's difficult, right? The task that we have to do, and often at times it's like we don't want to have like these altercations in the voice chat, but they occur because sometimes people's pride gets in their own, like they become their own worst enemy, and then they become our enemy, like in the sense of like Rookie was talking about, like you asking them simple things and they just start going, they deny everything, like even known reality they start denying because they just don't want to agree with you for anything, because agreeing with you means that you're gonna change the paradigm in which they're perceiving. So I could see why a lot of people will turn combative when we're speaking with them. It's dude, like there's nothing that's intellectual about them describing the earth to us. It's all psychological. I've been studying this for a while. It's a mental block. They start to go on the defense, and I look at it like a condition that we can assist them with, like, because it's difficult, right? So the thing that I would tell them is just pace yourself. If you're gonna do this, take your time. Don't dive in right away. But some people want to rip it off like a band-aid. They want to know it. Just tell me, like let me know what's going on. At the moment you do, the mind is unprepared. Even if though they come in here ready to engage, they're still unprepared. They can't deal with the ramifications of it not being. I mean, you've heard people say that, right? If you tell me that the Earth there's no space, and that this is it, that this all creation that we see, that we're the floor of the universe, then I wouldn't be able to handle that. Like, I can't, you know. But because they've been taught their whole life that we're gonna leave this place and we're gonna be, on some other exoplanet, it gives them a sense of like exploration, or it's kind of like a fantasy for the mind. It's an escape, and if you take that away, it's almost, I can view it like a drug, even, because they gotta have some sort of escape from reality, and thinking that because this world, and they see how bad people can be, the violence and things of this world, they want to feel like there's a better place. So their mind goes to things like living on another planet where it's a utopia, where people aren't doing the things they are here, and so forth. And because humanity will find a way to uh,
Yeah,
get
this
out of.
guy I know, like he's like,
Mm,
I always said, "Oh my God, it just sucks so bad here. I can't wait to go to
yeah,
Mars." Like, I'm like, dude, stop. And I like got him thinking too with like flat Earth stuff, and he's just like, "Nah, stop talking about that. Let me have my space." I'm like,
yeah.
dude, like,
That's what it is, man. They want that escape, and you're taking that away from them essentially by saying that we're not leaving, man. This isn't. There is no, such thing as you would imagine, as something called space or other planets. Or once you do, it's like crushing that dream. Like you become a dream squasher, and it's not intentional. It's just you're telling them reality, and it's too much. So the mind can't reason with that, which is what some people. I mean, they like Star Wars and all that, and they're brought up to big sci-fi fan people, and yeah, space means a lot to them. Taking that away is taking away like a child their favorite toy. You know, it's it's the mind wrestles with it when it to us it seems like we're vindicating truth because we're in here doing, fighting the good fight, doing the right thing, helping people acquire real knowledge instead of latching on to something that has no merit in reality. Uh, it's great, right? Because it's the right thing to do, but at the same time, we're gonna have an uphill battle, and this thing is not gonna be easy. There's gonna be days where you feel like, you know what, this sucks. I'm tired of feeling like they have to get up and be against everybody else. I just want to feel normal in the sense of like I want to just be in a social circle where I don't have to be different. I want to just be like oblivious, like those guys are. Like they're laughing, they're carrying on, like everything's all Gucci. Their world is just comprised of everything that's been told to them. They don't have to think for themselves, and it's easier to go on autopilot. You don't have any responsibility. You don't have to carry the weight of like telling people what truth is. And so most people, it's too much for them to handle, so they just plug back into the matrix and uh you know get immersed back into like just not knowing. But what happens to the mind is that because you're exposed to truth, you can't do that. It feels uncomfortable. Like you at some point you start listening to people tell you things like, oh man, it's gonna be fun when we leave this planet, and you get triggered because you're been exposed to truth. It's right, and so you can never rest back into the oblivious conformity, and so you start challenging your day to day activities are starting to become more irritated. You're just like I want to be back into the place where I don't have to think about these things, but that one thing on the news just triggered me. I have to say something. Like, who's gonna tell people like these guys in big pharma or these guys talking about planets like are wrong? Like
Hey,
no one's
I got a
doing it.
question. I got a
Yeah, go
question
ahead.
for you.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
So I'm gonna be trying to start up this podcast, and I was thinking about naming it Woke Media Podcast, just because I feel like it'll attract like you know how there's that new term for woke. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
I feel like
that.
it'll attract like a whole like audience of like sheep, and I wanna like generate like buzz. Like I'm not gonna just talk flat Earth stuff. Like I wanna like I don't know. Like I wanna talk about. I don't know if you were in here when I was saying I want to talk about stuff that like other truthers haven't been talking about that like I want to talk about.
Yeah, provocative ideas for sure. It can be done, man. I used to have a show myself in the past, so I've did a couple of things, podcasts and things like that. So yeah, it's a noble cause, man, for sure.
Could I
But
see?
you
Could I?
go ahead.
What's your channel?
It got taken down from YouTube.
Oh, so you just gave up when that happened, or?
No, there's certain the algorithm. I guess at the time that they were actually taking people off the internet, off the YouTube. I got caught in the crossfire. There's certain trigger videos, I guess, or people reporting you or whatever.
But you
And
you can't like you couldn't start a new one, or?
yeah, I can do that. Absolutely.
But you just
Um,
didn't want like you just didn't feel like the effort, or?
it's how can I put it? It sucks because once you start getting content and you build yourself up, you do a lot of work, and all of a sudden it gets taken down. It kind of deflates your ambitions. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
you strive, and then you know that the machine you're operating on is a limited time thing. You
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah, it would be disheartening, like, because same thing happened to me on Twitter. Like, you get followers and stuff, and you build
Mhm.
relationships, and then it's just all taken away.
Yeah, it's
Right.
not that I don't want to do it. It's just we
That's why
can't have a.
I have made a second one too. I haven't put anything on it, but I want to just like have it there, like as a suggested channel or whatever, just in case that does happen.
Sure. Yeah, it's not a problem. But like Kizaru was saying, is that you make these relationships, and then uh,
Right.
that's like that's the only like lifeline that you have to those relationships sometimes. And some of them you don't have any other platform that you spoke to them on. Once it's erased, you lose everything. It's it sucks for the most part.
But I
Um,
mean, if you go somewhere else, or if you go in the same place under like the same type of name, the people that really want to watch your stuff are gonna seek you out, don't you think? Right? Or no?
yeah, you do, but you lose a majority of the fan base. But
Right.
you do retain some of. That's not to say that you don't retain some of the fan base, but for the most part, people it's a big effort to kind of do that. You know what I'm saying on that side? It's a big effort, but it's a noble cause, man. If you're gonna take that up, Conrad, I would say go for it, man. I would never discourage anybody to not do that, but I'm just telling you, we're living in a system where these overlords are the ones that hold their gatekeepers, key masters, or
Well, I mean,
whatever
that's
you
why
want
I
to
like
call them.
Rockfin too, though. We got Rockfin for at least a little bit. That should hopefully
Yeah,
stay around for a while.
yeah, man. Just rock it till the wheels fall off.
Right.
That's what I'd say.
What do
And
you think about this Ministry of Truth or whatever?
I don't have an opinion. I don't know what that is.
You haven't heard about that?
No.
Oh, the president is like I don't know if it's the president or it's some my dad was telling me about it, but it's basically a form like it's just like a branch of the government or whatever that's gonna keep track of misinformation or something.
Oh,
They're basically going to take away free speech. That's what it is. Like they're not going to let you
okay.
if it doesn't fit their narrative or whatever. You're not going to be allowed to say it at all.
Yeah, I don't think that's. They've been trying to do that for a long time, but there's always people that are going to rebel against that. That's not constitutional for the
I
most
just
part.
feel like it's like I feel like they're just gonna start. I feel like it's gonna be more of like a database where they're keeping like specific track on people that are spreading the truth, actual truth. You know, like
Right.
I mean,
Just
that's what they call it. They're calling it the Ministry of Truth. So
just like to say, what's up to Kizaru and Get Beget, Flatty, Batman? What's going on, guys?
Hello.
What up? What up? How you doing, Miggy? Hey, Kizaru. Get.
Hello.
Conrad.
Yeah, I was just waking up. I turned on here and I saw Conrad in here talking to Rookie. Rookie's not here. It looks like he dipped, but
no, I was talking to Flatty.
oh, are you?
Yeah, Conrad was playing a wits debate, and it was cool. And then I think Rookie got spun out because it was coming through Conrad's microphone.
Yeah, it was. I don't have like bot control or anything, and it was dead silent. So I just threw my mic on next to the TV.
Yeah, it's cool. It sounded good.
Yeah, I've had a couple of debates in here over the years with, I guess, some people. One of the most well-known guys who claim to be professors, and nobody really can have a rebuttal to the truth. I mean, it's all these guys are living in this fantasy world. It's crazy. I mean, but some of the people that others look up to for answers don't have answers. They have more, I don't know what you call it, rhetoric, I guess is the word. They have more rhetoric. That's all they know more things in regards to like how the story sounds different or better. I don't know what the word you want to use there, but they can elaborate more. How about that? On the story.
I gotta go. I'm gonna pass out. I'll let somebody else talk.
All right, Conrad.
You guys have a good morning,
bro.
whatever the fuck time it is.
Yeah, you have a good night, man.
Take care,
See
buddy.
ya. Midgie, what was it you said you studied before? Human behavior or something?
Yes, I'm a study psychology, human behavior.
True.
I've
Did
been
you?
go ahead.
Sorry,
Israel.
go.
No, I was just
You go.
I've been a study of human behavior for a while. Like I recognize patterns. Uh, certain speech patterns. I can tell when somebody, like when somebody says, "Hey, um, don't you get the hint?" That sort of thing. I could, because before it used to be a difficult thing for me. I would be able to detect that I was very naive, I guess. And I didn't like that. So to me it was a challenge. So I wanted to overcome that by immersing myself in different things, like why people feel the way they do when they feel the way they do. So it's difficult, but I could see layers of like why somebody would be having a motive to do something. It's crazy. And the root of it is curiosity. I want to know, like, what is the fuel that burns in someone's mind to make them want to do something, because it's like I don't see the purpose in it. Like, let's just say keeping a lie first for a lie's sake. Like, why would you want to wrap yourself up in such deception when there's nobody is there to be like, good job, man, you did a great job, thank you for keeping this lie alive. Like, there's nobody out there. Yet these guys who portray themselves as like um I don't know, intellects or whatever, they doesn't matter. It just so long as they sound like they're talking about something that they know what they're saying, um to somebody else, portraying themselves to be intellects, that means a lot, I guess, in a sense. You guys know what I mean?
Sorry, dude. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, that's always fascinated me as well. Just people who are really like pedantic about their views and know it alls, but especially these anti-flat earthers that come in and just defending for what, for who, for no, Sorry, dude, to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. Yeah, but just what makes people tick, Kizaru, it's really intrigued me.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. I was, intrigued before when you said that you sometimes study the people that come into the VC chat, who are challenged, I guess, about the way they perceive the world. Because I mean, it's such a huge thing, isn't it? Like to uncover the Earth is flat. Like, I mean, what does that mean? Like, it means probably something different to a lot of people, but like, I don't know. It like so it's interesting to me, like how like you show someone information or evidence and they don't even want to look at it. That's always what's interested me. Like I commend Globies for coming in here and actually like having a chat to everyone that's sort of in here all the time. But yeah, like that's good. But yeah,
you know what that is, Kizaru? You know why they do that? The ones who like you think like why would they immerse themselves in this forum where they could be taken apart? Like why are you throwing meat in a lion's den? Like why would you be the meat? Like if you're coming into this place that goes completely against your paradigm, like it's crazy, right? Like the thought of it. And these guys, some of them don't seem very like hostile. They don't seem very confrontational. And this is the whole part about it that intrigued me. It was like, this is interesting. You can see a people that just completely are very adamantly opposed to your worldview, yet you still go there anyway. And I mean, we can call it curiosity for the most part, but the mind has a way of trying to reason with itself. So subconsciously, they can be doing something that consciously they don't know about. Like they could be walking in here thinking that they're coming in for a specific reason, but subconsciously they could be coming in here to kind of maybe expose their own their mind to the conversation. So it has a lot to do with like things that you're battling inside, whether you think they're real or not. You want to expose yourself to that. And I mean, like I said, these guys that come in here, some of them are humble for the most part. Like they're not really confrontational people. Now we've had some really confrontational characters probably 2 years ago, as you can hear from the live stream podcast. Like some of them, they play those things when nobody's talking.
Yeah.
And I'm in a whole bunch of them. There's a whole bunch of other people that are not in the server anymore. But it was a different atmosphere in this place. But ever since then, it's just been like, why would somebody come in here? Like, and sometimes, young kids don't have nothing to do. There is that, you got that part of it where they're just poking fun. They're just young kids. They don't really know too much. Everything's fun and games. They come in for the lulz, and that's
the lulz.
they call it. Yeah, this guy was like, I'm here for the lulz, like the concave. Were you here when the concave earther was in here?
No, I don't think so.
Everything was, I guess, he even exclaimed how he felt like, because you're okay, so globe earther is the first level, flat earther is the second level, and concave earther is like the third level, and they call themselves woke. So this whole woke culture, they feel they're superior in their enlightenment. So I'm very had a conversation with him was more like a lecture because he even said it himself. He's like, "Why are you lecturing me, man?" Because I was like, "'Cause nobody's ever done that to you before. You've only been like you're an entitled human, thinking that you can go everywhere and lord your enlightenment over other people, and thinking that because when you do that, you're gonna recruit some of the people that were thinking differently than you, and that's not the way." And I kind of I let him have it for the most part because he always this is the kind of person that goes around thinking that because he's got some kind of knowledge, secret knowledge that other people don't have, and even though people think that that's what we are, it's not the case because we don't offer that kind of idea to people. Well, we know more than you, and you guys are stupid. Like that's kind of this mentality that this guy was portraying. Not he didn't say that, but he was portraying it because he was like, "Well, I'm more woke than anybody in here in the server." He did say that, but yeah, it's. I make it known to people when they're talking about this discussion of the shape of the Earth. I'm like, man, look, we're not here to convince you because if that was the case, then we'd be like, we got some secret knowledge, man, and you don't know about it. Like, and that would be kind of it's a very smug approach, you know, like I'm holding on to something that you don't know and I'm going to keep it a secret. I don't care. Thing about it is your mind needs to be ready for this. And if it's not, like, thoroughly think about where you're stepping into because you're about to, uh, really be challenged on your paradigm. And by that, I mean, your mind's going to not have a way out because when you're confronted with truth, it peels back the layers of your intellect. Like it's gonna reveal to you what you really know. At which point you're gonna have to confess, right? There's gonna be a concession happening where you're gonna say, "I don't know," and that is a very jagged pill for anybody to swallow because they feel like they want to have a sense of uh um what do you call it, like a grounding. They want to feel like they know what their reality is about. But once you take that knowledge away from them, then it becomes a mystery again. Oh, I thought I knew what the sun was, but apparently I don't, like, or the moon or whatever. Then everything becomes a mystery. And, like, in a sense, like, if you can look at it bad, like, well, we don't know what that is, but you can also take a look at it, like, in a positive manner. Like, now it becomes a mystery once again, and I can be looking at this world in wonderment and amazement. Like, I don't have to really describe everything that I can see and have an answer for everything. It's ridiculous. It's never going to happen. But at the same time, doesn't that give us all the sense of like wonderment? And I don't know. I guess.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. Like when I discovered the Earth was flat, I was like, oh my gosh, I was blown away. But not necessarily in a bad way. But like, I mean, sure, you know, um, traveling through space and having a lightsaber and fighting aliens was out of the question. But I don't know. It opens up a door to, I guess, other possibilities.
For sure.
What I mean, I got someone sent me this book that said, it's about like what's beyond the ice wall. Like, so I'm gonna read that, but like really think about what the possibilities are. Of being on a flat Earth. It's kind of cool, and I mean,
the secrets to the universe are energy, frequency, and vibration. There's a lot that we don't know.
Was that Nikola Tesla that said that? Nikola Tesla? Yeah.
There's a lot that we don't know, because we've been taught not to know. So it's almost like the truth was always there about our known reality, but we're taught differently so that we won't investigate. Because if let's say you've armed people with this knowledge, what do you think we can create, or what do you think our advancements would be in technology and science if we knew the truth? If everybody knew the truth about what our Earth actually is, how would we approach our physical reality? we could do things, we could create things, and we have already. Essentially, the human race has done things that are marvelous technologies, but they're not as capable as if we had the knowledge completely as to our physical known reality, like fully. And which here's that's the thing that I'm thinking about. It's like, okay, so harnessing the power of the sun, right? Like solar energy and such. But not only that, do you know that vibration is also a way that you can travel? If you vibrate at a specific frequency, you become like the Earth itself is like, I want to say like a magnet, but you can consider it like once you're at a specific frequency, you're shielded from even air. And I'll give an example. Like,
Whoa, no, I didn't know that. I mean, obviously we're all made of atoms that are oscillating, but
yeah.
I've never heard of that. Carry on.
Now, I'll give you an example. There is the bumblebee who doesn't actually fly; they hover. And there's studies as to like the flight of the bumblebee, like because they fly what's considered like the term is beeline, but they fly directly from the path to their hive, and then to their flower that they go and get the pollen from, and carry back to their hive. But they create what's considered a resonance within their body cavity. So they flap their wings so hard that their body creates a resonance, and they hover. They take off. Beetles do the same. There's certain beetles that will be able to flap their wings so fast that they create a resonance, and they start basically vibrating, and they lift off with the vibration that they create. So essentially, their body becomes magnetic, and so it repels the magnetism from the earth. So they lift off from the earth's surface, depending on the frequency that they're vibrating on. So as they do this, and now you could look this up. I'm not just making this up. So you look it up too. They lift off, and once they do, they become shielded from the air around them. The air also will repel off of the vibration that they're making. So essentially, it's like a force shield, if you want to consider it like that. And when they take off and they move forward, even if there's crosswinds that they encounter, they don't get disturbed by the crosswinds. They fly directly in a straight line straight to their hive. They don't deviate from their path. And this is very precarious because people that study them are like, "What the world? How are they doing this? Like, it's a marvel, right? It's marvelous."
Yeah.
Um,
Wow.
there's
That's
there's
cool. I didn't know that.
sure, yeah,
That's
look it
really
up too
cool.
because it's the flight of the bumblebee. But there's things like was it Andrew Gerbinikov? I'm gonna say his name incorrectly, but he created a flying machine with beetle wings, and there's a lot to deal with. Andrew Gerbinikov or Gerbinikov, he was like I want to say like I don't want to say a scientist because that would denote that he was doing some kind of research, but he figured out that using this contraption, it looked like a little. It kind of, if you looked at it from a first glance, kind of like a pogo stick, but with a little flat square pad at the bottom of his feet. But the bottom of it had like beetle wings, and he would turn this machine on that created a resonance, that vibrated. So it would give him lift. It would lift off the ground, and he could travel at 1,000 miles per hour without any. This sounds weird, right? What I'm saying, without any feeling of like his body wouldn't feel the force of uh, the force you would get inside of a vehicle that was moving through the air, because at the point that he started the machine, it created like a force shield around him, so the air wasn't a factor. He was traveling inside of the air instead of the air being a part of the thing he was traveling through. You know what I'm saying? Like he wasn't going through the medium, he was inside of the medium. If that makes any sense. Like, so he was just moving at
Yeah.
whatever speed, like the resonance was giving him the capability to do so.
That's insane, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's cool.
Nikolai Tesla was the one that was talking about like how, and he had different patents on how his machines were operating. But we don't know this information. None of us do. And should we
Yeah.
come up with technology that leads into this, we'd probably be hunted. You know, you can't do that.
Yeah, we'd be
So,
suicided. No.
well, no, the overlords will not allow that because there's companies that are their whole entire infrastructure deals with certain technologies that they're using, and they're billion-dollar industries. So they have a vested interest into keeping it the way they do, you know, the old ways. But like I said, if you would look into this and then create some wonderful machine that would be working off of the properties of what known reality is all about, then you would be essentially creating things that what they would consider anti-gravity, you know, like stuff like that. But um, it's intriguing because I've looked into all of it and I'm like, well, that's really awesome. But I mean, when are we going to get people to actually look at that? Because first of all, you get, um, and I hate to use the word woke, but you get awakened from your slumber of like just going through this world, you know, just being a part of the world and never really like looking into other things. But once you're awakened, right? Like let's say you come to the realization that the earth isn't what you were told, and you start looking into like, okay, so what else is there? I know that the earth is flat now. I know that we don't see the things the way that globe earthers do. But what else can I know about it? Like, is there a history that I don't know about? Like, is there other things that we can look into meanwhile we're still here on earth? And I would venture to say that the answer would be yes. Because like I said, Nikola Tesla was an advocate of that. He was creating machines and doing things at a time where technology was just budding. It was brand new, you know. So, um, and yeah. So if you were to start doing that yourself, you could probably investigate, look into things, and know that our whole world is an electric like universe. We live inside of a machine. We are also part of the machine. We are in essence of, you know, this is going to sound so weird when I say it, but I mean, uh, I propose that we are like a very advanced form of I'm going to say it's very crude, but like a robot. We're in a very highly advanced form of that. We're uh like it's more like, how can I put it? We're not like nuts and bolts, but we still operate under the same uh reasoning behind like what how you would create a robot. Like if you would create a robot, the robot needs to have information input into it, which I would look at as what DNA is. It's information. And the receiver, it generates like, you know, from the time of conception all the way until the humans fully formed. It has information within that DNA that decide. It then gives the body instructions. Okay, it's time to grow hair out. Okay, it's time for teeth to come out. Okay, it's time for you to think certain things. Okay, it's time for this to happen. You know, so that is like an instruction manual to who you are. So it starts decoding itself throughout your life. And because of that, it's like information being fed into a computer. And so the body becomes or it's sort of like a receptacle of that information. And then it generates that information through how we are and who we are and the reason why you are the way you are. And so it's almost like you've been programmed in a sense, but at the same time, you go through life with your own mind. And I say it's kind of, it'll get confusing here, but if you kind of bear with me, because I've studied this, so to me it does make a sense because I also of a biblical mindset. So that's another thing. But in the sense of us working on us, like the body's an amazing machine, you would agree with me. Anyone would, because it is. It's an
Yeah.
amazing, resilient machine. Like it has the capacity to heal itself. It has the ability to think and grow and change. You know, your face is not the same face you had when you were 5, when you were 20, when you were 35, when you're 60. Your body changes it. It looks different. And and these changes happen because we're in this environment. But if we knew how to tap into things that would make it even more resilient, then we could achieve different heights of human capacity. Maybe I'm talking a bit above. I don't know how. I didn't lose any of you guys, right? Like, did I lose any of you?
No, carry on. It's interesting. I've never really considered humans
Yeah,
robots. Like I've never considered that perspective. But it is true. Our DNA is information, and you're 100% right in what you're saying.
So yeah, if you don't follow or something, please let me know. Like I'll stop. But the reason why is because this machine that we are inside of, right, that we call Earth, it works kind of like a battery if you think about it. Right, you got your positive, your negative. The moon's negative, the sun's a positive, and it rotates around the Earth, generating itself like a dynamic system. And we go through this Earth, in this electric universe, I would call it. In universe, the terminology, when I use it, I'm not denoting like, we're flying through space, but I mean like in our known reality.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the universe in which we reside in, our known reality, operates with us like we are a part of it. Like we need our surroundings to survive, because I'll take a look at it this way. There's been times where uh, just being outside in certain locations, they heal the body, mind, and spirit. So if you go, let's say, if you had a really rough day, right? Then let's just say that you went outside, you take your socks off, your shoes, and everything, and you put your feet on just the bare grass. You get plugged in to nature. You're like now connected, and nature,
Yeah, it's like grounding, right?
yeah,
Like
you receive. Go
it's
ahead.
like 6 hertz of frequency or something. 6 hertz of frequency that the ground emits.
Correct. So what happens is, because of that, your body responds to it as a positive. Like you are, it reinvigorates something inside of you that is. Here's what happens. Humans were never meant to be in cubicles. We're not meant to be, stuck inside of somewhere where we're seeing computer screens all day. We were designed, and I use that term very specifically. We were designed to be connected to the world around us. We were designed to be creatures of communication with each other, sharing information with each other. And this is who we are. This is what the body essentially needs for it to continuously function and operate in a very societal way. So when you see disorders and things happen, it's because we've fallen off so far away from the mark, and we got so disconnected from where. And now I'm going to start using the term where it might get a little dicey, but from where our Creator, set us forth on whatever path He has us on, and because that's ultimately the thing. We either have a Creator or nature created itself, which is the more atheistic, nihilistic view. But our Creator, who set us forth here on this place, has us designed this way, and we can see the good in people, and we can see the bad in people. But we can all detect these things because we have this innate ability to do so. Otherwise, we wouldn't have discernment whatsoever. So yeah, the Earth. I'll get back to my point about the Earth, but we were designed to live here, and certain places we can go, and certain places are not meant for us. Like the human body is able to be resilient enough to, it can do amazing things. Like I've seen some people that can hold their breath for a long time underwater, but because that environment is not for the human body to be residing in, um, certain things happen when you submerge a body for a long periods of time underwater. What happens to the skin and all that if you're in water for a long time? Let's say conversely, for the application, if you go up in the elevation for a long time, you're not even supposed to be up there because it's hard to breathe, right? Like because there's not enough oxygen for the body to maintain itself. So there's a Goldilocks zone in which we're supposed to reside in, which is our domain, right? The human body can dwell here. So because of that, it's like we have our limitations physically, and I mean, you can put a suit on and go live in the sky, or put another suit and go live in the ocean, but it's not natural. It's unnatural because you're putting yourself under conditions where you're not meant to be. And some people might think that's fine, that's okay. They want to be a sailor and live on the water. That's great. But the way I view it is like we were meant to enjoy all of these things. You know, as in, if you go somewhere and you go on a balloon ride, or that's fine, but it's not meant to be a place that you live. The place where you live is here on earth, on the ground. And your body is entirely attached to the ground. It's connected to it. You resonate a frequency. Like, I could tell you could even project frequencies, and I don't even know if you might think this is true or not, by speech. You can project frequencies by
Really?
speech. Yes. Yes. So the way I'm speaking right now, it projects a frequency into your mind that you perceive, that then turns into how you respond. So the body, the way it responds is either in a negative or a positive way. I could be speaking in an angry tone. I could be speaking in a calm, smooth tone. I could be speaking, and the body's perceiving it in a specific way because of the hertz in which I'm speaking on, the pattern of speech that I speak. So the body also then starts to resonate with my speech, or it rejects it because it becomes something that it just, you know what I mean? Like this goes for anyone. So that's how we discern certain information, because we don't might not even have to understand the language. We can just hear the tone of the speech, and it'll give us an indication. And I'm the reason why I'm getting into this, because if you study the way we act in this world, then you start to realize certain things that affect who we are. So you tend to be like, okay, stay away from this, do this thing. Like, you start to discern things. And it helps you navigate, right? You're able to be like, okay, I know what things to do, what things not to do, what things are beneficial, what things are not. And it just overall, once you study the world, that our known reality and how it really is, it prepares you and it gives you an indication of how to assess certain situations. Like, if you're dealing with somebody who has that cognitive dissonance, they don't want to listen, then there's avenues or ways that you can deal with that because of the knowledge that you have. So you don't have to you have two approaches, right? You can be angry and upset, or you can be stern, or you could be super humble and kind, or you know what I mean? Like, there's so many different ways you can approach and assess the situation, and depending on which, you'll get a different outcome. But hopefully are you guys still with me? I don't want to bore you guys to sleep, but
No, no, no. No, that's good. No, I agree. I agree with pretty much everything you said. Like, that we were designed for this world. I fully relate to that. Like, yeah, I mean, I used to be like an atheist or whatever, and I guess, like, I mean, more and more I'm coming to the realization that there is a creator. Um, it just makes sense. I mean, I looked into, this is a long time ago, but around the same time I discovered the flat Earth. Not too long afterwards, I also watched a video on, watched a video on the golden ratio and sacred geometry, and then I started looking into that, and like looking at nature and like naturally what is occurring in nature, and just everything is by design. And I think historically we probably had a lot of this knowledge and information which is now lost to us. Like you were talking about grounding and stuff earlier, where, like, shoes were found that were thousands of years old, that were designed to like be worn, but still allow that frequency to pass through the shoes into like the human, like the body. So like I think there's like a lot of things about history we can learn from to sort of,
Absolutely.
and that's not the only thing. Like there's so much evidence in history about like that suggests we're off track now
Big
in the
time.
world we live in.
Yeah, big time.
So
I think
I
also,
mean,
I think also Kizaru, like, every aspect of our life here, we're not meant to live with synthetic man-made compounds. So when you go to the store and you purchase food, um, you look at the ingredients, and some of them are chemicals that are man-made, um, and then you put that into the body, and the body responds as it rejects it. There's illnesses you get. There's certain types of things that you go through because you consume these things. But when you switch to all natural, wholesome things, the body also responds to that in a positive way because it was meant to be attached to things that are organic, things that are wholesome. Um, and you can feel the difference. You can actually feel better by eating that kind of way versus, and then, I'm speaking to like anybody from vegan to, carnivore. You don't have to be a specific thing, but if you're eating wholesome and you're not eating things that have been with chemically induced things, then you're able to function as the body would, or should, I should say, in this reality. Everything is a part of like making the body run efficiently or as efficient as it can. But when you go the route of, like, let's say, the blissful ignorant route, like being plugged back in the matrix, you don't look at like what's in your food. You don't think about the future. You're basically allowing whoever to tell you whatever information is good for you. um you listen to people telling you about these drugs that have like these crazy side effects. Like, you don't ever stop to think there's a more natural, holistic way of living life. Whereas, before it was just listening to whatever they're telling you to do, and then you become like succumb to like everybody everybody else's information as to like the big pharma, or you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't think twice because you don't have to. It's just like the doctor says so, the teacher says so. Like, it's more dependent on authority versus you thinking for yourself. So the fact that we're doing this in here and getting people to realize you can think for yourself, you can actually start to stop and think, oh, let me realize, see if I can realize what, or discern what reality is, because it's not often an easy thing. Like, we're so taught to depend on authority. So yeah, it's
yeah, I know. It's
I
sorry,
yeah.
go.
No, you go ahead, Chizuru. I talk too much.
No, I like listening to you. You have a really nice voice. um, I was just gonna say, like, yeah, I think the world's kind of a scary place right now, and like you can kind of see where we're heading, and it's, into this, the digital age of like people are like isolating themselves more and more, and we're losing touch with, I guess, as you said before, what we were designed for.
Hmm.
And like I remember reading something just the other day, and I have such a terrible memory. Like if I read something, unless I write it down, like I don't retain the information. So, but it said something like, they've discovered that, handling soil or being like touching soil and gardening and things releases like, I can't remember if it was like, I think it was like endorphins into the brain or whatever, and makes you happy. And then it's like we were designed for like, you know, like farming, probably growing our own food, and as you said, like eating more wholesome and being more connected with the earth. But it just seems like, I don't know. And I mean, for me as well, it's like it's interesting coming into Discord at this point in time. Like I didn't really know Discord had like communities and things like that. So I'm on like 2 other servers, which I just recently joined, as well as this one. And I'm learning about this, huge underground subculture that's just, I didn't even know existed. But it's like people, I don't know, they're like, I mean, it's good in a sense that you can share information and stuff, but I don't know. People spend a lot of time like in their rooms and just chatting, and it's nice in a way, but at the same time, like, I don't know. I think like, we're meant to be like, we're social beings and we want a sense of belonging, and I just see some of the people in Discord in some of the servers, and it just seems lonely, like there's this one server which I call the bad server. So I've got two other servers that I'm in. One's the good server, and you meet really genuine cool people, and you can have like a really, in-depth chat with them about just about anything. And then the other server is kind of like the bad server, which, I mean, there's cool people in there and stuff, and you can meet really interesting people. I'll say that, unique and interesting. But there's also like some pretty dark things happening, like substance abuse and the way people treat other people. And I mean, yeah, I couldn't have imagined that this is where, especially, younger people, and when I say by that, I mean like early 20s, where they're sort of heading, the direction we're heading as a society as well. Like, it's just, I don't know. I don't know if I'm even making sense, but yeah.
It makes sense to me. It makes sense to me. Yeah, no, I can see what you're saying is true. And the majority of that, Kizru, has to happen with people being disconnected from reality. So, and I mean that in every sense of the way, like from what they're being taught.
Yeah. Right. Like, I go into this Discord, and I see people like, like abusing each other, and, taking substances and doing all these things. And I'm just like, I was like, so what do you think about, the earth we live on? And I've been trying to send them here. but yeah, just trying to talk about the flat earth with some of these people. The servers, see what they think, because you can do it like anonymously, yeah, so without persecution for the most part. Anyways, a lot of people will just abuse you and say, leave the voice chat, but anyway.
Yeah, we've come across people that I've been of the mind to stay sober-minded in all things, because I adhere to some of the biblical principles, but being sober-minded is important to me. Keeping my wits about me. I don't like the feeling of being inebriated. I hate the feeling of not knowing my surroundings, and like kind of being in a sense of like, getting drunk, or like that doesn't appeal to me, or smoking a whole bunch of weed. Like, even though it's natural, I mean, there's some certain CBD properties that are medicinal, but I don't feel like I need to be high for any reason. Like, there's no reasoning behind why I feel like I need that in my life. I think what I like to experience is reality in all its glory, like in its full capacity. I want to laugh. I want to enjoy. I want to talk. I want to immerse myself in, and like just a human experience, I want to see people laugh, and it's the good, the positive, right? Immersing myself in the positive, keeping people around me who are like-minded in sort of things. Like, I don't need to go and um uh get wasted in order to feel great. Like, that to me doesn't make any sense for me. I
Well,
feel
yeah,
like,
I mean,
yeah, go
sorry,
ahead.
go. I was gonna say, I mean, like, yeah, 100%, but like at the same time, like I feel like some of these people that are doing drugs and things, right? Like they're escaping their reality because, I mean, and you'll find like more and more people are becoming depressed or they have anxiety or whatever it is, and more people are actually pretty open about it. But like, why? Like, why are people, um, you know, more and more depressed? Like, they're escaping their reality by consuming these substances and things. And it's because they're not connecting to the world. They
Mm-hmm.
don't, like, things probably don't make sense to them. And things like, think about the state of the world right now. Like, it doesn't need to be that way, really. I mean, it really doesn't. And a lot of people are understanding, like, the 99% have majority of the wealth. And again, it doesn't need to be that way. Like, there shouldn't be starving people in the world. There shouldn't be wars. There's a lot of things that don't make sense, but people can't, like, admit that to themselves or really face it. And they struggle with, like, I guess, I mean, they probably don't even realize that they're upset about the world, or maybe they do. I don't know, but yeah, it's a lot. Like, and watching the news doesn't really help. But like, yeah, I don't know if I'm making sense right now. I don't articulate things well sometimes, but
No, you're just talking about the state of affairs and what we're
yeah,
dealing with at the current time, and why people choose not to do better, or they advocate for things like war, or instead of saying, hey, why don't we just all come together and say, you know what is the issue here, let's resolve it somehow. Because um there's a
yeah,
lot
but
of.
like I think, like you were saying before, like want to stay sober minded, but at the same time, you have a very good understanding of the world, and you know yourself, and what you believe in. But a lot of people don't. Like, they don't have that direction. Like, they don't know what they believe in. They are struggling in the world they live in because and they know that the 1% are, well, I think most people do anyways, creating this perpetual state of, you
Misery.
know yeah. And I think they don't, I mean, they probably know it on a subconscious level. Like, it's pretty obvious and it's pretty out there, but they don't really
Know how to
confront
address
it
it.
or look into it. Yeah, they don't look into it. They don't do their research. They don't try to find solutions.
They
And I
become
mean, it's
apathetic,
hard.
because they become
Yeah.
apathetic because of the fact that um when you're okay, so you grow up in this world and you're taught to live in this world a certain way. So the knowledge you have, the knowledge base you have on how to live life, if nobody's ever told you there's a different way you can actually approach it, you will continuously be killing yourself. It's like, maybe they don't mean to do it, but that's the only thing they know how to do. Nobody's ever told them that there's a different way. They think that the only way to respond to somebody is in a violent manner, like to disagreeing, let's say. You're stupid. I hate you. Like, there's no buffer. There's not like a part of their mind that reasons with themselves and be like, wait a minute, this don't sound right. Like, I should approach it a specific way. So they can only live in misery because that's the only response they can give at the moment. it's almost like rewiring the brain as a machine would, because there's wires that are crossed. And so you become basically like a mechanic when you take upon yourself to assess a situation and see if it's possible that you could bring any positivity into their life um, by being there. Um, and I could say that in every sense of the word for like maybe family members or somebody that's having an issue, like a best friend or something that you feel like, if I'm just there, I don't have to be, I don't have to know everything. I just have to be there, and support them in their time of need and such. And if you've ever heard of that, like just being there for somebody means a lot. Have you ever heard of that, Kizaru?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
You don't have to be the most intelligent. You don't have to say the right words. You just got to be there. And a lot of times people say thank you for being there. They don't say thank you for giving me that great advice all the time. They just the fact that you were there with them at their time of need, it means a lot. So people, they can respond to, like, because of the fact that you took time out and you were there. Maybe you just listened. You didn't have anything to say. You just listened. It was therapeutic. It was helpful. So we need that. As humans, we all need that. We need somebody to be there, whoever it is in our life. And that is kind of a way we can attribute the word love to. That becomes a part of like our human experience. We feel the need to want to be wanted by anyone. So like a good friend would sit down and listen to you, like have talk about your bad day or whatever. And that means a lot, right? Because somebody was there for you and they heard you out, and sometimes these hurting people, they just want to be heard. They want somebody to listen to their trials and tribulations. And if you take the time out to do such a thing, then in essence, the mind, like I said, it's a very peculiar thing. I think, when you talk about like how we are designed, but just doing that, it's a beneficial thing, because they
Yeah.
get things off their chest. They feel relieved. You often hear the term, I feel so relieved after I told you about my bad day. And you're like, I didn't do anything. I literally just listened to you. But um it's true. So that's why I said I'm a student of like human behavior and like psychology and that, because I've noticed certain key things that can actually attribute to positivity. Um, and it's beneficial to all of us. But
Yeah,
no,
100%.
I I I enjoy the fact that I can at least put positive into the world. And I guess I look at it this way, right? You put positive in, you get positive back. You put negative in, you get negative back. But you just put a lot of positive out into the world, and you do it because you do it. You don't have a reasoning behind it. Why do you want to help somebody, uh, you know, at the grocery store that couldn't pay for their groceries, and you just handed them like $20 or whatever? Because you just wanted to. You wanted to put positivity into the world. You didn't do it because you wanted to be rewarded or for somebody to thank you, or you just doing it because that's what you want to do. You want to interject positivity into this world where, I mean, nobody wants to do that. We're, this negative uh, culture that we're living in right now means to sap every positive thing out of you. Like, even if you're a positive being, right, and you go into a server, somebody can have a really negative approach, and they could actually turn your positive to negative. You could be telling them
Yeah.
that was a very mean thing for you to say to me, or you didn't have to say those things, or and it changes your positivity to a negativity. So um that's why you need to equip yourself with also the ability to be stern, be firm, stand your ground, like, because there is negativity, that so you have to learn how to be positive and also to stand firm within the idea that there's going to be mountains of negativity that might come your way, and some days you might even succumb to it, not because you couldn't withstand, but because the overwhelming wave of how much negativity there is. You know what I mean? Like, so then you're gonna need the
Yeah.
person to talk to. You're gonna need the positive person who will listen to you. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, 100%. Like, yeah, you do have to be resilient, and yeah, there are. Well, I mean, I've noticed on Discord a lot of people who, yeah, do need, I guess, just someone to talk to.
Mhm.
It's really an interesting space. I mean, I'm still kind of new to it. I'm still sort of new to the whole gifts thing and trolling people, and but
that's yeah, people having fun.
yeah,
Yeah, I
but
know.
it's funny.
I I might be a little deep in the conversation that we're speaking of right now, but I mean, I can be funny too. I can enjoy, just hanging out with people and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, I'm intrigued by
Yeah,
the fact that we've been, and I'll take it all the way back to flat Earth. I'm intrigued by the fact that because we've been lied to about the information, um, and we're told that we're living on something that we're not. That I started to break everything down, even from the the place where we live to like who we are in this world, and it's there's a lot that has to do with like how I know for sure that we are created, like because of the fact that our operations on a day-to-day basis are are somewhat mechanical in a sense, and I use, like I said, I'll use that term a little bit loosely so that people won't feel like, oh, he's saying we're just these robots, and that's not what I'm saying. But we are designed, and we are created, and we are meant for a specific purpose. Like I was designed the way I was designed because this is how I was supposed to be. And it's a trigger. It's definitely a trigger for people who don't know this. Um, there's a lot more, Kizaru, I probably can get into, and you'd be like, "What? I never heard of that." But I don't know. I feel like
yeah. No, I've started looking into I don't know if I'm allowed to say this on here, but Tartaria, they call it,
mhm,
the history,
mud
which
floods.
is, yeah, so interesting. There's so much to learn, and so much. Yeah, it really opens, I mean, a lot of doors, and I mean, yeah, I really started looking into that, and it's intriguing, and then yeah, it kind of ties in with the Bible, which is, I mean, I hate to admit this, but like years and years and years ago when I was at uni, I had a friend, and like I didn't know she was Christian, um and we were studying biomedical science, and she said, like, she was a Christian and all this stuff, and I was like, but like why are you studying, like, why are you doing biomedical science, like, and I was ignorant and a terrible person for even saying this, but I suggested that she read The God Delusion, which is a book that I had just read because I was atheist. I thought I knew everything back then, just a stupid kid, and I think back at that as one of the most regretful things I've ever said, probably. Um, and I haven't kept in contact with her or anything like that, but like if I could go back in time, because like she was cool about it though. She's like, "Oh no, I haven't read The God Delusion," like, you know, um, but I just feel terrible about that. But I think now, like, like I am starting to read the Bible, and I am, yeah, like, yeah. You think you think you know it all sometimes, and then you just realize that you're you're an idiot.
I used to have on here. I used to have studies, like Bible studies, with people about. There's a lot of okay, so like as much as people have been deceived by information on the globe Earth, I think the same goes for anything in the context of like organized religion, let's say, and how the majority of people have been deceived in how they perceive what the biblical scriptures actually talk about. And that's not, I won't get into that because that's also another trigger. But um, there has been a lot of misconceptions and the reasonings why to people becoming atheists, or the majority of people that don't understand why they become that. I can see why. I've understood why, but approaching it's almost like you have to be very proficient at being able to know what you're talking about and not stumble. And so I understand it's a very delicate issue, but at the same time, I do have those conversations because I think of the misconceptions that people have been having with that knowledge, and they've turned it into something of their own making. And I think that's very detrimental to the mind when it concerns to like how we perceive who the creator is, because perception of the creator in the mind is very important, right? So
Yeah, 100%.
and I always stick to like the text actually explains who he is in a perception that we can understand, but it doesn't have to be something that we know fully. We can understand by in the sense of saying like, okay, I can see what it's saying, so I understand, who the creator is, but I don't necessarily know entirely, because knowing entirely would mean that you've discovered, you know, everything about him. So I think, but you can know as much as information as you can possibly know from the text that you can read yourself and maybe talk to others about it and see what they compare because the knowledge that's perceived has to be understood cognitively, and it doesn't have to seem very disconnected, very like, well, I don't understand why this would say this, and because it has to make sense in a way, like scripture would interpret itself. So it doesn't need like some kind of guide to tell you, oh, no, that's not what it means. It means this. Like, but you can actually go back and reference it in another place, and that's a good thing about it. Anyway, I don't want to get off too far on a tangent, but yeah, I've done that with people. We've walked into studies and kind of examined certain things that where they thought something was one way and it wasn't. It was, it meant something else. But
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I sort of have one friend I talk to a little bit about it. They they sort of, yeah, explained what I sort of already knew, in a sense that, like, historically the Bible has been like changed and altered, and obviously, there's all these different versions and things. Books taken out, like the Gospel of Thomas and Book of Enoch and stuff. Like, there's sort of, yeah, like with everything, you read things, and I mean, I'll just keep reading and just trying to, I guess, discuss the things that I come across to hopefully make sense of it. But
yeah, we
yeah,
could
there's
we could even chat about it in another room in this server if you ever wanted to do that. I often at times I will talk to people about it. We've had there was one time we had like the readings of Enoch, and we had a pretty big group in there. Witsit was in there. Like we had a whole bunch of people that were in there. So and it was just reading it. We weren't like making anything up. We're just basically we're just reading the text.
That sounds really nice. Yeah,
Yeah, it was
definitely.
actually. It was amazing, actually.
Aww. that sounds awesome.
Yeah, because we're looking at like, I guess we were going through the whole book, and it was fascinating because a lot of people say that it has connotations of the Earth being flat, and like what it describes what the lights in the sky are like, as in a detailed what they are made of, their properties. So it's crazy, but like I said, we can't verify that. We can only see what it says there, as in this is what it is, what Enoch is claiming. But um, yeah, there's no way that we're going to be able to go to that location and test it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's things that he talks about, like in concerns to the sun, like it goes through different portals, and like there's words that are used that are like, okay, I understand portal to be something, but I don't know if that's what it actually means. It is, or the sun is carried off of like winds, like it's carried on. Like, it uses descriptive words, but and I'm not going to get into that because it's going to trigger people. What do you mean the sun's on the thing of wind? Like, no, it's just, don't worry about it. Yeah, but they do know of the jet stream, so there you have that, right? They talk about there's a jet stream because it says that the sun is riding on a current of wind, like kind of like a river of wind. Um, and
Yeah.
well, like I'm talking about this Earth and the like it's mechanical, but we have currents, right? Current is like how things flow, and it's like because it's a closed system, it can flow in a consistent manner, but it's dynamic. So we have in the sky, we have a current of wind, and that current of wind, people can travel on that current. You can get into that current and travel faster than you would if you were just traveling, in any other place outside of that current. But the jet stream, once you get into it, you can travel like 200 miles per hour into that jet stream. Um,
Whoa.
did you know that?
No.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Conversely, with the oceans, there's currents in the water, the same like you would find in the air. If you get inside those currents, you can travel at a faster speed because you're going with this current that's you can travel it. So the water has current, so the sky has current. We live in an electric universe, energy, frequency,
Yeah.
and vibration.
Yeah. Wow. You know so much.
You don't. Yeah, I was gonna say I could. I could talk your ears off, and I don't want to. I want to make sure that it's hard because when we get into these different other topics, because I'm a mod here, I have to be like conscious of the room and making sure that we're addressing flat Earth. Making sure that we're not getting too far off the way. But I, there's a lot of things that I know that over the years that I've been doing research. I sleep so well, like about what I know at night. Like there's nothing in my mind that I feel like is gonna surprise me and be like, ooh, like because I guess I should say that I'm satisfied knowing that I can discern a lie from what somebody would be telling me if I'm holding on to truth. So
Yeah.
because things that work, what we would consider the supernatural, is something that they don't understand. So if you don't understand something because you think the world is a spinning water ball flying through the cosmos, then something that operates on energy, frequency, and vibration is going to look very strange to you, as in like anti-gravity, otherworldly. You're not going to know how to perceive um the ingenuity of somebody like coming up with something that operates on this earth as it is. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's
And when you were talking about that technology earlier, actually, I was thinking like, well, wow, that's probably like actually, a major factor in the reason why they would lie, really.
Mhm.
I mean, for like, people say like, yeah, they're hiding God, they're hiding, land beyond the ice wall. But yeah, no, technology, like once you do understand that everything's, you know, energy, vibration, frequency, like
We're
it.
we're created, we're designed for this earth. So what are the ingredients, Kizaru, if you wanted to create an atheist, what would you have to take away for that the human growing up in a world, his or her environment, what would they have to experience in order for them to become immersed in atheism? What would they have to believe?
It's just everything we're taught, like the theory of evolution,
That's correct.
dinosaurs, the Big Bang,
Right.
you
And
know,
upon investigation,
gravity.
because you're of a critical thinking mind right now, because you can discern, you can think for yourself. Um, if somebody was to challenge you on certain things, you'd be like, well, hold on, like, how do you know? Like, you could ask them those questions, at which turn they would probably be like, well, it just has to be science. And you're like, no, that's not good enough. Like, you can't just pawn me off to a word or think that I'm not going to want to know. Maybe that could have probably worked when I was 3, but now that I can think for myself, no, it's not. I'm not going to accept that. I need to know. Like, do you know? And at which point, if you don't know, then it's just doctrine. It's rhetoric. It's nothing that you really know. You're not telling me something you know. You're just preaching to me, essentially. So when you question someone about what they know and they don't have an answer, that's a real good indication as to it's the information is not rooted in a fundamental understanding of known reality. It's more like because they believe that it exists because they were told that it does. You know what I mean? Like, and so because of that, we have been indoctrinated to become atheistic, nihilistic humans. We don't perceive the world as in mechanical, kind of like we needed to be a part of our existence. We think that we are detached from this place, so much so that we can leave this place and exist in another place that's void of this place. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
they want to disconnect you so much from reality that you don't even consider this reality. That you don't even look to this reality for healing, for knowledge, or anything. It all stems back to the right ingredients to create somebody who wants to be an atheist or grow up in an environment that creates that, is to make sure that their knowledge base is completely warped and completely
Mm.
turned around and askew, so that when you are of a critical thinking mind, you're like, you know what? No, God delusion, right? Of course, everybody's thinking about this creator being and guy in the sky. Come on, guys. And so your mind doesn't know because you have been trained not to. It's a conditioning that has been happening upon the realization. Let's say when you start to really connect the dots and you start to feel like, why then does my spirit like get connected to when I'm in the forest, when I'm hiking in a forest and I feel like I hear the birds chirping, I hear the water flowing. Why do I feel connected to it like it's a part of me? If I'm not meant to feel that way, if I'm supposed to be disconnected from all these things and it's just supposed to be an experience that I go through and it might sound nice and all that. No, it's not. It's supposed to be healing you because the body essentially, when it goes through these frequencies and vibrations, you know, it essentially it is it rewires you. It changes your perception. You could have been upset or whatever, but upon immersing yourself in an environment such as that, it changes you. It fixes you, let's say, from feeling that way.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. So once you start to see that your experience matches up to, like, okay, it is true. We were created to be in this environment, and that has a better foothold as to like what is true, right? because somebody could tell you, no, 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 you could leave this rock, go live on Jupiter or something where you could live in a bubble. And you're like, yeah, but I won't see the blue skies. Like, I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like, why would you leave that?
Yeah,
Anyway.
100%. Like, I fully agree with that. Like, it's funny. I used to research. Well, I mean, I still do research, obviously, all this kind of stuff, and I spend a lot of time, in different areas all the time, just looking into things. And my ex would, he would call me a conspiracy theorist and tell me that, it's unhealthy that I'm, doing all this research and looking into things, and it's all a lie and it's all a conspiracy. Because like I tried to talk to him about some of the things that I'm looking into, and he would just totally disregard it, and he was like, it's not good for your mind. It's negative to consume yourself in all this stuff, like immerse yourself in you know everything. And I said, well, actually, like, I start to feel better, or I start to, like, by learning more about the world I live in and having more understanding and discovering truth, it's actually
Healing.
positive. Yeah, it's positive from my mind. Like,
Yeah.
I'm feeling happier about life, and and what I know the world to be. Like, it's like I'm not afraid to grow old and to die. Like
Mm-hmm.
I'm not afraid to, just live my life. Like, whereas, prior to understanding some of this stuff, like,
It's
as an
scary.
atheist, like an atheist type mindset, where you've got, the theory of evolution and the Big Bang, and then, that's what you know to be true. It distorts everything. Like, everything
Mm-hmm.
is different. It's a cold world
It
in
is.
that sort of mindset. Um, yeah,
It feels like you're just a cockroach running across the floor, waiting for a big boot to just smash you, and then that's it. Lights out, nothing.
hundred
But
percent.
we were created for so much more, Kizaru. Everything that when
Yeah,
you look at the complexity of what it took to make you be existing in this world, there is a definite purpose for your life. If there isn't one, if you're just some random cosmic accident, then all bets are off. Then you could perceive life however you wanted to, in whatever manner you wanted to, which
yeah.
means,
You could behave however you wanted to,
yeah, however,
and just it's yeah, it's
and
sad.
yeah, it is that. And that's kind of like why when we have there's the discovery of like the flat earth, but it what it does for me, it's like the gateway to a knowledge base that's so vast and so great that it would take us years to unravel all the, like, we would go through every, you could take a category, right? Like, medicine, food, like all these other different categories, and we could spend ages talking about each one and the benefits or the negatives, from each one of these, and we'd be able to come up with a great, way that you could live life without. So it's the beginning. Flat Earth is just like, that is the foundation, literally, of like where things begin. It's not the end. It's not like once one and done, that's it. Flat Earth is all. But once you get there, it's great to get people to that place where they can challenge themselves. So I'm more about the beginning phase, because I think that people have never challenged themselves. It's like I refer back a lot to the movie The Matrix, but like when Neo was barely starting to say, "Why do my eyes hurt?" He said, "Because you never used them before." That's what Morpheus told him. But I guess that line in the movie it kind of means like people never really used their eyes or their mind, and you hear them say things like in a conversation in here, "Oh man, this stuff is making my brain hurt." Well, that's because that part of your mind was never used before. You've never really had to think about these things. You're running on autopilot, letting the authorities think for you. They feed you information, you regurgitate it, you learn a lesson, you get an A, good job, well done. There isn't anything where they tell you, how would you approach the situation? Tell me what you think. They don't tell you that. They're like, no, this is how you do it, and so be it. So, yeah, we're just taught to be, mindless and parrot. And so that's why this culture isn't ready for people who speak against that sort of thing.
Yeah. It's funny, the movie The Matrix, isn't it? Like how how it is so symbolic of like
It's
what we
symbolic, yeah.
experience.
I feel like it's more symbolic than
Amazing.
anything else.
I know. I always use the term plugging back into the matrix, like, because when I do take time away from my computer, I do just go back to like a normie lifestyle as such, like yeah. But anyways, it's funny you say that. Anyways, I need to get going. This has been a really nice chat. And I
Yeah, for
definitely
sure.
would like to Flatty's said he wants to join us in a chat one day too. And
Sure.
yeah, I'll definitely take you up on that chat at a later time. So that sounds nice.
Yeah,
So
no
yeah,
problem.
thanks for the chat today. I really have learnt a lot, and I mean it's nice to just talk about some of these things, isn't it? I mean you
Yeah,
can't
for sure.
exactly talk about this with some of this stuff with your neighbor or whatever. So
Yeah, they'll think you're crazy. What are you talking about? You're crazy.
yeah. All right. Well, anyways, you guys have a good night.
See ya, Kizuru.
Talk soon. Bye.
See ya. Hey, Flatty, you still there?
my name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its level.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. My name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its level.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it.
Rip this up for sound bites. This is awesome.
Number of games are fun, but we're going to move
Listen,
on. Because I just wanted to ask quickly, Matthew.
I wanted to point out the flawed part of his logic, though, is that
I know, but we're doing that anyway. We're doing that anyway by talking about the Earth because.
Well, I was going to think about the Earth, but yeah.
Well, let me just ask Matthew. So, Matthew, would you say that you know that the Earth is a globe, or would you say that you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I actually think those words are overlapping, and I know that the Earth is globe, and I believe it, but I can't prove it.
Wait. Could you say that? Could you say that again, please?
Sure. I know the Earth is a globe. I believe the Earth is a globe, but I cannot prove it.
Right. So is it I know the Earth is a globe, or I believe the Earth is a globe?
Those are not contradictory.
What is knowing something?
Wait, so what's the
Matthew?
difference between belief and knowing?
He believes that he knows that the Earth is a globe.
Wait, guys, let me get an answer. Right. What
Okay,
does
let's take it.
knowing mean? What does knowing mean to you, Matthew?
Well, there's a whole field of philosophy called epistemology that sort of talks about that, and it'd be hard for me to summarize it all in one
But
sentence.
just like colloquially, if I'm asking you,
Sure.
what does knowing mean?
Yeah, having a justified true belief, like thinking something that is actually true, is knowing something. Believing something is a lot more tenuous. You might believe something that's false, but you might also believe something that's true.
Would you not say that knowledge would require some kind of experience?
I think experience is a big part of knowledge. I think that you can know some things without experiencing them, possibly.
What can you know without experiencing it?
Logical truths, mathematical truths.
And you know fire is hot without experiencing it?
Well,
No.
Give me an example. Give me an example of something that isn't just like a mathematical concept. We're talking about like reality. Tell me something you know about reality that you've never experienced.
I guess I would say that I know that the Eiffel Tower exists.
Curvature.
Mm-hmm.
I've never experienced it.
How do you know that?
Based
well, no, you don't.
A whole bunch of other people saying it. My brother's been there. Okay. I believe him. Like a bunch of.
I liked it better with the Canada example.
So you could experience that.
I could, but until then, do I say that I don't know it until I've gone there?
Yeah, my dad fought a sea monster when he went fishing the other day.
Yeah, then you just say that you believe.
What is something that you can't experience? What is something that you can't experience that you have knowledge
of? What it's like to be a woman? I don't know.
Are you serious?
Wait.
Serious?
You saying you know what it's like to be a woman, Matthew?
I don't know what it's like, and I can never experience it.
Okay, so in that example, then knowledge requires experience. So, is it true to say that you know you live on a globe when you have no experience of living on a globe?
What do you mean by no experience? I think that I think the things that I have experienced do lead to that conclusion.
Well, like
right,
the flat
you don't
horizon?
experience living on a spinning ball. What you experience is just a flat and motionless Earth, right?
Oh, you're talking about my senses, like what I sense.
I'm talking
what you
about
experience, right?
Oh my
gosh.
I think that the things I experience lead me to believe that the Earth is a globe. That's what you mean.
Like what?
Okay.
Oh, the constant size of the sun all day, the constant size of the full moon all night.
Also, it has nothing to do with the actual Earth, right?
But we're talking about the Earth.
No, we're talking about all of reality, the whole realm of reality.
No, but we're talking about what you stand on.
Huh?
What you stand on. You know what's
the
below
ground?
your feet.
Like I go to the ocean.
Yeah. We're talking about the ground.
Yeah, I go to the ocean. It looks flat. If that's what you want me to say, it
yeah,
definitely looks flat.
So you don't experience the Earth to be a ball, then? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
A second, right. I just want to say, so you don't know that the water in the ocean is made of salt water, yet you know that the actual ability to see the sun tells you enough about your reality to tell you that the thing you are stood on, in fact, has bending oceans on it. Yet you know not what the bending oceans are made of. Okay, thank you very much.
Crack.
That's a good point, right?
Let me respond to what he said.
Exactly. You're saying you don't know it's salt water, but you know that you live on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum, and that the sun is 93 million miles away, and the moon is 250. You know all that, but you don't really know if seawater is salty.
You're misquoting
me. This is kind of what we're seeing.
Know that the sun is I do think that the ocean is made of salt water. I do think that. I do know that. just said that I
But you
cannot.
just said you don't know that the sun, for example, is X amount of miles away. You don't know that.
I wasn't talking about the sun. I don't remember talking about that.
I thought you just said
you said the sun in your experience. That you actually leveled the sun as being part of the sum of your experience as to how you know that you live on a globe.
Oh,
because
yes.
we asked you about what your experiences made it thus that you know that you live on a globe, because apparently knowing that you live on a globe overlaps also with believing the fact that you live on a globe, and that's based on your experiences. So we thus asked you to label them. One of the first things you spoke about was something in the sky called the sun. However, the sun itself, ambiguous as it is comparatively to the salt water in the sea that you can clearly know is salt water, that you admit is salt water, it's just that you cannot prove so. How would it be in relation to the fact that what can you prove about the sun in relation to the earth that would tell you any inference whatsoever about the shape of the earth that we're stood on? In relation, when you have those two paradoxical situations that clearly show a statistical sort of, statistically speaking, almost like this, thinking about the odds there, right? That you can know so little about one that is so knowable, but you can know so much about the other that's so unknowable, and have such high yielding results from one and such low yielding results from the other. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I hear
It's
what
flawed.
I would also say that I can't prove anything about the sun, just like I can't prove that the ocean is saltwater. So I was just saying I don't like the word.
So then you can't prove the globe in that, right?
No, that's right.
We're back to this. We said we can't prove the globe, and then now
I
you say you
think
can prove the globe, and now you're saying you can't prove the globe again. So
I think that's
okay.
the whole point. It's like it's hard to fucking prove something that crazy, right?
Well,
Well,
like
it's hard to prove
yeah.
anything in the physical world.
Not water.
Sorry, that was the best
Honestly,
one, man.
this is it.
You
This
can
is
go
it.
to
This
the
is the
ocean,
logic we're talking about, right?
salt, there's salt in it, but you can't go to the sun and try to do anything with it. You can only look at it. So you can know a lot about the ocean and salt, but not much about the sun. You can just look at it.
You just barked like a radioactive dog. That was funny. Just to lighten the mood. But yes, I'm just saying it's funny how you list as your as one of your experiences that allows you to know that you live on a globe is the sun, but yet you admit that you know not enough about the sun to effectively prove anything with it, thus admitting that what your claim was false already.
Well, more than that as well. We just spoke a few minutes ago, and you agreed with me that the teachers shouldn't be telling the kids we know we live on a ball, because you're saying they don't really know they live on a ball. That's just their belief. I mean, that's basically what you just said a few minutes ago.
No, I said they shouldn't use the word prove. I would be more comfortable with them saying we know we live on a globe, but not we can prove that we can live.
No, but you kind of said it was like their best guess.
As a ball, what do you think NASA should do? Or do you think NASA shouldn't use those words too? Maybe you should go and talk to them, because that's what NASA
does. They use the word proof that much.
Well, NASA uses 3 proofs to show you that one of those proofs is that Bosco over.
Matthew,
Okay.
Matthew, you're confusing me with the proof. You know, I'm from Croatia. I also speak Italian. Can you tell me, translate me that I understand in Croatia what proof could mean? Then that my brain then can later figure out what is proof and what is whatever.
Sure, I use the word proof as a logical inference, a logical deduction based on mathematical or logical deduction.
Okay, if I say 1, do you use number 1 like a 1, or you use number 1? You writing number 1. You go to diagonal line and then go down, and you write again. You draw again line down.
As if you were making like a row of ones into a hash of 5.
Is it your number? Is it your number 1 different from my number 1 when I'm writing, or our number 1 is the same number 1?
When I say China number 1, what does that mean to you?
When I say 1 and when you say 1, we mean the same thing, and we're using it the same.
Yeah. Oh, great!
But Matthew, you're saying that NASA haven't proven.
Can we do the same thing for like with 1 now? We did the same thing with the word proof. Let's say that your proof it's like my proof. It's the same, like a number 1. Can we do that?
Yeah, so I would just maybe we should just not use that word prove.
Okay,
We'll have
okay.
different ways
Because
of talking about it.
I'm normal human being. I'm not scientist. Let's do like this. Let's say that if we boil the water because we add the heat, because of that water is boiling.
If you just want to use it colloquially,
Is that a proof? Is that a proof that water is boiling?
if you just want to use it colloquially, I guess people could say that that's proof that the water is boiling. I'm just uncomfortable with that. Was kind of wishy-washy.
Again, I don't want to speak colloquially. I want to speak like a number one and number one. You know, we are speaking now about number one. That means that proof in this moment means number one for us, for me and you. Can we agree on proof that it's the same thing like a number one?
He wants
Yeah,
to be
like one
specific, not
One
colloquial.
apple. Okay, so we put one apple in front of us. Okay, can we prove that there is one apple in front of us?
No, I want to Bob. No. I want from him that prove. It's the same like a number one. You know that I thinking what he is thinking, what proof it is. You know, but I
Set
want
a
to
bar,
know.
yeah. Let them set a bar.
Yeah, so I would say proof. The word proof and prove only should exist in the realm of mathematics and logic, and not when we're talking about apples sitting in front of us. And to illustrate how much I dislike that word, I would even say I can't prove that there's an apple sitting in front of me, even if I'm looking at it. Maybe it's an illusion.
So what can you prove?
Yeah. Okay, great. But I ask you one specific question: Is it a proof? Is it a proof if we add the heat to the water, that water will boil? Is that a proof?
That too could be an hallucination or an emulation.
No, that's not
Yeah,
proof.
that's all
What
I'm
is
saying.
that?
He's saying, wait, Sasha. He's saying he doesn't use the word that way. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and
That's
so
what
we
he's-
should just
yeah.
I'll just avoid using that word. That's all.
Yeah, but
we
here's
can agree.
here's three proofs that NASA teaches. See, these things are taught in school, okay? Like, and you said they shouldn't be teaching these things in school. They shouldn't be saying proof. This is what NASA is saying. This is why the teachers are teaching it. So what you need to do is go tell NASA. They need to stop using the word proof, right,
Right,
Matthew?
so-
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
Right, and that, Matthew, I want to draw a baseline with you. So, how many senses do we have to use before we start to? How many senses are impacted before we start to say that those senses indicate that we have experienced something in reality? Would that be sight mixed with touch, mixed with, let's say, and touch, for instance, could also go into the parameter of pain. For instance, all at the same time as also smelling, all at the same time as also, let's say, like feeling almost like an energy field or a frequency, which we can feel. So what we do this time is we boil water in front of your you see with your eyes. You're downwind from it, so you smell the boiling from the gas, right? At the same time, this is in a progenerated field of electricity, right? Because the heating element that's heating it as well. Also, we also use an electronic heating element that's overly charged, right? And just for some reason has an electronic field. So you're feeling an electronic charge, like your hairs are standing up on end. There's electrostatic in the air. You're feeling the heat from this touching your face to the point of almost like pain. You're seeing the water boil. You're breathing in the moisture of the water that's boiling into your mouth. And you're also seeing it with your eyes, all at the same time. So, what would constitute a form of proof in the sense that what is it that defines things that can be conceivably true in reality if it is not, in fact, the apparatus in which we basically observe reality with?
That's a great question, and I like the way that you put it. I would say the more senses we experience something in, the more and more sure we can be about something. I would just say that
would the water be boiling then?
But I don't think any of them ever reaches the with our physical senses. I don't think any of them ever reach the threshold of proof. The same way that mathematics.
Okay, could you then explain to me how we could create the exact same situation that I did with the impact that I explained upon the senses of the eyes, heat feeling on the skin, almost hair standing up because of electromagnetic field, breathing in of the warm steam coming off of the pot and the smell of the gas all at the same time. How could you experience all of those experiences all at the same time with it being outside of reality? Please go ahead.
Oh, sure. So yeah, I don't think it would be outside of reality. I think those would be great evidences. It's just that I'm saying that I would use words like, "Oh, that's strong evidence that the pot is boiling." I don't think, no matter how many physical senses, you would ever be able to prove that the water is boiling, because I reserve proof for something stronger.
So that means you just deny reality altogether. So
no, I'm saying that I use the word proof for a different realm, not the physical realm.
But you're saying that your reality that you experience isn't necessarily, proven. That's not necessarily true. Everything
it's not provable. Yeah.
Sure. I just make a difference between 99.999 and 100. I think that there's a fundamental.
But you're at the point where you don't believe anything is technically real. Then,
no, I'm not a skeptic at all. I'm not a radical skeptic.
You sound like the most radical skeptic I've ever heard of.
Radical.
Listen,
damn.
no. Wait. Matthew, you just said you're skeptical of reality.
No.
Because reality is what we experience. Reality is what we experience, and you've just said that can't be relied upon.
No, you can rely on all that type of stuff. You can rely on it. You can think it's true. You can believe it. The difference between me and a skeptic is that I say it's not proven, and skeptic says it's not known. And I'm just making a difference between the word known and proven. That's all.
But early,
right, so what about this? What about this? That super spinning monkey ball posted proof. Evidence or argument establishing a fact or the truth of a statement. Example, you'll be asked to give proof of your identity. What do you think of that definition?
That is a great colloquial definition of proof and how it's used in everyday life. Usually, in the realm of mathematics, you couldn't prove your identity in the same way that
mathematics isn't a realm. By the way, can we just state this as well? Definitionally, though, mathematics isn't a realm. Let's just get that clear. It's not a realm.
So we're talking. So it's when it's talking about the truth of a statement. What do you take the word true to mean?
Matches reality.
Oh,
right. So then the flat Earth is true.
Wow. I cannot believe the one match.
Wait. Reality is what we observe and experience. So we observe a flat and motionless Earth. So by that definition, then flat Earth is true. If true is reality, right?
Sometimes we perceive things that aren't real.
Wait, so what does true mean then if it's not reality? Because reality is
true is what is actually true in the real reality. Maybe I would say what Descartes said, as God knows it to be
the
true.
real reality. Do you know that?
So do you know that it's true that the Earth is a globe?
I would say there's strong evidence for that, and that's what I believe. Yes.
I think the military calls it real world.
You don't know it, though. So you definitely don't know it.
You don't know that it's true. You believe that it's true.
I would say that I know it.
You can't say that you know it.
How would you know it?
You can't know that there's a boiling pot in front of your face where you can smell of the gas, feel the heat in your face, breathing in the moisture that comes off of the steam pot. All the while,
you can't know salt water. You can't know pot. You can't know apples.
You cannot know the Earth ball while not knowing that, Matthew. You have got something called a bias of your levels of what you would establish as what would be true or what you would call real reality. Again, the oxymoronic statement of real reality. Again, you said real reality. Did you know that? You said real reality.
Yes.
That's an oxymoronic statement.
No. See. Like, listen. Let me just address says who in the chat, right? Matthew doesn't have us in the weeds here. He's showing himself to be flip-flopping so hard between what he can prove and what he can know. And, well, he can't know that the seawater is salty. He can't know about the boiling pan.
I know. I said I could know those, not prove them.
A pot of water, an apple. But he knows...
I said I could know all of those things. It's just I didn't like the word
No,
proof.
because we found out your burden of proof for knowing, and your burden of proof for knowing is not able to be met out to know those things. Because that's why we asked you those other questions about logical frameworks around how you know something and what makes up the body of knowledge of knowing something. and
And you can't know
it
something
equates
and say it's
to
not proven at the
emotion.
same time. You already
Yeah.
said it's not proven. You can't then say I know it. It's not proven. I
No,
can't say
there's
it's
a
true.
difference between knowledge and proof. That's all. That's what I'm trying to point out here, that I can know things that I can't prove.
Yeah, but you can't know something that you've never experienced or observed, can
So,
you?
crack your example of the boiling pot is an example, a perfect. I know the pot is boiling. I just say that I would reserve the word proof for something else.
I get what you're saying, that like you can know that Canada exists, for instance, without going there, right?
Right.
Like you
Yeah,
know
hell
that
yeah,
Canada exists. You know
Canada.
for a fact that Canada exists. How can you accept something like that as part of real reality? But like, for instance, you know, you do not see where your logic seems like double speak almost.
Yeah.
Where
So you're not sure about salt water, but you know Canada
No, I'm
exists.
sure about saltwater.
Okay,
I'm
does
100%
Canada exist?
Canada exists, and saltwater is in the ocean.
Hey, man, if I ever hear you misuse the word proof again, I'm going to mute your ass.
So, Matthew, when you said at the beginning then that the globe isn't proven, what did you mean?
What I meant is that
Now
like
show the
all
strong evidence for the curvature of the Earth.
Well, is that proven? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
No.
Okay.
Wait. What did you say, Matthew? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
No, I would say that I don't use the word proven for anything physical.
So then the globe can't be proven because
That's
there's no
right.
curvature to prove that it's a globe to begin with. So then you can't know that it's a globe since you've
Now,
just
knowledge
said
is a
the
separate
globe can't be
question than
proven.
proof.
So how can you just said you don't know that there's curve though? You just said
No,
you
I
don't
said
know
I
that there's
can't prove it.
curvature. Yeah, so you don't know it.
No, you
how-
asked me about proof, and I said
okay, let's then ask, how is it that you know that there is curvature then? Since you can't prove it, let's at least know how you do know it. Like that would
Maybe
be
I can try and bridge the gap here a little bit.
Crypto.
He was talking about.
Sorry, I don't want to get in the weeds. Sorry about
Are you
that.
saying,
Yeah, maybe I can.
question, please. Are
No.
you saying
Yes. No.
that you
Hello.
can prove?
Yes, please.
Can I get a mic check?
Go.
We hear you.
Go for it.
Quick question. One question for Matthew.
Crypto, go.
One question. So you're saying you can
I'll just
prove
wait
the
then.
curvature
No worries.
mathematically, right? But there is no strong evidence for it in the real world. Is that what you're saying? Or are you
Yeah, so you're
saying
just asking the same question that 5 other people have asked. I'm trying to bridge the gap here.
Thank you.
So, what Matthew was talking about earlier was epistemology, and he used the phrase "justified true belief." Okay. Now, this is I'm trying to think who came up with this definition.
It's like 2,000 years old.
Yeah, it's generally accepted, I would say. So you've got three elements of that. You've got the justified part, the true part, and the belief part, right? I would say that you have a belief that the Earth's a globe. I would say that it's justified. I would challenge the true part, because at that point, then you actually have to present very strong evidence for it. So I think where you and I would differ on your opinion of the globe is the true part. I think you have a justified belief, but I don't think it's true, and I don't think it's definitionally true.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's a good summary. I appreciate that.
This is the Gettier problem for you, right? So, obviously, you can speak of epistemology, but there are even problems in epistemology, and you know that yourself. Like,
yes, of
so,
course.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, you use that, but you also understand that there are, right? Yeah. So again, as what you spoke, there are truths, there's knowledge, and there are beliefs, right? But knowledge actually lies in between truth and belief, right?
Right.
And poorly justified true beliefs as well will also lie in between the middle of those two, also, correct?
Right. And where would you put proof, by the way?
But the point is that truth has to overlap, right?
Right.
Truth would be right. So if we drew this, and we can use a very simple diagram, right, for this, okay? Just, and you can type this in. Anyone can type this in. Just type in epistemology type in the Gettier problem. That would be the best way to do it. Right. So you'd have you'd have a circle and another circle drawn with the vagina in the middle of the circle, right? Knowledge would be the vaginal hole. That's just the best way I can describe it easily, right? Okay. So truth would be the right leg, okay? It doesn't matter which leg it is, but it's the right leg. Belief would be the left leg, okay? In the middle, where the vagina is, yeah, there is a field where they overlap. Knowledge is in the middle, right in that vaginal hole, okay? Fully justified belief is roughly up where the clitoris and that is, okay? But the issue is that you say you can know things, first you have to have beliefs that overlap with truths, right? Your problem is that you segment off all of these portions while you purport to talk about epistemology. And this is the main problem with epistemology, is the Gettier problem, is that these things in fact are fundamental, and fundamentally that they actually need to be like counterexamples of one another. Anyway, in order for you to have true belief or an account of true knowledge or belief. And this is in epistemology, so why are you even citing it?
No, you're right. That's a good summary. I appreciate that. I think you gave a good summary. And I think the whole thing started because of the word proof. Where would you?
I don't appreciate the fact that I just lost like 10 brain cells in the last hour.
Let's move on from epistemology. I feel like we're in the.
Yeah, I would. You just got wrecked.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know of any arguments. Students, Matthew.
Am I gonna what?
Are you gonna use the vagina example with your students?
I will not. No.
What was that?
Good one.
Don't want to know.
I mean, wouldn't Matthew have had some experience first?
No, he just learned it all.
It's a justified true belief, crypto. He's got a Pornhub subscription and everything.
Oh, you guys crack me up.
All right.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, you know what?
No, you're all right,
I know
Matthew.
that there are problems with this justified true belief. I know that
Even though you're
it's a whole
kind of
thing, and there's problems and contradictions to it, but I still like it.
I'm not even gonna apologize. I'm just pissed.
Can you one question? One question. Can you mathematically prove, right, that the Earth is a ball? Like, is there proof for it? Go ahead.
No.
Okay, cool. Why do you say no?
Why no now?
Because you're mixed.
Go ahead. Can you explain?
No. Were you expecting a yes there for some reason?
Yeah.
Like, yes.
Some credit.
After everything you just said, you expected him to say yeah?
I don't. He said in my reality. That means yes.
Well, no, he has to say no because of his definition of proof, right?
Right,
Matthew?
exactly.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
you're mixing the physicality with mathematicals. He's talking about mathematics only in the sense of the mathematical realm, which is a paradigm in which is non-physical, fully conceptual, abstract, has nothing to do with actual physicality or reality in any way, sense, or form. So when you ask him to prove things in the physical with maths, which is the only place maths would really be useful per se, for instance, like counting an apple in front of your face, like, you know, you've sort of got him in a bind. He can't do that. But like in a theoretical sense, where we talk about numbers like prime numbers that would be infinite, like, yeah, all day you can be pretty sure about that shit.
Well, this is why I was being pretty clear when I was discussing, right? I'm not talking about mathematical proofs, right? We're talking about what 99.99999% of people would understand from that question, not this 0.00001% who all of a sudden don't know the meaning of proof, proven, level.
Maybe we should ask there, man.
Well, I think the main point that we need to point out here, I think the main point that we need to point out here is that this is actually the place in which, due to the lack of proof, empirical proof, physical proof, measurement, tests, experiment, and all of the above and the scientific method running through, this is the place in which most individuals that believe in the heliocentric model, and this is the position psychologically they've had to hold in order to be able to continue to hold the idea of the globe true. Because if you hold any other form of knowledge or proof in any higher regard, with any like further form to it, that even on an epistemological level, actually it would start to become again improbable, completely ridiculous. And so this is the position and the logical position they have to hold. And this is, I believe, what Wolfgang is trying to show everyone, is that this is the position they have to hold in order for them to say that the Earth is a globe.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
the scientists, or astrologers, globers, whatever you want to call them, I used to think they had. I would talk about predictions. I never realized that they weren't predictions at all, post-dictions. And that was like the last little sliver.
Yeah, their predictions
No
are
predictions being made.
what do they call it? The sidereal calendar. That's their predictions, man.
I can't think one thing that works on the globe model myself. Like there, to me, I don't think anything. Like sure, there's math, but if you actually contrast it to reality, like nothing in the globe model actually makes any sense at all to me. But
I forgot what he was talking about. Matthew was talking about 2,000 years ago. Something. Oh, the different North Star. And I'm thinking like, well, people don't believe in Jesus. Oh, a couple thousand years ago. What are you talking about?
well, you could get them because supposedly the pyramids are built like north to south perfectly, and they haven't changed. And I always say like Polaris doesn't move. Like my house is lined up north to south perfectly with Polaris. Like so, like you can use the Glober claims against them, but you just yeah. But they'll still say it moves.
You gotta know that if the Earth moves and is spherical, then everything else on Earth can move because it's on a spherical surface, and you gotta deal with relativity. So they have explained it all away already.
Yeah, like if the Earth is moving in the 4 8 different vectors, then like Polaris is gonna move. For them to say Polaris doesn't move, it's a concession.
Yeah, but if Polaris doesn't move, the pyramids will angle themselves towards Polaris. It's just how things work. Trust me.
No, I know, but they concede. They're like, no, Polaris doesn't look like it moves. It'll move in like 2,000 years. And I'm like, thanks. Yeah, but
yeah, wait
Yeah, but that's because it's on tectonic plates. they move along.
It's a monkey Glober. He's playing the Glober.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help the Globers out there, but
you got the corkscrew solar system that's fake. In the fake Milky Way arms, what was I saying? 26 trillion miles. None of it's even fathomable. It's just ridiculous. If the corkscrew solar system that's fake is happening, then isn't everything else corkscrewing too?
Depends on how much wine you drink.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the moon's smiling at me pretty big right now, moving ever so slowly, even though we're just ripping through that cosmos. Look at this, just moving super slow.
Well, if you have a P900 or P1000 or something equivalent of a good telescope, try to set up your tripod and try to keep the moon. Yeah, try to keep the moon in the center. It goes pretty fast.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like that movement, it takes I don't know how many hours, 12 hours or whatever you want to call it, to cross the sky. So it's not that fast.
Well, usually you see the moon once a day, so except for new moon, you'll never see it for those 1 to 3 days. Depending on the clouds and chemtrails.
Sinks down into the North Pole hole, hangs out there for a few days.
Yeah, there's 0 pictures of a new moon. So whether it's hard to spot with a new moon or for some reason it's never been captured, but it continues on its 29-day cycle despite being invisible for those 1 to 3 days.
Even the moon has to do groceries, man. Just accept it.
He's got taxes to pay.
Yeah.
I heard multiple people say that they're confused about not being able to see all the stars in the sky. You know, it's like, come on, man. How far do you think you can see? How far do you think the light's going to travel?
How long do you think the night would last? Because if you could see all the stars, then the sky would be white.
Yeah. I can't see forever. It's you just gotta check their honesty and be like, "What? You think you can see forever?
Yeah,
really? How? There's no way. Like,
so weird.
Yeah, there's no way you think it. They'll be like, "Why do you think you can't see forever?" And they'll be like, "I'm asking you." No, well, I'm asking you. Like, they Globers always want to be the ones asking questions, especially like the anti-flag.
There's no logic in it. I mean, you drive away from a mountain, and then that large mountain disappears. You get far enough away. It's like, there's no logic in it.
Well,
everybody knows. Yeah, everybody knows.
When you move away from a mountain, the mountain also moves away from you.
Like, everybody knows everything shrinks with a distance. Yeah, they come here and ask, why does stuff shrink at a distance? Like, when you're growing up, oh, my house disappeared. Like, you know that as you're going away, it's going to shrink in size. You may not know the terms, but you know instinctually.
If your house were to disappear, would you not go looking for it again?
The Glover would be crying, driving away in the car. Is like, my car, our house is down.
Like, I think the argument we can only see so far is kind of weird, because when it's a clear sky, I can follow planes for about 200 nautical miles from horizon to horizon. So that means to one end I can see 100 nautical miles, to the other end I can see 100 nautical miles. So, you know, isn't that like kind of weird? That they say, oh, you can only see for 3 miles, you can only see for 25 miles. But when you see those big white lines across the sky, you can see for hundreds of miles. So, you know, how does that work?
All you have to do is check your local weather my local weather tells me my visibility on the road, highway visibility, and usually it's like 14.6 kilometers. So I'm like, what? I'm 3 feet above the. I'm 5 feet above the ground, and I can see 14.6 kilometers. You're debunking yourself.
Yeah, it's it's kind of it's self-evident that A, Globers don't look into it, and B, meteorologists and all, seemingly globe institutions are all working off a flat model. Like, if you go to an airport, or you read your NOTAM, your notice to airmen, you have your visibilities, you have your air pressures, and if you go on a globe, then you should have like your Coriolis deviation of the wind, for example, for airplanes, because the wind is not always the same speed, yet the Earth is moving at the same speed in the globe model. So if the wind is going to change, then you got a Coriolis deviation. So that should be noted for everyone. Where is that?
Yeah, I just posted there, and it says my visibility is
Yeah, that's roughly 10 miles.
Yeah, so I have a 10-mile visibility at 4-foot height. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, it's in your face, but they don't understand it.
Yeah, you're telling me I could see 16 kilometers from a driver's height. Like, it's right there. Yeah.
Like, I live near the sea, and when I grew up, they always told me, oh, the ships go over the horizon. So, as a kid, you take that as given, because, your uncle is saying it, your nephew is saying it, everyone basically says it who lives on the coast. So, for 40 years, no, a little less than 40 years, that's what you've been imprinted. And then when you actually look at it, it makes no sense. And it's just a convenient hand wave in nice words, like it's not like a dismissal of something. They wrapped it really nice. Like, if you grew up near the sea, then that is what you experience. So it has to be the curve. So it becomes like a second nature just to think it, because everyone is repeating the same mantra, but no one measured it. Like, and when I found out no one measured it, everything fell apart. And it's so easy to measure. Like, especially now with mobile phones and vessel finders and all that crap. All you need is your mobile phone and your eyes.
Yeah, like nobody I know has actually gone and tested anything. Like, I've presented good arguments, but most of them are too busy, or family, or atheist, or whatever. Like, yeah. So it's.
Yeah, the number one thing I hear is my life won't even change.
Well, what I hear, let's say in family circles, and why I stopped trying to get people in family to, actively look for it, is that they fear the consequences. So, in my family, depression is like a serious thing. so everyone shies away because they fear that when they have to accept a new paradigm, they will fall into a depression because everything falls away under their feet. And they don't know if they can handle it. So basically they are globe skeptics, but cannot deal with it on an emotional level because of the fear it brings, because they understand the consequences.
Yeah. Imagine being accountable for every deed and every action.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, like my uncle was a professional photographer, and you know, when I grew up, he had a picture of the Chicago skyline. He from, you know, across the Great Lake. So, and he used that to make art. You know, he was into, like, in the 80s, the first digital Photoshop revolution stuff. And he was kind of like, you know, with the company he worked for, pioneering digital manipulation of images. And we had a kind of like digital painting of that picture in our house. And I asked him, oh, what am I looking at? He said, well, that's the skyline of Chicago from across the Great Lake. And at that time, you know, it doesn't make sense, or it makes sense because, yeah, sure, he's a photographer, he knows what he's talking about. And a few years back, I was reminding him of that picture. And I didn't mention Flat Earth. I probably had my Flat Earth t-shirt on, but, you know, I said, well, you know, remember that picture you made? Yeah, man, I'm just amazed that you did that back then. You know,
hello?
Would you find out, you know, the perspective on it? Like how would the perspective work for this picture? And he looked at me, and then I said, never mind, I'll figure it out for myself. Like, you know, I just had to trigger him to think about the picture he took.
Y'all hear me?
Yep.
Alright. What's going on?
Oh, we're just hanging out.
So, like,
yeah, so he was showing you a globe proof inadvertently, or I mean a flat Earth proof inadvertently when you were younger.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, it was a piece of art that he made back then in the 80s. And back in the 80s, you already had that, you know, Joshua Newicki photograph of the Chicago skyline. That was already in the circles of the photographers. But they never said anything about globe or flat Earth. They said it's possible to do it because they did it, and it was something that more photographers did back in the 80s.
Yeah, it's still one of my favorite proofs. Like, they can't deny it. They showed it on the news. They lied about it. So, like, I'll post it, and the Glober will say, the CGI is fake. It's you wrecked yourself.
Yeah, but that's the funny thing. My uncle never denied it as being a mirage. He said, no, you can actually see it. And every photographer, like, if you know, back in the 80s, the photographers who did that, because that was like a, if you knew about the event, then you, as a photographer, and you were interested in long distance shots, you would go to the Great Lakes to photograph Chicago. That was just one of those,
I would say it's kind of like the Van Allen radiation belts, where like if you don't know it's not a mirage, if you don't know it's a mirage, then it's not a mirage. So like they didn't know to say mirage, so they're saying it's just Chicago. We see it because they didn't.
No, that's the whole point. They were professional photographers. Those were the guys that were working for Hasselblad and all that kind of brands. So they knew the difference between mirage and real, and they said it was real. You could see Chicago.
What does he say now, though?
Yeah, now he's like, because flat Earth has become an issue. Now you see the cogs working, and I dropped it like, never mind. I want him to think about it. I don't want to push him because it's family, and you don't want to, jerk family members all around to get a point across. I want them to find out for themselves. Like my mother, who had that picture in the living room, she just shuts the blinds and says, "No, I don't want any of this."
What's your rebuttal to the mirage?
If it was a mirage, it would be upside down. It would be mirrored.
No, I mean the common viewpoint around flat Earth is the curvature, but that was debunked from the mirage photos, or not the photos, but the heat bending light.
If you want to know what mirages are, go to a military airport like Nellis when red flag is there. You will see a few French mirages, but besides those mirages, which are actually something tangible, if you look through the exhaust plume of a fighter jet prior to taking off, you will see the hot air excite in the surroundings, and looking through that plume, that is called a mirage.
Yeah, I understand, but
and it doesn't bend up, down, left, right. No, it goes like in generality all in all directions, but equal in all directions. So you just get an slightly enlarged, blurry image.
yeah, that's raising the curvature and perceived through the eye.
I don't know if you can raise the curvature, because it would the light waves would be blocked by the curve in front of it.
Well, no, I mean it's perceived. I mean, because of course it'll look like it's the backside that's raised up, but it's really the front.
Are you able to repeat this effect in any way and post the video?
Well, I'm no expert in this field, but I can try to find one.
No, I want you to repeat this thing.
Repeat what? This experiment? What? That'd take time.
You'd have to show me that we can see around a corner.
No, you can't. Heat doesn't bend through the corner. It'll make it look before the corner enters. It's when the.
You're saying that we can see around the corner.
I didn't say that. I said through the perceived eye. It looks like it's sort of an illusion that the curvature has risen, but it's.
I'm saying I see Chicago right there in the picture. You're saying we can see around the curve of the Earth and we can see around the corner.
No, Mod Monkey was understanding what I was saying, but he didn't respond. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this because it's just a rebuttal. So, like, what's up with the backstory with Flat Earth? Is there like are you guys like investigating there's some journalistic thing going on?
Most of us were truthers researching the government and their corruption, and then somebody suggested that we research flat Earth, and we're like, "Whoa, shit! Earth is flat. There's no curvature, no Earth spin, no proof of gravity."
Oh.
What's your backstory?
I just I was invited in here from a friend a while ago, and I just hop in here when I'm bored.
You must be a bored person.
Well, it's like 12 and there's nothing else to do. I'm not tired. Can't sleep.
Yeah, some topics are off limits, but yeah, I don't know how much. Yeah, I prayed a long time, but
No, I'm just curious about this flat Earth thing because, like, usually when somebody says flat Earth, people just look at them like he's retarded or something.
And then then I debate them, and they get destroyed in 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, you have a lot of viewpoints readily available. Usually, they just blindly come in here underestimating everybody.
100% of Globers do not know their own model, so.
Well, I'm sure a physicist could like handle a debate in here, but a lot of people.
No, like a physicist deals with physics.
Well, okay.
Globe.
Well, a physicist who's researched biomes within their.
Yeah, but the globe is a geometry. And you don't settle geometry with physics. You settle geometry with direct measurements of the elements of the geometry.
But physics stems to, well, you could say physics between physics and environmental science, I guess. Sort of correlated with each other.
Well,
environmental science.
You research movements of tectonic plates and other things like that.
No, those things have no relation.
The math does, and the slope certainly do.
No, they don't. Because they, like, earthquakes, any geological event, flat earthers and globe earthers both experience. So that doesn't matter for the geometry of Earth.
Well, you have to understand, physics doesn't only stem from just applied math. A lot of it has astrophysics involved too.
And those things all depend on the radius of Earth, which they never observed and documented in any research paper to verify the value that they use for the radius of Earth, which is a requirement to call their work science, because every value they use has to be measured before they can use it within a calculation. And that measurement comes from a observation which is well documented and repeatable for everyone else to do, so you can do science, aka repeat what the other has done to verify if he's correct. Not one globe scientist has ever measured curve on the Earth or radius. They take the values as given from assumptive calculations. Not one observation is documented of the curve of the Earth or radius. So thereby they have failed to meet the scientific requirements.
Well,
and therefore they cannot claim themselves to be scientists, because their baseline is not based on measured observations.
Well, NASA has published many of this stuff, but I mean, you reject anything NASA says, so like.
No, I don't, because I have NASA papers which state that the Earth is flat.
Okay. Well, you could always twist anything to say what you want.
No, the point is that if NASA says it's flat, and I got papers for it, and on the other hand they say it's a globe, and other people got papers for that, then you have one institution speaking two different things. That means you got to figure out what is true and what is not. And the only way you can do that is to measure the Earth for yourself. And that's pure geometry.
Yeah. If you're going to be agnostic about science, then why not be agnostic about globe? Why do you have to just flat out deny a globe and just conceal to flat Earth? I mean, I don't see the logic here. You could just be agnostic. You don't have to go out because a real scientist is agnostic. They don't just flat out deny globe.
My thing is not about boo the globe or boo politics. My point is boo stupid human that believes in things that you can measure for yourself. No one has to believe a globe or flat Earth.
Okay.
Anyone can go out and measure it for yourself. That's why I'm here. I can help you do that. I can help you explain the method. But I'm not going to tell you, oh, you got to believe in the flat Earth because the globe sucks. No.
Any method that's derived from the party who wants you to believe their idea, of course, the methods will be arranged to whatever supports their idea. I mean, these methods to measure if the Earth's flat should be based on their own knowledge, not this knowledge coming from here, because it's bias. You don't want bias in research.
If you don't want bias in research, then you have to handwave everything they tell you about the globe.
No, you have to enlist in a controlled study of every single factor and do a long and tedious.
I already explained that to you. If I want to repeat a scientific study of astrophysics or astronomy or physics that involves a value of R for Earth, and I dig down into the sciences where they got their radius value, I find out that they never measured it, it has never been observed, and thus everything dependent on that radius value is therefore nullified because you need direct measurement of the values used. Otherwise, you cannot claim the value to be true. And that is pure scientific method.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Good morning.
Good morning, Elijah.
I hope all is well.
Yeah, all is good. Beautiful weather, sunny.
Yeah, yeah, true that. Yesterday it was raining, but today it's pretty nice.
Indeed.
Well, Nathan's is opening up today, so I'm gonna head over there.
All right.
He hasn't been live in a few days.
Sounds good. Well, hopefully be a fruitful topic.
Yeah, we have a new person here, Yellow Weasel. Do you want to open your microphone and talk to us? I just unmuted you.
Hello. Yeah. So no, a friend of mine said like he got into flat Earth and he said I should check it out, but I'm not really that convinced yet.
Yeah, well, to be honest, we're not here to convince you. We're just well, let's before we get into all that. How did you find this server? You said a friend invited you. Have they been here before?
No, he said he sometimes watches your live stream on YouTube.
Okay, cool.
And he said like maybe if I have questions I could come here and see what you have to say.
Okay, cool. So do you have any questions to ask us about Flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm just a bit confused in the sense of that I hear of so many different models and versions. So for example, it's like my friend, he's like he believes that the moon is a hologram, but then also I've heard of other people who believe that it's a flat surface, and then like other people say it like crumples up when it gets like half moon and stuff, and I'm just a bit confused to like what exactly I should look into.
We all see the moon the same way. We experience the phases. Now, what and where and how that works, we have no idea. That's a really good question because the moon is very mysterious. I mean, it's still mysterious to us. I mean, in the astronomers' ideas, right? They are like, well, it's a rock and it's affected by Earth's gravity. We're the third rock from the sun, and it's traversing the sun or traversing Earth. Held by Earth's gravity, and the reason you see the moon phases is because of the way that the sun shines and the different times of the month and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean that's a standard story. We all see.
I don't know. It kind of makes sense to me. I don't know.
Sure, it can, but it's not the only explanation for what the moon is. You know what I mean? Because you explain it another way. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you.
Yeah, but like I guess you also don't believe that we went to the moon.
Well, I've never been to the moon, but I don't think anybody else went there either. Yeah, you're correct on that.
Yeah. You see, because this is something that when I was younger, I investigated a lot. Because that started like with all this. It started with 9/11, and the conspiracies surrounding that. So I would say I was a 9/11 conspiracist. And then like I got like sucked in a bit into the moon landing conspiracies. But I don't know. Like from what I researched, I deducted that the moon landings happened. And so then that sounds like if I'm correct with that, and so we would know a lot about that. I looked into the moon landing, yeah.
Well, you looked into 9/11, but you can said you were like you came to the conclusion that the way that the official story of 9/11 is true or not true, or there's some questions.
I'm not completely sure. But I would say it's more likely to be true because the problem with the official story is that if they were looking for a reason to go into Iraq, they would have made Iraq the culprit for 9/11.
Yeah.
And that just like sounds like very weird to me, and also like the way that the buildings collapsed is sounds expected. Looks expected.
It sounds like you've done your work on that one, but you were questioning moon landing, and then you came to the conclusion, yeah, they probably did go.
I'm really
after
sure
looking
that
at
they
some
did
of the
go.
9/11. Well, cool.
Yeah. I'm just saying so that because that is like when it comes to, for example, the different ways that people think that the moon is, then that doesn't really compute with, like, I don't know, like if I'm quite sure, I would say like 99.9% that the U.S. landed a few astronauts on the moon multiple times. That
Okay, what makes you 100% sure about that?
I said I'm not 100. I said 99.9.
That's pretty close to 100. Come
But
on.
that's pretty close. You're completely right.
The closest you can get to 100.
Right.
Yeah,
The thing is that at the time it would have been more difficult to fake the moon landing than to actually do it.
Oh, really? What makes you say that?
So the kind of cameras you would need, the kind of, how you would sell it, slow motion cameras didn't exist yet. The problem is you would have with the live
transmissions cameras. Yeah, we didn't have slow motion cameras, but after you shot a video, you can replay it at a slower feed.
But not with you, and if you shoot. That's the thing, If you replay it with a lower feed, you can see it in the video that the feed rate has been lowered, because it's only been shot
How can you see that?
You can measure the difference between each picture, the time difference, and that means like how many pictures you have per. You can measure the amount of pictures you see per minute, per second.
Wait. To establish that, you need the original video, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering which pictures you're talking about specifically.
Can you point me to the original film? Yeah, it was a roller. Yeah, with physical film rolled on it. Can you show me the original one?
I don't have it in my possession, no.
Yeah, NASA officially is saying that the original doesn't exist.
Yeah, they don't have it.
I think they said some of it was lost. That's
they destroyed.
that I heard.
No, it wasn't lost. They destroyed it.
Well, that was the technology to go back to them. But as far as the pictures and images, I mean, you can go on NASA's website right now and look up the moon landing pictures from they had like chest cameras. They had a camera on the capsule, and these were certain types of cameras. But are you familiar with how they captured this footage?
It was all analog film, and this is also the interesting part, is that if you look at that's the thing, I'm going by the difference in live transmission versus captured video that was recorded, and captured pictures. And if you look at the live transmission, there is not a single speck of dust, not a single weird blip, not a crack in the film like on it. And then when you look at the captured images, the original ones, then you see that you have influence of the radiation, you have dust on there, you have like standard analog picture problems. So that means that the live transmission couldn't have been recorded. The live transmission couldn't have been recorded beforehand. That with the technology of the time, it would have been nearly impossible. I would even argue impossible to have this.
Or are you talking for yourself?
I'm talking from myself.
Sounds like you're reading a script.
No, that's cool. I mean, check this out. Here's something to think about. Maybe something you haven't considered.
Go ahead, man. Yeah.
Check this out. I mean, we're, in the globe idea, we're in the solar system, third rock from the sun, right? The only reason that we're not burnt to a crisp on Earth is because of the atmosphere, right? In the heliocentric model.
No, it's the magnetosphere, actually.
Say that?
That does most of the work. The magnetosphere.
Okay,
You know that the Earth, like that, when you have a compass, it can point
hold on.
Yeah?
Go ahead and explain that. So the magnetosphere, instead of the atmosphere, actually prevents most of the UV rays from frying.
No, most of the high energy particles, which would over time destroy the atmosphere. So like look at Mars, for example. Doesn't have an atmosphere. Why? Because it doesn't have.
Are we looking at Mars? I'm talking about Earth, bro.
How do you know Mars?
Okay. Yeah, because of the measurements we've done with space probes we send out. But if you don't
They
believe that
sent
we
a
send out
drone and
anything,
it
if that's
fly
all
in the
fake, then of
vacuum.
course.
Are you telling me that drones can fly in vacuum?
Well, what do you mean with drone?
Yeah. Can a drone fly in a vacuum?
What is a drone from your point of view? You mean like propeller powered, or what do you mean?
Those bullshit drones, yeah, with propeller powered, yeah, drone.
Oh,
Don't you know what a
that
drone
can't
is?
fly in a
You know,
vacuum.
Matter if they have
the drone
propellers
to
or
fly it
propulsion
with a
engines,
remote control.
you still have to have atmosphere for anything to fly.
No,
No,
but
but
he
a
said
rocket motor
you
doesn't
said
need an atmosphere.
and you said if you look Mars, I'm looking Mars, and I cannot realize if his atmosphere there and if he's not. How you realize that?
Oh, that's actually also something you can do with a telescope yourself.
With the telescope. With the telescope.
See the atmosphere of Mars with a telescope.
Are you saying that you can see the Mars and you can see the atmosphere, or not see the atmosphere of the Mars, or you can see birds or whatever? You can see the rock passing, or whatever.
No, but you
what's
can.
really
Okay, so
cool?
when you
I saw Venus, Saturn, and Mars in the sky
let's take
tonight.
it
They were
easy.
like right next to each other, like Venus, Saturn, and Mars. I didn't pull out a telescope, but I'm pretty sure if I did, still wouldn't see the atmosphere of any of them.
Yeah. And
you can see the atmosphere of Saturn.
Wait.
Man,
At the
how you
beginning,
can see? No,
Sasha, let me finish. Sasha, I didn't finish explaining.
Sorry.
I started this argument with him. I need to clarify and end it.
Yeah, go ahead.
His claim was, he said that there's no atmosphere on Mars, but NASA showing us that they are sending a drone and it's flying. Yeah, but you were saying earlier that
No, I didn't
Mars
say
has
that.
no atmosphere. You said it.
I said it slowly rips away the atmosphere, which is what's happening to Mars. And I'm saying it's not. I never said it doesn't have an
the
atmosphere.
live stream because you said Mars has no atmosphere. Unlike
No,
Earth.
I don't think I've said that.
Let's say that you
Anyway,
you
if
said
it came out that way, I didn't
change
mean
idea
it.
because he doesn't mean that now.
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't. It came out that way. I didn't. I don't mean it.
So what do you mean then?
But you mean that we can with telescope see what is going on Mars?
All right. So if you want to find out what gases are somewhere, you can see of the light.
Or if you want to find out what gas is doing, look into and find me where we can have gas pressure without container, and then we will speak about Mars and everything.
Okay, so the thing with gas pressure without container is, like, to me, for example, look at the ocean. You see, like, there's at the bottom of the ocean, you have a lot of pressure.
Ocean is not a gas.
Water is not a gas. Water's not a gas.
Okay, so if it if it doesn't work with gas, then
what?
Well, if you don't believe in atmosphere, if you don't believe in gravity,
I
then
don't believe in
really know
anything.
how
I
it
don't
works.
believe. Listen, this. I don't believe in anything. I don't believe in atmosphere. That's for sure. Do you believe in atmosphere?
I know it takes guts for some. Hey, listen, you probably. It sounds like you've. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. It sounds like he's familiar with our arguments. So let's No,
I'm familiar with my friends' arguments, but they don't, like, to me it doesn't sound that right. And he said I should come here because you guys can explain it better than him.
We also don't need to bombard you and do
Question: do you believe in atmosphere?
Like in that we have an atmosphere around me now, or like that there is no atmosphere in space?
Do you think that what we call what is around us it's atmosphere?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. How gas taking the shape of the sphere? Can you tell me? Because
it is pulled to the sphere by the force of gravity.
What can you provide the academic citation that the gas is pulled by gravity?
Hold on, guys.
Yeah.
Both of the people that are talking to you now, hold on. Everybody here used to think. Hold on. Everybody used to think gravity was a thing before, so don't just try to take the piss at him because he thinks gravity's real.
Yeah,
Come on.
I'm not. I'm not
right,
angry
come
at
on,
him.
man.
And actually, yeah,
Explain
Helio,
how we found out that
I
this
want to
cannot possibly be
explain
true.
all the arguments. Yeah, I want to get with him through all the
I hate when
arguments,
people do that shit.
the
When new people come in
pseudoscientific
and
and
just like,
everything. Yeah.
and just like, oh, you think gravity, then just freaking jump down their
Yeah.
throat about gravity. I mean, it's like we all used to think that shit was real too.
Yeah, first thing first, I need to explain is, I welcome to this server. I want you to know that you don't know about the stuff that we know. You think we have beliefs and things like this, but actually we are extremists. We do not accept stories for explaining reality. When we deal with reality, we stick with science and its scientific method. And if something is not, if a story is not a scientific theory, has no experiment to back it up, then we will not accept to blindly believe that story because just someone thought of himself to say this nice story.
I'm completely on board with you. Yeah, I'm also. I want to believe as much true stuff as there is.
Yeah,
and there's the least false stuff. So
yeah, the globe model has a ton of positive claims, but none of them have been demonstrated or
none of them
empirically proven. Yeah.
But like, for example, when we want to come back to gravity, let's say, okay, because like
gravity. Let's take it from the start. The first theory of gravity is Newtonian gravity, mass attracting mass. So
yeah, let's stick with Newtonian. I'm completely fine with that.
And this includes also Newton's laws of motion. So do you think they are real?
Do I think what is real? Sorry.
Do you think that theory of gravity, the Newtonian theory of gravity, is actually functional? It is real.
It is functional, yeah. Until you get into like the high velocity stuff where you need to go with special relativity.
Well, that's the problem, actually, because Newton's theory of gravity has been debunked and superseded, meaning it has been replaced
Exactly,
by
I completely agree with you.
Yeah, by Einsteinian relativistic gravity.
And I can also show you when you look at the... Yeah?
Wait, yeah. Which, for Einstein's gravity, you cannot demonstrate to me empirically the bending of space-time. So when I'm waiting the train in the train station 5 minutes, show me how you're gonna be bending my waiting for the train. How are you gonna bend that?
No, but this is not what bending space-time would even mean. I mean, so I can, you can. So, for example, look at, you don't believe on that. Okay, wait.
The train station is
let him answer, man.
in space. Yeah, go ahead.
Give him his rope.
Right. So let's say you're waiting for the train on the station, and you're just standing there. You're not really moving relative to, let's say, the guy next to you.
No, I am moving. I'm smoking a cigarette while waiting.
Okay, then you're...
Yeah.
Are you like spying on me? Get, because that's like exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm at the train station.
So let's say if Earth was 20 times as heavy, like the gravity pulling you towards Earth.
You have
was
to
a lot
bring
stronger.
Imaginary concepts.
Well, the problem is that in order to see,
can you show me a Earth 20 times heavier than the Earth that we live on?
No, I can't. So okay, let's stick with something else then. No problem. No problem. Let's take a clock.
Hold on. I'll ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When you say gravity, you mean the cause of the effect? You mean the cause of the effect? Is gravity the cause or gravity the effect?
Since gravity is just the effect of a formed, no, how do you say, of curved space-time, because it's not really a force in that sense, if you want to go technical with it, but it makes sense to look at it from a force when you do like small Newtonian physics, in the same way as it makes sense to think of the what is it called? When you spin something around you in a, like, I don't know, you take a hammer and you spin around. It feels like the hammer exerts a force out from you, right? But this force also doesn't really exist in that sense. It's just the hammer wanting to go on in a straight line all the time, but you're pulling it in.
Acceleration.
Well, there's a reason I asked you whether it was a cause or the effect, because just that one question alone demonstrates that it's not actually a scientific theory. Because the causal mechanism for, say, things falling can't be demonstrated by experiment.
Yeah.
You'll have to
What
say,
do you
like,
mean?
I can't. Okay, so an experiment that has cause and effect has independent variables. Manipulate the independent variable and measure an effect on the dependent variable. Right?
Yeah.
The independent variable is the cause. Dependent variable is the effect.
Exactly.
Right? So what
and
causes
the cause
things to fall?
Is you have mass deforming space-time, which then leads to other objects paths seeming to curve, although they still go on in a straight line.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I was talking about that's what we're talking about. That's the story,
mass
right? So where's the experiment?
Okay, I can give you an experiment. You take a very, very, very heavy sphere. I don't know, let's take a 30 centimeter diameter lead sphere, and then you take a smaller sphere or like another object, let's say a 1 centimeter diameter lead object, and if you place them in a low friction environment, you will see that they will over time move closer to each other until they touch without other forces put on them.
Yeah, good example. Indio. I want to ask him a question.
You actually have that experiment that you can show us. You can have that.
I've done it. Yeah, at my university.
You've done it. What
Yeah.
exactly did you do?
What?
Yeah, what exactly did you? Are you talking about the Cavendish? Is that what you're talking about?
It's the Cavendish. Yeah, it's the Cavendish.
So I asked you what falls. There's nothing falling in the Cavendish experiment.
Yes, there is. You have the small ball falling towards the big ball in the same way as the big ball is falling towards the small ball.
Falling sideways.
Well, it's all just a point of. I mean, it depends on the point of reference, doesn't it? If you, if you think of yourself as the small ball, you would say I'm falling towards the big ball, wouldn't you? I don't know, like, what do you mean?
Yeah, so we'll get into that. I think and I imagine. That's where I jump ship, because we don't want to think and we don't want to imagine.
Yeah, the problem is we're using words like fall, which don't even make that much sense.
Fall towards the earth. Fall means go the acceleration 9.8 meters per second squared towards the earth.
So are you falling right now?
Not yet.
But you're accelerated against the earth at all time.
Yeah, really awesome. But I asked you for the experiment which demonstrates the cause of that. I didn't ask you for an experiment that demonstrates
I gave you the Cavendish experiment that shows you that mass attracts mass.
Hold on. Here's I want to break down what he said. So you're accelerating against the Earth. It sounds like his English is not his native language, right?
No, it's not. No.
accelerating against the Earth, accelerating
towards, like you're at all times. The Earth is pulling, like you're being pulled
Earth
towards
is
the Earth.
not pulling anyone. What are you
And
talking about?
I don't even think you did the Cavendish
not
experiment
even really.
because
But
you
I
didn't
did
actually describe. Well, you didn't.
You take two balls and you have you take two big balls, two small balls. You have the small balls
Hey,
in a low friction
everybody let
environment.
Indio do this, please.
Okay,
Yeah.
you have a laser, and you point it over a long distance, and you can see the movement until even both of the two balls touch each other.
And that's actually not what happens. So you're actually describing it wrong. So what happens is the big ball, and small balls go towards each other, and then they oscillate. And then you measure the speed of the oscillation, and then you infer big G from that. So you're not even describing the experiment right.
They oscillate. What do you mean by
They
oscillate?
oscillate because they're on a torsion. They're on a torsion wire, so they bounce back and forth.
There's. I'm getting weird noises.
Torsion wire has a
Indio's got some background noise, but yeah, I mean, he's talking about a horizontal. Well, actually, what you're talking about is you're both talking about a horizontal attraction, not a vertical attraction.
Well, the problem is that that we can't turn off gravity for these two.
What the hell is gravity, bro?
No, I mean you cannot turn off. Like as long as we're in Earth's gravitational field.
Yeah, Weasel, you claim that you've been to a university and that's where you came across this Cavendish so-called experiment. Do you know this experiment like in depth? Have you studied it?
Well, no, but we've at the end, like not anymore. At the time, we've done the calculations on it.
You mentioned
we measured
that
the gravitational constant.
Listen, you mentioned that you are using lead balls. Lead is a metal, correct?
Yeah, but that's not
but
even what they do.
that doesn't work because.
No, I need to know what do you know about lead metal?
What do you mean? What I know about lead metal at the beginning of the experiment? You let both of them touch each other in order to equalize the electric
I'm talking
forces.
about your knowledge about the lead metal.
Well, I studied two semesters of metallurgy, and I can tell you.
Okay.
Like, what do you mean? Like, it's what do you mean the properties?
Well,
in that
the lead. Yeah,
is
it has properties, electroconductivity, magnetic properties.
It doesn't have. Lead doesn't have magnetic properties.
Oh, let's get
what
to
do
the
you mean it doesn't have magnetic properties?
Listen, basic.
Lead itself, lead is not ferromagnetic. You cannot magnetically polarize lead.
So lead, the metal, is paramagnetic, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not ferromagnetic, but it's paramagnetic if you have movement.
No, I didn't say it's ferromagnetic. Stop.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't do that.
Ahead.
Don't gallop. This is the claim. The lead metal is paramagnetic. I know very well what paramagnetism is. So you don't need to explain it to me like a kindergarten. But I'm assuming that you also know. Now,
yes.
What about the lead atom? What are the magnetic properties of the lead atom?
What are the properties of the lead atom?
Yeah, the magnetic properties of lead atom.
None.
Not true. The lead atom is diamagnetic. And when it forms a crystal, a metal, when you have more lead atoms, they crystallize into a metal, and that's when they are paramagnetic. This element, now
wait, lead
has
lead
opposite
has two
magnetic properties in the same time, and because of these opposite magnetic properties, the lead is always attracted to itself, to lead metal. So when you have tiny pieces of lead metal, yeah, they are attracted together. They conglomerate always.
No, they will get attracted to a other magnetic field, but not to itself, because that's why they are paramagnetic.
No. Have you ever seen these gold diggers? They use this ladder, where you pour water, yeah, and sand, and the gold deposits on the bottom, yeah, and the water washes all the dirt and sand away, but the gold remains because it's heavier, yeah. When you do this with lead metals, yeah, when you do this with lead, you will find that lead not only deposit itself into those crevices, but it also conglomerate itself into one place, one blob, yeah, one pile together, because the lead metal is attracted to itself slightly, magnetically is slightly attracted to itself. So these are very well known magnetic properties of lead metal.
If you say so, I'm certainly searching for information on that because I'm not as well versed in that as you think.
These are the most expert physicians.
Look in the
of
Livestream voice text channel.
The biggest physicians.
Excuse me?
Dude, we post everything in the Livestream voice text channel. It's the text channel right above the voice channel.
Oh, I've never seen that one before. I think because before I wasn't allowed to talk, I couldn't see the text channel.
Yeah, are you VC verified now? You got
I
the
have
role?
no fucking idea. Wait, let me check.
I'll
VC
give it to
verified.
you.
Yeah, I'm verified. I can see.
Yeah, you can't see that channel unless you're VC verified because people will come in and try to spam and porn and.
I see. Because is that the channel you can see in the live stream?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll look into it.
Anyway, let's not beat gravity to death, because the whole point is that, I mean, even mainstream science admits that there's problems with the theory of gravity. It's not one of the fundamental forces, right? In the standard model of particle physics, it's admitted that there's a bunch of problems with it. People come in here like, hey,
of course, yeah. I mean, there are like problems with everything, like more or less, like there is nothing concrete.
No, not
per
with
se
everything.
in science.
There's no problem with boiling water.
Well, there actually is. There is a lot of stuff that goes into how, when, and where water will boil differently.
Listen, when you put water in a container and you add heat to it, it will boil. You will reach the boiling point by adding heat. So you have the cause and effect, 100 Celsius. The boiling point of water
I lived at a place where water boiled before that.
In vacuum, the boiling point drops. Yes, we know.
Exactly. So it's not always.
I told you from the beginning, there is no problems in boiling water. Like there are problems about gravity. And you said
there's a bunch of variables. Yeah, boiling water is a bunch of variables, but we know all the variables, right?
Yeah.
So we know the cause.
We know. I don't know. I haven't researched into boiling water.
Pressure, temperature, salinity.
Yeah.
Number of air bubbles are in it. There's a whole bunch of variables to determine its boiling point. Typically, we only deal with pressure and temperature.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like I wouldn't be able to tell you that there isn't another thing that I don't know about that also influences it a little way. Like that's I don't know. I wouldn't know about that.
Well,
I can tell you.
So let me tell you. Let me just go. I want to go back to the beginning, kind of. So our point is, we base our view on experimentation, not things scientists say, not stories, not anything like that.
I don't give a shit what someone else says. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I don't if you read a scientific paper, it'll have an abstract, it'll have the experiment, and it'll have their conclusion. I don't even care about their like the abstract and the conclusion. I only care about what the experimental results. So we know that we cannot we don't have a viable independent variable for determining the causal mechanism for things falling. Because if I take, in the example you used, if I take a 100,000 kilogram lead ball and a 1 kilogram lead ball and I drop them, the so-called cause, right? The mass has changed, but they're both falling at the same rate. So according to the scientific method,
if you don't have a difference in aerodynamic forces of the balls, yes.
Yeah, so no error.
Right, like everything
right?
stays the same, just
rate.
the mass is different. Right.
Yeah,
but
that's the claim. That's the claimed causal mechanism for things falling. Mass attracting mass, right? That's the cause. But there's no experiment that demonstrates that. That's the problem. But I mean, a lot of people come in here with gravity. They say that Newtonian gravity predicts a bunch of particles will form a ball, but that's actually not even a prediction of the theory. So they've run this in simulation, and they can't get an ensemble of particles to actually form into a ball. So it's a common thing that people just say, "Oh, gravity. So gravity is as a consequence of gravity, things will form into a ball." That's not even true.
Yeah.
Can you link me because that would be interesting evidence. Can you
I'll post in the live stream voice text. So what they did is this astronomical journal tried to simulate like formation of asteroids. So they used Newtonian gravity. They couldn't get the shit to stop moving around. So then they added like what they call a stickiness factor, right? So basically, when the things it was like almost like a glue. When they would hit each other, when the particles would hit each other, they would partially stick and then bounce. And eventually it formed into something. It wasn't a ball. It was a freaking egg. And this is cheating. Even with cheating, they couldn't get it to happen. But I'll post that in live stream voice text.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Because I didn't know about that.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's funny. It's just like something that they teach you in school, right? Right? Because it sounds good, right? Sounds good. Gravity will form things into balls, but no. Who actually did the math to test that out? Is that a prediction of the theory? And it turns out it's not.
Well, then,
but give me like 5.
I think the so if you look at objects, let's say in the asteroid belt, but if you don't believe that there's an asteroid belt, then that doesn't count as evidence. So that doesn't work.
Well, I can look at the sky, at the night sky, and make a fortune telling. That will be the same with looking at your hand and predicting your future. Yeah.
Above bullshit, exactly.
Well, we'd have to look up there and speculate as to what's going on. And there's a bunch of different theories competing for speculative power, quote unquote, gravity pulling stuff to a ball, electromagnetism, which I would go with, and other stuff like that. So it just depends on which theory you want to speculate with. But do we see this gravity thing pulling things into balls for a ball shape, say? Not really. We just look up there and infer and assume that that's what's going on.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
We'll understand HTML iframes, iframe tag, and its attributes. So let's get started. Well, iframes are used to embed content from another source into the current HTML document. What this means is, you can see here, we have an HTML document, and inside this document, we have a box. This
Okay. Oh. HTML. Oh. It's not able to play BitChute for some reason.
Oh, what up?
Oh, hey, Indio.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine, thanks. How about you?
Not bad. Bad. Kind of a weird day. I've only been up for 3 hours and already thought I was going to die in a nuclear attack. And then 5 minutes later, I'm reading this thing that they're banning abortions again. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
Well, you gotta stop reading the mainstream news, man.
Yeah, I mean, like, whoa, whiplash.
Yeah, it can't help it sometimes.
Look, you have to consume a little bit of it because you need to know like what everybody else is being programmed with. Otherwise, like you don't know what you're dealing with.
Yeah, for sure. Well, in my case, the only time I'll check mainstream if something, what do we say? Like in this case about the propaganda war, like just to check what they're saying is usually the opposite. And then you do your own research, looking for alternative media, information and all that, you know, and compare it with the two narratives, I would say, and see which one comes out more truer than the other.
Actually, what I look at is the techniques of their propaganda, like what they're. It's not like they're. Like, for instance, the current, what side am I on? Is it a special operation or is it invasion? I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Depends on what side of the bed I woke up on.
So,
All right.
but what I do is I compare, because I following that through like Telegram channels. So I watch like videos and see actual photographs that people are taking there, right? People that are there that are witnessing this shit. Then I compare it to the mainstream media. But I don't really listen to what they say. I kind of listen to like the techniques of propaganda. You know what I mean? Like how they're doing it, how they're convincing people of things that diametrically oppose reality.
Yeah.
How they're suppressing the other side, because that applies to kind of like what we do. You got to know like their techniques that they use to suppress the other side. And I hate to say, they're almost identical to the crap we go through. There has to be like some school somewhere, some college of propaganda where they all learn these techniques.
Yeah, CIA. School.
Yeah, it's very weird. They use the same tactics. It's like, because occasionally I'm on Twitter, right? And I'll argue with someone over flat Earth, but I also argue about with like some of these people are normies, and right, they'll bring up some other topic, and then they like, they do these call to arms where like everybody that's like in their little social group starts like attacking you, but they all use the same propaganda techniques, even though subject changed, right? The subject will be COVID or something, right? But they'll use the exact same techniques that they use against flat Earth, right? Appeals to authority, appeals to credentials, straw man, move the goalpost, like every single possible manipulation. Yeah, it's just like identical techniques, right?
More or less, yeah. It's a propaganda war going on, so yeah, they gotta be using the same technique, I would say. Well, the thing is, the Western media has their own technique, bashing the other side wherever they can,
Oh, the ad hom, yeah.
Yeah.
Putin's a crazy madman.
Yeah. And then when you
and then you go, hold on, if he's a crazy madman with nuclear weapons and you're provoking him. So that means you actually don't believe what you're saying, because no one in their right mind would provoke a crazy person with nuclear weapons.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I don't know. When it comes to these kind of things, I listen to one side and the other side, but then I'm thinking there has to be a third one that makes more sense. Like because that side is bashing the other side, and that side is, well, more or less not bashing, but it's more like trying to show a different approach or a face of what they're doing, actually, if you're actually following their own news channels and such. But there has to be a middle ground between that somewhere. That makes more sense. Like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, the middle ground is the people are just like, I give up. That's the middle ground. Like, because what it seems to me is like it's like the people that think rationally, right? And then the people that see the whole world in black and white, and everybody's a cartoon villain or some cartoon superhero. And they see the entire world this way. Then there's the other side. So these people are doing these and they use these extremes to like get power. And the other side's like, well, they're hypocrites, and they try to rise with extremists. And when I say extremists, I mean extremists of thought. Like the whole world is divided. There is no shades of gray. There is no nuance. There is nothing like that. It's like an extreme thought process. So they don't actually have to have a thought process. Because you don't have to think when everything's black and white, right? Either just one side of the coin or the other. You don't have to take in information and work out the details and nuances of any issue. But bashing their heads against it. And then there's the people, the third choice, like you said, people that see this going on, right? Rational people trying to futilely reason with extremists. And they just go, I give up. I have no chance.
Oh yeah, more or less.
Yeah, and they just go into the like, I'm just gonna worry about me and mine, right? My family, my friends, and that's it. Because because I'm demoralized. Kind of almost, it's demoralizing. Just think about the Musk Twitter dichotomy they just created, man. Neither one of them makes sense. Can't support either side.
The what? The Musk?
The Musk Twitter thing.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Both sides of that. It just sucks, right?
Yeah. I mean, they're trying to show one side that he's trying to impose more free speech, so to say, into the platform. Honestly, I don't know. I haven't seen. He has no track record of any sort of kind, like imposing true democracy anywhere, to be honest. So it, comes to show, basically. We'll see what his plans are for, Twitter and such and so forth. I don't know how to say. I mean, I think people want to believe whatever is being, shown, being propagated through the news and, whatever, the media, showing him as the savior saint of democracy, free speech. I don't know. But for me, I don't know. I'll take it as a pinch of salt and just wait it out a bit, see what's going on really with people like him, I mean, we are.
I mean, Twitter in America has a lot of influence, like what goes on.
Yeah. A lot of things going on. We don't know his true intentions yet, so I don't know. So that's what I'm saying. So just have to wait it out a bit. And like I said, he has no track record of being, a good Samaritan of some sort.
Both sides are hypocritical. That's the funny thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, because Twitter would censor people, and then they would say, "Well, you Republican, you're hypocrites because you believe in private companies, and private companies should be able to censor people. If you don't like it, go buy your own Twitter." Now someone goes right, so then they go do that. They actually go buy their own Twitter. Now they flip. Now they're the hypocrites. Say, "Oh my God, you're going to suppress these." Like, it's a shit show. Total shit show, con world nonsense. I guess the moral of the story is nobody actually has principle. They have a desired outcome, and they adjust their principle for their desired outcome, which is no way to live. Which means you have actually no principles at all.
Yeah.
Mic check.
Sure, yeah.
Hi, everybody. How's it going?
Good.
Good. What's your name today?
Ooh, it's Eureka.
Now, do you have a pre-programmed list that automatically changes your name daily, or?
I'm thinking about hiring one of the mods to do it since they seem to do it quite often as well. So, working on that.
I think it's the first time I hear you speak, to be honest. Or maybe I don't know.
It's been a while since I've heard you speak. It was a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been on, I think, for a good 5-6 months now. I just, my network just doesn't work very well, so I have to wait a certain hour and whatnot. But I haven't been able to make it to ladies' night as I used to. Kind of sucks.
Hey, now you got to make it up for all these Fridays you've been missing.
Hopefully, I'm gonna be going back to the States in June, so maybe I'll have like a stable network then.
All right, sounds good.
But how's everybody doing? What's new in the live stream? I've been in the lobby quite often, but just haven't talked.
Yeah, I'm doing good. Live stream's been pretty good. Yeah, no complaints. It's actually way more civil than it has been. Way more like actually productive, where people actually come and listen. I mean, you do get the spiral still every once in a while. If they're given too much information at once, they just can't handle it. You just go bananas. It's literally like Santa Claus ain't real, and they just go nuts.
Okay, yeah, I remember those moments. Good times.
Well, I mean, I think the thing that's changed is like the demeanor. Like people aren't as aggressive, like aggressively assault. You know how people would get rude and call names and stuff like that. That's kind of gone away a lot. That's really dissipated. So now it's just like you tell them nicely and they still spiral. So it wasn't the way we were talking to them. It was the information.
I always thought certain people had a way of, talking nicely, but like you said, I don't think it's the way you talk to them. It is the information. It just brings out the worst in some people.
Yeah, he was 15. He was in here. This is 2 days ago, and I mean they were flat smacking hard. Like my God, they were just dropping truth bomb after truth bomb on him. Like I'm listening, I'm like, oh my God, and he just went speechless, and then just busted out with, "You're all fucking retarded." Blah, blah, blah. Fuck you, nigger, nigger, nigger. I was off the went bananas. DMing me, sending me shit. And I wasn't even talking to him, but I ended up with all these DMs like, "Go
Dude,
fuck your
what the heck?
mother." And
Wow, crazy.
What was his username?
oh, hold on, I'll look it up.
Yeah, he said
some of them are coming here unprepared, and when they're being challenged really hard,
future
some
astronaut.
of them just freak out, spiraling out away.
Oh boy. Yeah.
He's future astronaut, so I guess we should have saw that coming.
Yeah, future astronaut. Okay. Yeah, you just broke his whole dream,
Shattered into pieces. No way. They told me I will go to space. How could you? Could you tell me that? Oh, man.
He was only 15, so I guess that's child abuse, technically.
Yeah, these people need to wake up to reality. Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, for real. They're living a dream. In a dream. Sadly.
Yeah. Yeah, and the age group, it's kind of hard to break away from. You have like all this fantasy, and you have this peer pressure as well. Only a few of them, I think, in that age group actually come out and honestly and say, okay, yeah, let me look at this information objectively, because just the word flat earth is already a mockery. So if you're trying to fit in and you're thinking about the earth is actually flat, that's not going to work,
Yeah.
Yeah, social status means a lot to, especially when you're younger. Where you are in the social hierarchy, it's important.
But it's like the heliocentric model, Big Bang, evolution, the nihilistic philosophy. So you need some sort of bait to keep people going. Otherwise, everyone will just kill themselves if nothing matters. You just dangle the space screen. You're a really good boy, and you become a technocrat. You might be able to go to the International Space Station and drink your own pee. Yay!
That is gross, man. Don't I actually kind of forgot about that part.
It's always blown me away, even since the time I was a kid, right? They'll be giving like these so-called live interviews with astronauts, and every single time there's always a question about how they go to the bathroom. Every single time. It's got to be the most talked about subject that they talk about, period. Which actually raises a question. Someone brought this up the other day. It was Gospel Bear. Is that can't urinate without gravity because there's actually no muscles to push. You actually just you open your bladder, right, and urine comes out from gravity. You don't actually push it out. So in 0G, how do you urinate?
Yeah, that's very interesting. Now you're gonna make me think about muscles I don't want to think about.
Now you're going to think about why aren't there little floating pea spheres floating all over the ISS? Because they're leaking.
Don't hit it, and then you have a leak.
Pea spheres.
What happens if you have a leak?
Right? Liquid forms into a little sphere and floats around, man. Urine's a liquid. There should be little golden liquid balls floating around everywhere. Which is gross as fuck.
Listen. I can live with pea spheres. I just don't know if I can live with poo spheres. Okay. I'm just saying, like, pee is kind of sterile. Like, you can, okay, if it gets on you, all right, whatever, right? But how do they, whatever. Listen.
Yeah, replicate. What if they got diarrhea?
Oh. What's going on? Why are we turning this into
Well,
is that coffee? Did someone spill the coffee?
They have, don't they eat like they eat like liquid stuff, right? So I'm thinking most of their feces would be liquefied or something.
Yeah.
So
it's got to be watery because they're like minimal on solid food.
Yes. So you're not.
Fibers, you know?
Oh boy.
Yeah. Here's the funny thing is, right, they've been going to space for like how long? 60, 70 years. There should be like entire medical journals on human physiology in 0G. There should be books that are like a foot thick.
Yeah.
But if you actually go look it up, right, if you actually go look up like papers on this, you'll see like a NASA report that'll be like 5 pages, right, of just claims of the so-called
yeah.
No data, no charts, no graphs, no nothing like that. No peer-reviewed papers, right? You'll never see like a peer-reviewed medical journal paper on human physiology in outer space. You don't see any of that stuff. So it's these little things that tell you that it's just a big fantasy story. Because the level of detail, they say, well, look at all these paperwork, look at all these pictures. Yeah, but there's actually no detail to it. There's no level of detail that people are, the people that do these tests are like super anal retentive, and they write down every possible detail when they're actually doing so-called science. the fact that these details they sound like stories and they do scientific papers is a big tell that there's no science behind any of this, that these so-called things don't exist.
Yep, you're right. I always wondered, like, how did they test out? Like, they just kind of took a chance when they went in that spaceship the first time, as humans, like, or didn't was it the Russian spaceship that had some animal first? Was it a dog or a monkey or something?
Yeah, it was a dog.
It was a dog. Okay.
It was a dog.
Did that dog ever make it? I never really read up on that.
I thought the dog died, but I think he got back to Earth and died. I don't think he died in space.
Oh.
That's how the
Okay.
story goes.
Yeah, because you would think
But,
they would do animal testing first to see.
They did.
How.
That's the funny. This is one of the arguments I heard against Apollo, is that in like a few months before Apollo, they had sent up a lot of rockets and they had animals in it, and they couldn't keep any of these animals alive, like frogs, monkeys, like all this stuff. And then, like in 2 months, they go to the moon.
Okay, yeah, that's believable.
I actually saw like it was actually like a chronology. Like, yeah, this rocket lifted, it had this, these animals in it, this animal in it, it died. This animal in it, like they kind of grouped animals. Yeah, 5 survived, 50 died, things like that. But there's another thing that don't work. Tear production, right, is constant. And tear drains through what's called the lacrum in your eye, and it only works from gravity. It drains through like the little tube that runs into the back of your throat. It only drains from gravity. Now think, you have constant tear production. Your eyes would fill up with water because I don't know if you ever seen that little demonstration where they soak a towel, right, and soak with water, and the water just adheres to shit.
Yeah.
To adhere to your eye and just be stuck there. It would have nowhere to go. So there's like a bunch of bodily functions that work by, the downward force that would not work in space. And there's no explanation of how they solved that problem.
Yeah, it's just like, trust us, it works. Everything works just as it does on Earth, except we're not on Earth.
Yeah, trust us. Why would we lie? Have some money. Have some money to do more of that stuff, but don't worry, I'm not going to lie about it.
I was actually, I forgot where I saw it or I read it. It's been a while, where they said the sound level for when the rockets would lift off would pretty much like dismantle the whole body, like the sound level or the decibels that they emit is not, it's not safe. So I forgot where I don't know if you've heard that before.
What, destroy the eardrums?
Yeah, I've heard it before. I think so the decibel scale factor is actually, it's not a linear scale, it's logarithmic. So 1 decibel is 100 times higher, or no, 10 decibels is 100 times higher than 1 decibel. It's a log scale. It's not like 1 to 1. So like 120 decibels is something like 1,000 times higher than 1 decibel. So like if you get like a 747,
Okay, yeah.
like if you're next to a 747 engine, it'll say like 150 decibels, and like human hearing will blow out at something like 120. But like engine, it's something like 300 decibels. So I've heard this before, that basically if you were actually next to a rocket engine, you'd have like internal organ failure from the pressure.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
sound waves are pressure waves.
Yeah. So how did they account for the astronauts being on top of the engines and I mean one of the reasons that when they have liftoffs the audience has to be like super far away is not just because of the what is it, the fuel or the heat or whatever, but it's also because of the sound level.
Wait, who's the unicorn?
Like,
Nothing.
Unicorn.
I just read the name.
What? Oh.
No, go ahead. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, and if you think about Apollo, right, when Apollo was landing on the, that rocket motor is something like a 37,000 foot-pound rocket motor, which is like 4 times the power of a 747, and they're literally 3 feet from the engine. That rocket motor was like under their rear end, 3 feet away, and they're having a conversation with Houston, talking about how they're landing.
But again, you can't hear anything on the moon, so that's why.
Yeah, but the problem with that is the rocket's actually attached to the thing they're in, and the things they're in, right? Since it's physically, mechanically attached, it's going to make noise and vibrate itself. And inside there, hopefully, there's air. But they probably were wearing their spacesuits. Yeah.
Well, this goes back to Don Pettit's famous quote, really good engineering.
You know, I was thinking the same thing. What a coincidence. It's like cure-all. Like gravity or refraction. Talk about space and say, how did they do that? It's really good engineering. It's magic.
They say it with Jupiter's Delight. It's pathetically obvious.
Interesting video clip you posted, Gospel.
You talking about the Truth is Stranger Than Fiction one?
Yeah. The experiences they're having.
Oh, yes, at the beginning there.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's also throwing ODD under the bus.
Oh, I was what he's saying. Okay. Yeah, I'm reading some comments as well. Well, why is he throwing him under the bus? Which
little bit of guilty by association stuff. But apparently he did a video a couple of years back with somebody named Rosette Delacroix, which literally is Rosicrucian, like Rosette, Rose, and then Delacroix of the Cross, Rose of the Cross, Rosicrucian, an alleged truther that was talking all this stuff, but really just gets into esoteric Rosicrucianism, and it's all kind of yeah.
Sounds like a deep rabbit hole to go into.
Or really just a shallow grave that some people are falling into.
Yeah, let's be clear. This idea that heliocentrism is religion and the flat Earth is the cure, and therefore everyone will come out of this religion that's got the world by storm.
that's not paying attention to history. What's really going to happen is that whatever's going on is going to be synthesized into the new next iteration of the one religion, whatever it is. You could already see that happening among a lot of flat earthers. Some of them go to the point where they say, well, the earth is obviously created, but if it's creator, right? What if the earth is the creator? If you're going to worship anything, worship the earth, right? So you can see how it's not a cure as it might seem to a lot of people. Like, if I just have this truth, then I'm going to be able to discern all knowledge and scrutinize all things and be wise and know the truth about all philosophical propositions. It's just not the case. Many, many people are going to come to this idea and then be duped by a bait and switch.
Bait and switch out of the frying pan and into the fire.
That's why I say, like, we don't, like, the last thing we want to do is, like, use the same methodology that the Goldbergs use. Like, oh, just believe us. Just trust us instead of them. Oh, our story is better.
Yeah.
Or whatever. I'd much rather, like, okay, this is how you actually discern the truth. Use these tools. Have at it. I know where they're going to land. I'm not worried. There's only one place to land. We also got to teach them to have the courage to, to say, I don't know. Like, I don't know this, and it might be unknowable. Just focused on, what you can know.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of feeling comfort in cool stories.
Yeah, which is like, even not even going to the external world, the internal world alone is enough to decipher some things. For example,
you're over 50% robotic.
Their argumentation style too. Hello.
Yeah, still the same.
Mic check.
I was having some
Not the same. That got worse.
Yeah.
That sounds kind of cool,
I'm
actually.
in the zone, man. This should be the best signal.
That's a little bit better.
I've got maximum bars. That's what's interesting. It's like when you're at a certain angle to a tower, okay, you actually get so much flood that you can't get a good signal. You have to be away from it and at a different angle. Otherwise, I guess the signal strength confuses itself or overshoots you, or both. Where I'm at, they have a tower in a particular spot, and there's like basically a dead zone and half the city practically for a horizon because of the angle propagation. So even though I have a clear line of sight to the tower, wherever they have it, like the altitude, it's kind of like overshoots. Weird.
It is.
Yeah, but that's the new Glover argument, is to say, okay, why arrive at truth when I can just dither and say there is no truth? You have your truth, I have my truth. The horizon is geometric and not geometric simultaneously. And you can believe the interpretation that you experience, and I can believe the interpretation that I experience. Because both experience are true experiences, and only our interpretation is different. Then we just cancel out interpretation, divide by two, and we just end up with experience. And therefore, whatever you experience, however you take it, you should, and whatever they experience, whatever they take it, you should. So even though they're contradictory positions, they both are true simultaneously. And they are in their mind. So if you can't figure out the contradictory propositions can't both be true at the same time, and you're going to have a very hard time figuring out any kind of issues.
Do you have one of the noise suppression things on?
I do now.
Because in the background it sounded like cars were driving by you or something. I was just curious if that might have been what was affecting things.
So interestingly enough, back in the day of selling cell phones, a selling point for AT&T versus Verizon, AT&T used a different frequency range that actually was able to penetrate buildings better. So usually, when you had a customer, you could say to the customer, so what do you do most of the time? Are you in a building, et cetera, and that's on AT&T. That was one of the selling points that they had back in the day. It's like our signal penetrates the buildings and you can get a good signal inside. Yeah, so when electromagnetic waves, whatever you want to call them, travel, they get impeded by structures. You know, just like light over the earth. So it's ridiculous. That's weeding out light as it goes through it. It's like that assertion, especially if you're then yeah, go ahead and make an assertion. But even making that assertion, you're thinking about it and the consequences.
Yeah, you're roboting really hard.
So,
yeah, it's just too much. Now it sounds like a Nintendo Entertainment System when Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
No, what it sounded like is when you're playing the game and you take the cartridge out while you're playing. That sound.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me
try to reconnect. Maybe that will help.
It's really not working. AI. Oof.
Grab a metal rod or a golf club or something. Stick your hand in the air with it. It'll be your own antenna.
I know, right?
Why is Mike Tyson bigger than the other characters?
Bruh, Mike Tyson was hard.
That uppercut.
Yeah.
Mario.
Yeah, Mario was the referee. Yeah. Pretty funny. It was a good game though. Mike Tyson Punch Out, that was one of my first video games I ever did play.
Looks funny. Yeah.
I got really angry as a little boy playing that game. I was probably about 5 years old, 5 or 6 years old, and I rage quit and said some certain words.
Haven't we all who play games before?
And I never did that again. Never said those words again. I learned a hard lesson that day. It was good.
Well, I mean, as kids, we don't control that, you know. It's always like, you know, all the cursing and all that.
Oh, but you learn to. I didn't curse though. I didn't actually even say curse words. I said, well, kind of. It was kind of like a curse. I said, "I hate you," to my dad. Which, you know, it's a single player game, and I can't even remember why. You know, it doesn't even make. I can't make sense of it. I just remember that it happened. Playing Nintendo, and I'm mostly certain it was this game, but whatever the case, I was definitely playing Nintendo and said that and rage quit. And that was the last time I ever rage quit a game. It was like I learned a really valuable lesson that games are not reality. And I had the opportunity of learning that lesson at a very young age.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. I mean, certain games just triggers you in a way. I don't know what it is, but it's like it's finding yourself. But I guess there's a lesson to learn as well once you see the stuff that comes out of you, I say, and then say, "Oh, damn, this is how I react to this to pixel game, like pixels. I'm mad at pixels, basically."
Yeah. No, I definitely understand frustration and getting extremely frustrated with the game, but still.
What happened? Everybody ran away?
No, we were saying prayers for AI's connection.
Oh, wow.
I'm being a little facetious, but
oh wow.
he said, "Oh wow."
Well, I hope the guy's okay. Like everybody needs a supply.
Yeah. Well, wishing him for a stable and good connection.
Gee.
You started it.
I took it to a whole different kind of level, saying prayer.
Be careful.
Hello? Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Guys, don't you know this is a war tactic?
What is?
They injure one of us, and we all talk about the injury rather than continue the mission. See, you guys should have, in the 30 seconds to a minute that I was gone, should have already explained Black Swan, the laser, that refraction doesn't exist, that water's level, that the horizon's flat, etc. ad infinitum.
We were actually continuing on what we heard of your conversation, which was gibberish. So we've been talking gibberish for the last 5 minutes.
Oh.
You literally sounded like I said, a Nintendo that had the cartridge pulled out in the middle of the game.
That's right, man. Listen, if you've never spit on it and blew on it to get it to work, you don't know what it's like.
Okay, this is a family program. We'll have none of that.
Everyone had their technique though. Some was alcohol, some was nail polish remover. You had to blow in it like a harmonica, and then the other kid was like, "No, let me blow in it. I'm the blower here."
Nail polish.
Nail polish.
Yeah, man.
Nail polish remover, acetone.
Oh.
Yeah, man. That's what you had to do to get your games to work back in the day. You actually had to put effort into playing things, or like rabbit ears on your television.
Mm-hmm.
You know what, though? I'll tell you this much. I used to enjoy that. When I finally got the game to work, I would play it and I would enjoy it. When I finally got the TV channel in just right, I would watch it and enjoy it. But now all our kids have an infinite amount of games and an infinite amount of TV channels, and they can't even play one because they're too busy trying to decide which one to play.
They get bored with it after 10 minutes, switch to another one.
Yeah, back in the day, man, video games didn't even have maps. Like you had to figure that stuff out on your own. And if you wanted to, you could take a piece of paper and write it down, right? But now games don't even have maps either because they skip maps. They did have maps. Now they don't because you just have an arrow that tells you exactly where to go, exactly what to do, exactly what button to press. And then the kid is like, I beat the game by pressing A million times. Yay, I'm accomplished.
Oh, man.
All they did is like a complicated version of hitting play on the VCR. They just hit a different combination of buttons.
Basically, I'll tell you what. Some of those games were so complicated in how much of a puzzle they were. You like start to sweat just thinking about how you're going to solve the problem. Just playing Zelda.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what to do. I've done everything 5 different ways.
There was a resurgence in the old style games where they didn't tell you anything. You had to figure it out all on your own. But the problem is that that game now exists in the world of the internet where kids can just go online and say, how do I beat every instance in this game?
Yeah. And that is what makes chess such a beautiful game. There's no cheat codes.
Say what? Yeah, there is.
Yeah, there's people. I mean, I don't want to squash on your assertion, but there's people that have run the chess opponent computer AI in the background while they're playing a human.
Yeah.
And inputting the moves.
Okay. There you can use tool assisted means, but in regards to mano e mano, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, that doesn't even exist like in competitive online games anymore, like Call of Duty and all those types of games where,
yeah,
I mean, Call of Duty already has its own mediation within the code that tries to make it even between advanced players and lesser ranked players, like with auto aim and different frame differential, so you could see the person first and give you an upper hand 50% of the time. But now they've got things you can buy for the controller that actually do all of the buttons for you in a script. So you just tap the one button and it automatically like makes the gun do a certain pattern, and it keeps the recoil down by holding the analog stick at just the right pitch. So you get a perfect shot every time.
Wow.
Got no recoil. So you can cheat at chess. If you ever played a board game, my older brother, he learned how to cheat at every game possible. He turned it into an assault and battery side quest. He would kick my ass if I started winning. So yeah, you can cheat.
That's a good point.
Nice.
Well, let me tell you what I did, which actually shot me in the foot. So my younger brother and I used to play games, and he would get upset if I constantly beat him. So I started to try to let him win sometimes, and that basically made me suck. So now I can't beat him anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the moral of that story is don't concede to stupid Glober points when you don't have to, because eventually you'll suck so bad you won't be able to defeat them. They'll be like level this curve. You'll be like, oh, I concede.
Yeah, I was on Anomaly's live stream last night or evening, whatever time it was, and there was man over and over again on different people like Anomaly. There's people doing the Earth is flat in the chat, and then there's all these people like Earth is not flat, and there was this one guy. I think his screen name was The Study, and it had like a picture of a book, or maybe it was a Bible. I don't know. And he was like, level means curved. Level is always curved. Water is never level. And over again, he was saying all this stuff. And I was just like, this guy is like reverse psychology LARPing or no, but he was dead serious. He was spiraling out of control, all caps, screaming and all that. It was interesting. It's amazing. I don't know how much you all watch
That makes me
live
think
streams.
of Danny Faulkner. As I posted from Danny Faulkner.
A little bit, yeah. That really
apparently
makes me
level means apparently level means rotated clockwise 1 degree. Because I don't know if I should trust an astronomer that doesn't know how to operate a telescope.
Mm.
He literally took an image in the horizon is tilted in the image. It's tilted 1 degree. It's got to rotate it a full degree to get it like level in the frame, horizontal, exactly horizontal. This is an astronomer with a telescope that can't take a level image of the horizon. How crazy is that?
He thinks that you have to turn it by 1 degree in order to make it straight.
No, he took a picture, right?
Uh-huh.
In the picture, in the image, the horizon is tilted clockwise 1 degree. Because I had to put it in a program and rotate it 1 degree the other way to get it so that the horizon was parallel with the horizontal line. The horizontal line of the image frame.
Sure. Weird.
And he did it with a 3.5 inch reflector telescope. So he's an astronomer, a PhD in astronomer. He can't operate a telescope. What does that say?
Yep, PEBCAC. Good old-fashioned IT term. Problem exists between keyboard and chair.
Well, what does that tell you what astronomers actually do? You think, since astronomers look at stars, you'd have to be able to operate the instrument that lets you do that. No, astronomer is a euphemism for mathematician. That's all it is.
Hmm.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, and I guess linguistically, the breakdown of the word is just naming stars.
Star namer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Star namer.
it doesn't matter how your telescope is pointed if you're just naming shit. All right.
Oh, whoa, hold on, Holmes. That explains a lot. Check this out. So remember that quasar, which is supposedly 1 degree off from Alpha Centauri? And because of that, they determined that there's a probability that there's an entire black hole in a new universe off to the left. What if they just didn't tilt their telescope properly?
Oh, man. Because it could be somewhere else. I don't know.
You know, see, a part of the problem too is you go out to the horizon and you look at it with your eyes, and then you try to look at it with your camera, and there's a differential there because your camera doesn't gyroscopically adjust the image like your eyes do.
Yeah, I just found it weird that he hooked it up wrong. Like, I mean, it's obviously visually to me. I just look at it. I can see that the horizon's not lined up with the frame. That it's not horizontal. It's off by a whole degree. It's not like off by a little bit. It's actually a little. I think I had to rotate it 1.2 degrees. And so what you do is I can measure like from the top of the frame, the top of the image frame, down to the horizon on both sides. You know, when there's the same number of pixels, it's level, right?
So it definitely wasn't rigorous, worthy of a PhD level practitioner.
Yeah, and to be honest, like I said, man, it's like and to be honest, man, it's almost like he intentionally tried to obscure. I was talking amongst like, yeah, like it took like 4 or 5 hours to get any usable information out of it, of like fixing the image, right? Gotta, there's the sensor size, and then there's like, you know, how many pixel resolution is it? And what's the resolution of the image? And then why is it rotated? And then now I have to crop it because when you rotate something, it adds in information. Like I had to do like all this stuff just to get the image right to do anything to it. It's like someone intentionally foobarred it. Because you can't do all that stuff accidentally. Not that many steps. I mean, 1 or 2 of those things, yeah, maybe. But like 6 or 7 different things, like no. just so they can go, look, I can't see the bottom of the boat. It's a ball. So, and here's the ironic part, like you've seen the mirroring at the bottom of that image at the bottom of the boat. Danny actually has one of his blogs actually shows, that's called by internal reflection. He actually has a diagram showing it. So he knows it exists. He's not ignorant, and he still uses that image.
But yeah, like a few of those articles were essentially just going back to that base assertion, which is can't see bottom, therefore Earth globe. It's like it's pretty much the basic level that the whole argument comes to.
Yeah, and that presupposes that you should, right? Situation.
Yeah, you're not really putting the proposition to much. You're not really putting it to much scrutiny if you don't address like all the other arguments. If you just have a single thing, which, by the way, is a formal logical fallacy anyway, which doesn't necessarily mean your conclusion is wrong, but it definitely means that that logic doesn't support that conclusion precisely.
I think the point is that the entire thing is subjective. It's a subjective visual impression. I think it should be this, and it looks like that, therefore it is that, right? But you don't get the demonstration on why that would be like that, right? The geometry, right? How would you prove the geometry? You'd have measurements. You wouldn't just go looks like.
Yeah, a great example of that is the variable Earth curve at different altitudes. So people go up and they see what appears to them to be curvature in their field of view or in the camera, or the final image that's created. I see a little bit of curve in the image, therefore the Earth is a globe. The problem is that we got so many images that have a differential rate of curvature at different altitudes, which makes no sense. So you have more curve at less altitude versus higher altitude, et cetera, et cetera. So you got a problem. So again,
hey, remember when Danny was in here and asked? Hold on, man. I'm gonna have a back connection to start.
I guess the guy that was in the chat dipped. To assign a lot or to take. Yep.
that you, Black?
What up? What up?
What you doing, man?
What's up, man? How's it going?
What up, laddie? Still
What's up,
doing it.
man?
Find the etymology of the word truth. Right.
Yeah, I'm here for a second. I'm gonna go have breakfast with my mom and then come back and be here. So.
Enjoy your breakfast, dude.
Gospel, what dictionary is that?
It's not. It's Edom Online. It's etymology.
Got it. Yeah. Thanks, dude. Yeah, I've used it a lot. I just forgot it. I was like, I know the maroon text. I know it.
Yeah. Yep. That is the signature.
Yeah. No, it's a great dictionary. That's should be the only one that we use.
It's nearly the only one I use. Sometimes I use the good old Webster's 1828, but they were having some difficulties, and I have recently discovered that it is not identical to the actual 1828 definitions. So I've grown
it's not.
disappointed with the website.
Yep, I got you.
It was actually the guy Anomaly that exposed that for me, because I was following along. He has a copy. I don't know. It's not a first edition or anything, but it's an 1828 from maybe 100 and something years ago. So I think it's fairly old what he has. But anyway, he was reading a definition. I was following along on the website. And I was like, "What?" And that's all it took for me.
Yeah, it's comprehensive and there's no bullshit. Lots of citations.
What do you mean, the book?
No, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about etymology.
Oh, online. Yeah. The the Edom Online has been fantastic. Yeah.
Do you see that movie about the guys who wrote the first dictionary?
No.
It's so good. Hold on. Let me find it. Came out in the last few years. The struggles of going through, like, they literally got sent out letters and got letters from all over the world. You know, like, they wanted to make sure they had everybody's agreed on definition of, like, the word frog and everything. Literally everything. Like, it took them forever. Hold on a sec. Let me try to find it.
Yeah, that's quite the endeavor.
Yeah, it's called The Professor and the Madman. It's got Sean Penn and Mel Gibson.
Good actors.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So people are sleeping on this film.
Yeah.
Here, let me give you the
2019, I see.
Yeah, and I'm going to put the trailer in the live stream voice text so people can check it out. Like, they were against it. They were like, don't write this dictionary. Don't do it. We don't want to know. It's a good movie. Anyway.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah. I put the trailer link in the live stream voice text. I'm going to go do my thing, boys, and I'll be back here in a little bit.
Right.
You know, I was wondering something.
What was that, Ricky?
Right, used as globe evidence an image of what he admitted as a mirage. Um,
So I posted in the live stream voice text images. So Danny posted this article, Danny Faulkner, about inferior mirages. Has a diagram. Says, hey, you can't use this. And this is literally, he used an inferior mirage for globe evidence. This is just the things this is what I talk about, dishonest Glovers. This is a perfect example. So now how should I take this? He is intentionally deceiving, or he's ignorant, or he's so biased he doesn't even realize he's doing the very thing he complains about. But then I go, okay, so let's look at other things. And then like everything he's posted, I look on his blog, everything he's posted as an example of deception, dishonesty, things he knows should be wrong, that he should know are wrong, but he posts them anyway.
Yeah.
Or says them anyway. So it's like, the thing about mistakes is that mistakes kind of happen randomly. You can't keep making a mistake that's in one direction. Like, if you make a mistake, you can't always make a mistake that benefits you every single time. Then it's intentional. Because mistakes are random. Sometimes they benefit you, sometimes they don't, because they're mistakes. You don't know what you're doing, you're ignorant. So there should be, a random distribution, just like every random behavior.
Yep. That's logical.
But I've read like 4 of his blog posts, and every single one has some. I don't know what to call it. Mistake or intentional? What is it? Mistake or intentional? It's a misrepresentation. How about that? It's a misrepresentation of reality. But it's like, is it an intentional misrepresentation or is it an accidental misrepresentation? But you keep doing it. That's the problem. He just keeps doing it. It's like, it just makes me lean towards it's intentional. And then you have like the words he says, right? And you read his prose and what he's written.
Exactly.
In the way he talks, and you're like, this is like propaganda. Like, literally, like, I know what propaganda looks like when I read it, and I'm reading propaganda. So when you like combine all these factors, this guy is not an honest broker.
I tend to give people the benefit of the doubt, and
well, that's what I'm saying. That's really, I'm telling you, like, my thought process of like, I initially go, it's an accident. Oh, here's another accident. Shit, here's another. Oh shit, here's another accident. Here's another. Like, and then I'm going, hold on, this is not an accident. This is a pattern of accidents. There's no such thing as a pattern of accidents.
Well,
they're accidents. They can't be a pattern. They're accidental.
It's hard to give somebody the benefit of the doubt when they demonstrate a hatred and or disdain, a smugness. It starts to just attitude alone. There's obviously all the examples that you're providing, which are helpful, but also the attitude. In his attitude, I had the conversation with him as kind of a conversation virgin with him. I had never spoken to him before. I didn't really know much about him, and I was just talking to him as a dude. And I found him incredibly presumptive, prejudiced, biased, and incapable of making any concessions. So it didn't take very long to see what was going on with that guy.
Presumptuous is an understatement.
Yeah.
I asked him if he read what I posted. He said, no, I didn't read it, but I don't think you understand it. What?
I saw
what?
Yeah.
How does that even make sense? There's a movie that came out. I didn't see it, but I don't think you'd like it.
Yeah, but real quick on that, he didn't just say it once. He said it in 3 different ways.
Oh, that's good.
To make sure that the point got across that Indio's retarded.
At least he's consistent, right?
Well, that's why I immediately called him out. Like, it's a trope they do. It's like when they have no arguments, they pull out the "you don't understand" card. They usually pull it out when you actually have the technical facts and they don't know them, right? So instead of revealing their ignorance by speaking, they say, you don't understand it, right? And then you ask them, okay, tell me exactly what I don't understand. Oh, it don't work like that. Well, yeah, tell me exactly how it works. And then they change the subject, a straw man, do some other like maneuver, right? Do some jumping jack, bend themselves into a pretzel, right? They always do it because I've heard it a lot. Maybe I've heard it probably more than any other person. probably because I interact on Twitter, and they're really fucking stupid on Twitter.
Yeah.
And they really have no tangible they're basically going on Twitter is like going back into 2017, right? And they are still using the arguments that Globers used to use in 2017. And we've defeated all those.
It's
So
like
you go in,
way
so
back
they'll make one of the
machine.
arguments and you destroy it, and they'll just say, "Oh, you don't understand. You don't know what you're talking about. Or you're wrong." Oh, how am I wrong? Then when you try to get them to specify exactly how you're wrong, they can't do it. And I figured out it's a cover for their ignorance because they don't want to look stupid than a flat earther. That's really what it is. So it's almost like a panic attack. Shit, I'm going to look stupider than a flat earther. Oh, you don't understand. Where they're really saying is, I don't understand.
Like
What they're really saying is, I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is, and I don't know what shape it is, but you sure in the heck don't know. Gotta love them.
Listen, Hanlon's razor applies here, and you don't have to make an accusation on either side. So Hanlon's razor is essentially don't attribute to malice what can be attributed to incompetence. So if you have such a gross error, there's only two options. Either you're doing it on purpose or you're incompetent. Those are the only options. So which is Danny? That's the question. Is he being dishonest or is he incompetent? Let me put it to you this way. At his level, neither is acceptable.
Well, I mean, if somebody let him get a PhD, that's on the university.
Well, he is a Faulkner, you know.
So, hey, AI, remember when I asked him, is that if those models were tested against experiment, against observation? And he said, yeah. Well, I looked it up. They're not. I have a paper from 2020 that says this has never been directly measured by experiment. All the refraction tables.
You're talking about Naughty or Tony?
No,
he was back?
Danny Faulkner was saying that refraction tape, astronomical refraction tables have been calculated all the way back to Bezel, and Bezel's like the early 1800s. So I asked him, I said, were any of those models, were they, oddly enough, Bezel assumed a homogeneous atmosphere, which is, we're not going to get into that, right? So, so I looked it up. There's no astronomical refraction tables that have been calculated that have been directly measured, right? So they take the model and they make the prediction, and then they make the observation, and they compare the observation to the prediction.
Right.
It was done for the first time. I'll tell you the title of the paper because I read it last night.
No, to be fair, that's exactly what I expected to hear. Because I heard you mention this the other day. Actually, I was listening to Danny's clip, so I wasn't there when you guys were talking, but I did listen to it after the fact, and I knew that when this was found, that would be exactly what had happened.
Yeah, I just looked. I just looked for it. I looked for like who went and tested it, and what I actually found was, dude, I found a paper from 1936 from the Royal Society that goes through something like 30 different models for astronomical refraction. I only made it like 1/10 through the paper because it's pretty long. So I only made it to like 1880. Danny said that this was figured out and it's been known, and there's tables that have been validated by experiment 250 years ago. If they were known and there was models that were validated by experiment 250 years ago, why are they making more models?
Well,
right?
So
it would be validated by experiment. You'd be done. You don't keep fucking building the house once the house is built.
Okay, so stop right there and assume what you said is true, which it is, and then assume if it's known, then it must have been done, right? So this is what sophomoric, juvenile level globe argumenters do. They assume that since we have this model now, it must have been validated in the past, and they just appeal to a previous validation without actually checking it, because they think in their mind that it was arrived through experimentation and direct measurement validation. Now, let me tell you, if you're a PhD level guy, you have no excuse to be making these types of assertions. Zero.
What I found out is that just models, right? In some model, like, so someone would make a model, and for some reason it would be defective, and another person would basically use the same model and they would add like relative humidity, and then someone would add all those variables in CO2, and then someone made a model based upon the ideal gas law, and then someone made the model based upon because refraction is related to the polarization of materials, right? So they took a molecular model, right? So you got the electronic properties of the molecules, and then you do a huge sum over calculation of some volume of gas. So this is a completely separate model using a completely different type of technique. Like, so it's not based upon, right? It's more detailed, right? So instead of having like macroscopic view of like pressure, temperature, volume, relative humidity, CO2, they're saying, hey, how do these atoms interact at the molecular level? How do they interact with light? You know what I mean? It's a model that's at a different, say, scale, using different variables. Like I said, the question remains, why are they still making models if they figured it out 250 years ago? Because they didn't figure it out 250 years ago, and they haven't figured it out now.
Right,
and if you read the literature, they admit it. It's like Danny is arguing against the people that have actually done, like, because the shit I was reading isn't old shit. It's from 2020 and forward. 2020, right. 2021, 2022.
Right, so then my question would be, how is somebody in the field at such a high level seem to me like he's finding these things out as he goes? It's like I would expect somebody to already know all these things. Just like the kid in the other day who claimed to be an astro engineer or whatever it was. I'm like, okay, what's this? What's this? What's this? He's like, I don't know. I go, shouldn't you know these things since this is your field? I mean, where's the answers you're supposed to have?
Oh, here's the funny thing. So Flatty, PHL, whatever is, Flatty sent me a video. So Geo, I think it's Geo. Well, whatever, he sent me a link for a live stream, but it happened over on Geo's server, and it was riding on eggshells. And he was like interviewing this guy, right? And this guy, supposedly, he does some sonar shit or whatever. Supposedly. And like, obviously riding on eggshells is conducting like this faux interview and acting like, they're both like playing this like pretend role when this guy's pretending he knows something, and he's asking him questions, and he's making assertions like a gyrocouple finds north, and fiber optic gyro will find north, and all these things. And even if you read the literature, they don't even say it does. The gyro compass, they do claim it does, but you have to program in the latitude or something like that, and the thing doesn't even work if you don't do that. If you don't program where you're already at into it, it doesn't work at all. And this is demonstrated on Rob Durham's channel with a freaking gyro compass. That isn't the point. The point is, you got to hear this. Now, this is a guy who's supposed to have technical knowledge about sonar, right? And about what was called multi-beam underwater or bathymetry. So that's like measuring depth using radar. We're using sonar, rather. Sorry. And this is how he described it. They'll display the color topographical map as that kind of like a rainbow colored thing. No professional in the field is going to describe his display of his data as a rainbow colored thing. Dude, have you dying, dude. People that are technically capable use the technical terms to describe their field. They don't call that rainbowish colory thing. Because they'll make a topographic, like a display, a topographical display, and colors represent like a topographical map. So if you have like from 50 feet or like 100 feet to 200 feet will be one color, 200 to 300 feet will be another color, 300 to 400 feet will be another color, right? So they display it. He called it the rainbow thingy. It killed me, dude. The rainbow thingy, dude. Like,
well, isn't the colloquial term for that a heat map?
Yeah, a heat map. Yeah, I mean there's a couple there's other terms too.
Hey, I'll give anybody a prize if they
False
can tell me
color
why it's
relief
called a heat
map,
map.
topographical. There's a whole, but it depends, man. It actually depends on the field. They'll have their own kind of terminology for it. I know it isn't rainbow colored thingy.
No. Today it has become the social justice warrior color chart.
The rainbow chart.
Although I liked the rainbow thingy thing.
I do social justice bathymetry. We measure the depth of the ocean and make sure that we are inclusive in our data analysis.
Yeah, no depths, but no depths are treated differently. All depths are treated the same.
Yeah, so just a quick factotum. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, that the reason they're called heat maps is because colors represent a temperature, right? So there's a such thing called color temperature, and then you get a different color at different temperatures. And that's pretty much why it's called that, as far as I remember.
Cold thermal.
Why is blue associated with cold, but blue flames are hotter than red flames?
Heat maps, if I remember, the way I remember it was heat maps are color displays of how the color represents how far you are away from a location. It doesn't have it to be a distance location. It could be any variable, right? How far, like whatever that reference location is, the heat map represents how far away it is from it.
Well, I've extended this gentleman a warm invite to the 20. So
I can't wait till he comes.
We know what he said.
Dude, that was a good pun segue, by the way.
Like I from listening to him, and then especially at the end, he was like, "Well, I taught GPS. What do you say? GPS operations to blah blah blah."
Yeah. So
then I got the idea this guy's like a middle manager, or he's somewhere. He's a PR guy, middle manager, something like that. That he's not like the technical person, right? So you have an organization. You got the engineers and the technical people in the organization that know the guts of what's like how all their equipment operates. But then you have like the customer support people, the representatives, so they'll be like selling a product, right? So say the product they sell, we do underwater sonar scans. He's one of the people that interface with the customer. I guarantee it. I guarantee when he comes in here, I'm going to get that
Absolutely,
out of him.
dude.
He's one of the people that interface with the customer. He's got to bullshit them. He's got to tell them the capabilities of his company, interpret the results for them, right? So we can't do this because of XYZ. Can't do that, but it's shit that he's been told. It's not shit that he knows. You know what I mean? It's shit like, the customer said this. And he goes to the engineers and say, the customer said this. The reason we can't do that is because of XYZ. He goes back and tells them. He's a middleman. He's a middle manager. You can tell when somebody doesn't know how fucking things work. I mean, at least I can.
He's a mediator, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually organizations got people that are all in different roles. It doesn't mean like. Look, he said dumb shit. He said a ring laser gyro and a fiber optic gyro find north. He just was told that. He's full of shit. He read that somewhere. Like you can tell when somebody just read somewhere is something, because he didn't go into the fiber optic gyro finds north because of da 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 da, right?
That would mean that laser light will always deviate north?
I don't know what he was, but the reason I really figured out that he was full of shit is when he said an accelerometer will detect the rotation of the Earth and tell you where north is. I know that that's not true for a fact because way in the beginning, when I first started looking into flat Earth, there was a flat earther. He took his car, he took a MEMS accelerometer, leveled it in his car, and he drove, of course, recorded data the whole time, and he drove 250 miles. So, right, that MEMS accelerometer should have recorded a rotation, right, because he's going around the ball, right? So relative to his starting position, when he zeroed it, he should be rotated. It was something like 2.3 degrees. He drove around Lake Michigan. He drove something like 230 miles. So you can calculate how many degrees it should have tilted, right, by the
Didn't you need a
distance.
reference point for that?
You zero it. You zero the instrument. You zero the instrument at your starting
so it
point.
supposedly can tell you if you're moving in space then, even though...
because no, it doesn't matter if you're moving in space. The MEMS accelerometer will be rotated if you're going over a curve. If you drive a distance, it'll be slightly rotated from your starting position.
Gotcha. Oh, I see what you're saying. It's like...
He was... So...
Well, you can explain it to me another time.
So when there was Glober saying the thing isn't sensitive enough to pick that up. So in the course of that, I went and looked up if anyone's ever used a MEMS accelerometer to measure the rotation of the Earth, and I look at peer-reviewed papers, people have actually tested these devices. These devices are not sensitive enough to even remotely, because there's too much noise in the system. It's not because they are sensitive enough, but you can't get the noise out of the system. The regular Gaussian background noise, because a MEMS accelerometer works by a change in the capacitance of these like little fingers, right? They're like, think of it as a zipper. So they're like interlocked, and like when something is moved, these fingers separate and the capacitance increases, and they can tell how far apart they are. So this is, and they compile these accelerations, right? And they could say, okay, this thing rotated this far. You had an acceleration on this axis, an acceleration on this much on this axis for this long, an acceleration on this axis for this long. So we know the device rotated this much, right? So it's not sensitive enough for that. And it's all in the peer-reviewed literature of people testing them and saying, hey, these aren't sensitive enough for that. They just can't do it. Because there's a couple other things like Allen variance and like drift bias that has nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth. There's just a normal angular drift bias that just happens in any electronically based rotating measurement device. It has nothing to do with rotation. It's something that's it's basically noise in the electronics. It's basically the best way to describe it. But this guy said that they measured it with a MEMS accelerometer. Right then, I knew he was lying. I knew this guy is full of shit. Right then. Because if they can't, listen, if MIT can't get fucking one of these to measure the rotation of the Earth, some fucking schmuck doing sonar for some podunk company in the middle of nowhere sure can't do it. But he believes this because he has this belief. The Earth is rotating, and any device that measures rotation will measure the rotation of the Earth. They just believe this. And the things he just said it. And then you have fucking riding on eggshells, like interviewing him, go, wow, that's amazing. Pretending like as this guy's just saying shit, never offering any proof. But if riding with eggshells come here and we just say shit, oh, he wants citations, he wants documentation, he wants measurements, he wants all sorts of shit. Hypocritical, lying, scumbag propagandist. He's lucky I don't freaking motor my ass to Australia to punch him in his guts.
But
anyway, sorry.
When there is rotation in any device measured, if Globers measure anything that is seemingly rotating, then it's Earth rotation.
I know.
And they don't look at direction, they don't look at anything. No, it rotated, so it must be the Earth.
Well, it's the same thing with the curvature. Oh, I can't see the bottom of the boat. Doesn't matter if the boat's 1,000 miles away, right? It's 1,000 miles away. I can't see the bottom of the boat. The Earth's a ball. Right?
Yeah, look at your picture. I see your picture, and you see the top picture where you have that black loop in the middle of the ship.
Yeah.
And then the lower picture where you have the mirroring, you see the loop is expanded in all directions.
Yeah.
So the refraction taking place is in all directions, not just in their globe curvy shape. It's all directions.
Oh, you mean like a lens?
Oh yeah.
Just like an ordinary lens. Like ordinary lenses are not preferential. They don't just like this is what I was saying. Ordinary lenses, they don't just like pick things up. They like unless you design a lens to do that, and that would be pretty difficult, right? So the thing expands in all directions. You get a distortion in every which way.
Yeah.
I tried to explain that to somebody yesterday or the day before. I was trying to explain that same thing, and he was like, I don't know why he wouldn't see it, but it was like I was showing him specifically, like, it was drawn out. It was a picture of it. There was 2 different camera views, and he just couldn't get it. I know it wasn't because he didn't see it, but he was saying that, and it was like frustrating because I was trying to figure out, is he just playing around, or is he really like, is there something in his mind that blocks him from like being able to admit that he's been duped, or not duped, but you know what I mean, like that I just showed him the truth, right? It's just fascinating.
Well, if you look at like these pictures that are from Danny, he claimed that refraction makes you see over the curve, but it kind of moves more sideways than up and down if you compare the pictures. So how did he calculate that? Because his calculation is only a downward refraction.
I think. Look, we've all seen it, right? You see the compression, and not only does it compress, it spreads out horizontally. Right? It squishes. It's almost like you took like a sandwich and just squished it together, and all the stuffing squirted out the sides. That's what it looks like to me. Like,
yeah, and that's exactly what it is. And I find it remarkable that someone claiming, to be an authority of some kind doesn't present his own measurements and his own calculations, even though he demanded it from us. No, he comes with ancient tables. I can get better tables at the thrift store.
so did you hear me? Did you hear me say? Were you here in here a minute ago?
Yeah.
You know how Danny said that those were validated against experiment? That was not true. I looked it up. I have a paper from 2020 that says that none of these refractions, and they go through a bunch of models. They're like, there's a model from this guy, a refraction model from this guy, this guy, this guy. Never, to our knowledge, it's never been directly measured. Now, it's a little bit inapplicable to like our situation because they measured it in infrared, but they were talking about the tables that but the model they're talking about works in every wavelength. It's not just, I'm just saying the experiment that he particularly did, I can't use that as like, I can't take his data and use it as evidence of anything because we don't have any, 10 nanometer infrared observations. If we get some, then, I'll be like, yeah, here's what here's what's actually been measured. But the point is that this published paper says that these models, these refraction models, these astronomical refraction models, have never been directly measured and compared against a model.
Now, I think the whole, once you have a model, you can forego the measurements. Like once you have a model and you created tables, then you just use the tables. You don't go verify whatever is on the table. That's how they operate. They never do anything for themselves. Like we in the flat earth, we can make tables for observer height and horizon distance, and then make tables for increments of observer height and various distances. But the point is, we haven't produced those, and I think because we want people to do it for themselves. And what you see in let's say globe education is that they did everything to make sure that they had tables for everything so people wouldn't do it for themselves. And then he fell for it.
Yeah, and Danny also said the tables go all the way down to the horizon. That was a lie. Like he said like 6 or 7 different. If they're not lies, like I have to assume they're lies because he has a PhD in astronomy. So if you say there's refraction tables that exist that make predictions and exactly calculate how much a star will be displaced because of refraction, and you say those tables show measurements all the way down to the horizon, and they don't, I have to assume you're lying.
Yeah, and which horizon would that be? Is that their current horizon, or is that their global horizon?
Don't go there. Which horizon? I don't know. Which horizon? The geometric horizon? That's like which horizon? I think astronomy has their own horizon. They have the astronomical horizon. So they have their completely separate horizon.
Yeah, but it's also, most astronomers look up. Like,
yeah. Well, they don't make like. Listen, if you like, I've read enough of this shit, dude. You read any of the models, any of the graphs. With few exceptions, they almost never go down to 90 degrees because their models go to infinity. Right? Their models will end up showing if you have a model and it says okay, refraction deflects a star like 1 degree at 89 degrees. Why the math between 89 and 90 degrees, the shit will go to infinity. Literally.
And the funny thing is, like with my photo lenses, if I zoom in on the moon or a star or a planet, and I, try to focus it manually, and I look at my camera lens, which displays, the infinity sign, it's always sharp before it hits the infinity sign. It doesn't matter what you focus on. You never go on the infinity sign.
Yeah, I've always wondered about that claim that cameras can focus to an object infinitely far away. I don't buy that.
Yeah, because we're limited in distance. There is no object that is far enough to hit that infinity sign. That's the point. Well, even if it could be possible, there is nothing in the world and nothing in the sky that would max out on infinity on a camera lens.
I was listening to some video a while back about the 0.2 degree limitation of resolvability in regards to what can be seen in a range of angles. If that statement is true, that you can't resolve an image at a at or below 0.2 degree angle.
Not with the human eye, no. And that's that. Listen, that's the theoretical limit,
Okay.
based upon the physical dimensions of the eye. But
Physical
in practice,
dimensions of the eye. Okay.
yeah, 10 average 8 millimeter pupil size,
Sure. Yeah.
yeah, focal length, all that shit.
Okay. Well, my curiosity with that was, I wonder if that principle could also be applied to focal, the ability for a lens to focus on an object at a given distance. Wouldn't the physical size of the lens be the limiting factor of its ability to?
Yes, I think it is, and that's why. Listen, that's why I was bringing it up, because of this. When they do these simulations or scale shit, right? That's never to scale. You got to think, and I'm talking about space pictures specifically. Now, I'm the Apollo astronaut. I'm 100,000 miles away from Earth. I have a camera. How small is that camera lens relative to the object I'm taking a picture of? Right.
Well,
and then you have a focal distance, right? That say you're looking at this ball that's 3,959 miles in radius. The center of that ball and the edge of that ball is a difference in distance of over of a distance greater than the radius, right? So how do you get something that's 3,000, that's basically 4,000 miles closer than some other object? How do you get the edge in focus and the front of the Earth in focus at the same time? Because they're at such different distances. And this is this depth of field that I'm talking about. If I take a picture of a person, the background is blurry if I'm focusing on their face. And if I take a picture of their background, their face is blurry. You can't have two, there's a range of depth where you can get things that are in front or in back of each other in focus. Now you got the Earth, like the front of the Earth, right? The part that's closest to you, and the part versus the part that's furthest away. That's thousands of miles.
Okay, but isn't there technology that exists where you can take multiple lenses and combine the different objects into the same image?
Yeah, but those were not on the Apollo missions.
Yeah. I got
They had a 70 millimeter Hasselblad. That's what the blue marble was supposedly taken with a 70 millimeter Hasselblad camera from 110,000 miles away.
So I'm no expert on how aperture works, but when you're zooming in, does the lens I know you zoom in and you usually have a telescopic lens. It gets longer and longer and longer, and oftentimes smaller and smaller and smaller, because basically what it's doing is it's taking a small amount of light and magnifying it over and over and over again along the telescopic range, right?
What it does is, as the lens, right, when you zoom out on a lens, that lens moves out, right? And that increases the focal length. But this increase in focal length decreases the angular size of the projected image.
And it causes distortion too.
Yeah. So it's as that lens is moving out, right? Think of it as a pair of scissors, almost like two X's that are crossing each other. As the lens moves out, those angles decrease. So the image that originally was, large is getting focused onto a smaller and smaller and smaller spot. But they have the iris of the camera, right? And it kind of hits the iris of the camera, and that ends up making it kind of like spread out again, right? And because of diffraction, it'll make it spread out again and cover the entire sensor or the film or whatever. Because otherwise you'll zoom past the size of the sensor.
Uh-huh. Long story short, in order to get really, really far away images, your camera would need to be bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger to make it work, right?
To get more detail on an image, to get more resolution on an image, you need to make the lens larger. You need to increase the diameter of the lens.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So
that is the fundamental limiting factor. Even if you increase the zoom to some astronomical crazy length, you're only going to zoom in on a blur. You're not going to zoom in like whatever. Right? So think about it like this. Now, I take a picture with a camera, say a P1000, right? And I'm at 10 times zoom and I take a picture and I look at the picture like, well, I can't see a lot of detail. Well, that's just because it's small in the picture. It's not because there's not detail there. It's just because it's just small. The image that was created is just small. So when you zoom out, it enlarges it. It stretches it out in every direction, right? Radially in every direction. So you think, yeah, now I can see better, but really it's almost like moving closer to it. So like a 2 times zoom is like moving 2 times closer to something. Right? So if you're 10 miles away, I take a picture with a 10 times zoom, it's like being 5 miles away and looking at it.
But you still have all the air between you of 10 miles.
Yes, exactly. Yes, you still have all the air between you at 10 miles, and whatever resolution you had is still the same. So you can zoom in, and people think, oh, if I zoom, I can see more. You're not seeing more. You're just you're seeing what was already there. You're just blowing it up.
My uncle told me a little trick. If you make a circle with your thumb and your index finger, and you look through it, the object that you're seeing suddenly seems a little bit bigger through just, the little hole you created. Because now you focus, you put your energy in it and you focus on just that spot. You don't have any, let's say, ambient light coming in from the sides.
Yeah, exactly. So it's basically like eliminating noise.
Yeah.
But what was I gonna say? What I was gonna say is gospel. You know how if I had like a low resolution computer image, a JPEG, like a 512 by 512.
Sure.
Now I can scale that up, and that image still looks like shit. I can scale it up to like 10,000 by 10,000.
Sure.
The information that was there, it's still the same information. So magnifying, you're just like expanding it, but it's still the same information that you started with. It doesn't change it in any way. Having a bigger lens diameter, you're collecting more light. So you're actually getting more visual data. You're getting more light. So there is actually more data coming in than just zooming in. Because zooming in, it's the same data, just blown up.
Sure. Yeah, and that's why optical zoom versus digital zoom is a big difference, and you need optical zoom, not digital zoom.
Yeah, digital zoom is just that's done after the fact. That's done electronically, basically.
It's a nice gimmick, but you won't get any more information.
Exactly.
Yeah, you always
just
lose
an image crop.
resolution when you digital zoom. Yeah, that's for sure.
I have a P950, and I just turned off digital zoom because it won't give you anything better. It just makes the image worse.
Yeah.
Doesn't it just crop it and then zoom in on it? Is basically all it does.
Yeah, but if you do it like in
Photoshop or in GIMP, you didn't use that focal length, that expanded digital focal length, and thus you don't have the tremor in your hand being, photographed. So the longer your focal length, the more the camera will pick up your body motion. So if you use digital zoom, you have to use a remote, and then maybe you might have a good quality pic. But if you take away the digital zoom, you have less focal length, which means the tremble of your hand will be less magnified in your picture.
I see. I gotcha. I think I understand what you mean.
See you later, Roger.
You're making me want to go. You're making me want to go to the library and get a book about this stuff.
Photography is probably, for a flat earther, one of the most important things to learn about.
Yeah, I agree with you, definitely. I've got a few different cameras, and I've been learning, and I have some scopes for my different rifles and things like that, and I've been trying to figure that stuff out. I even have a telescope, and I was thinking about building my own mirror dish for a bigger telescope, like the ones that I see on, I see those big, Celestrons or whatever. They're like giant, 36-inch mirror in the bottom of it, and that I was thinking about trying to make one that was about that size on my own, and see if I can take a couple of old lenses from big screen TVs or something, and maybe make some kind of a telescope with it and test it out how it works, so I can understand it better.
So you got a telescope for stargazing?
Yeah, it doesn't have any. I'll have one lens for it. One adjustment. But yeah, it works pretty good. I can see the moon and stuff pretty good with it. It's real hard to steady and focus, but you know what I mean. It's one of those.
Is that can you describe the body and the lens housing?
It's really big around, maybe 4 or 5 inches tube, and then it's got a convex or concave mirror in the bottom of it, and then it has a little peephole that comes out the side, and then it has a stand that tripod that you put it on. You can adjust it up and down and all that, and then there's little cables that come out of it, and you turn them, and it makes you able to move up, down, left, right, and all that, and pan and scan.
So the tube, is that plastic or is that magnesium or aluminum?
It's aluminum. Yeah, it's aluminum. Yeah, or aluminum.
Is it nitrogen filled or any other gas filled?
No, it's just hollow. Yeah.
Because if you look at your scopes or your camera lenses, most of them are filled, or your binoculars are filled with a gas to make sure you don't get moisture or
right, in between
artifacts in your view. So and there was another thing that really bothered me with Denny's pictures, because he used an astro telescope, which is basically for looking up. And if you have a good set of binoculars or a good photo lens, they are gas filled, because the changing conditions of something more mobile. And a telescope for looking at the stars basically doesn't have that. For
whatever reason.
Yeah, I got you. But it does give you the ability to, like, look at the moon and some of the stars with a relative amount of understanding of what you're looking at. You know what I mean? Gives you, because it's hard to like, look at a star and actually tell what it kind of is. You look through that thing and you can see it bigger, and at least you get an idea of what kind of light's coming at you and the colors and the waves in it.
Yeah, and I'm pointing to the issue that if you use such a device in daytime.
Oh, it blinds you probably.
No, like horizontally.
Oh, yeah, I know.
It is a lot more sensitive to temperature changes. Like if you go with a rifle scope or binoculars or a camera, one moment you're in the high sun, the other moment you're in the shade, and that might be, somewhat, I don't know how many degrees difference, which impacts the air within the lens.
I understand what you're saying. I didn't realize that it was that complicated. But I guess now that you explain it and I think about it, it makes sense. It seems, you know what I mean? It's interesting.
Yeah.
We'll have to do some more research.
A star telescope at night doesn't experience those drastic changes that you might have from going inside the car, outside the car with your camera or binoculars or your rifle scope. Or in the sun, out of the sun, back in the sun again. All those changes a star telescope doesn't have in its life, or shouldn't have in its life. And a lot of people might think I'm nitpicking on something, but I have a 500 millimeter lens that is leaking, and I know the difference when I take pictures with it.
Principal focus. Oh, I love the fun words. Definitely. Principal focus. Focus the point on the axis of the lens or mirror. Interesting. So, vanishing point. You know how that's like there was a video game for, I think it was was it Dreamcast or something, that I've still got somewhere in a box. It's called Vanishing Point. It's a racing game, but anyway, besides that, the vanishing point, right? Isn't that what the horizon supposedly is to everyone? It's like your personal view of where the sky meets the earth, right?
Yeah.
I always wondered why people don't use that word or that phrase for it, because I think vanishing point sounds cooler. It makes it sound more technical and more like you understand that it's vanishing because you're seeing it. It's not, necessarily the horizon, which the horizon is supposedly a physical thing, right?
Because your vanishing point is what you learn when you draw in perspective.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Right.
Same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember in learning how to draw, my mom taught me a few things about like shadowing and light, and how you have to like show where your lighting is coming from, so you can match that up with all your shadows and all that, your shadings, and that's how you get things to look three-dimensional. It's how you turn a flat picture into something that looks 3D, right? And then you go from there, and then you draw over that board. Basically you pencil it in on a piece of paper so that you can see all your different angles and where the light's going to be, and then that's when you start your painting and your whatever your background's going to be, right?
That's a really interesting point you just brought up about when you're drawing in perspective, and let's say you're drawing a scene with a ball. You have the shading on the ball on the edges. That's what indicates that it's a 3D object. The shading that you see is how we determine, right? Pretty much.
That's how your mind. Yeah, that's how your brain identifies it.
If it's spherical or not. So think about the moon. It doesn't have any of that. It doesn't have more shade. It doesn't have darker shading around the edges like you would think it should. It's very odd because if it were spherical, the edges would be further away from you than the center of it. So there would be some kind of difference there around the edges, but it's not. It's completely equally lit from one side to the other. I don't know. Just how to bring that up.
I hear you.
Yeah, like the moon doesn't have any features of a spherical object that you would see anywhere else in nature. Well, you wouldn't see one perfect sphere anyway. But when we have balls, like man-made balls, whatever kind of ball, they all have this shading around the edges from which direction the light is coming from, causing the shading. You can tell it's a spherical object. Well, that's what I'm saying about the moon. It doesn't have this. I guess I'm repeating. I'm pretty much repeating.
No, it's okay because, you're trying to make sure that the layman part comes out so people can understand that don't really understand the technical jargon, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just to make it more clear. So it's very interesting.
Well, like a cube, right? Like if you're going to draw like a Rubik's Cube onto a portrait, right? Let's just say you decide where you're going to put it, right? And you draw the cube, you draw the angles of it, and you got to decide, which, you draw your square. So you say, okay, this is the square of the front of the cube. Now let's decide, you draw your downward lines that go away from it, and then you draw the lines that are farther away, right? And then you end up, it looks like a cube. If you were to draw, seeing through it, you could see the inside of the back of it, right? If it was a cube of like transparent. So you draw that cube and you end up with that pattern, right? You notice that it's like a pattern of an hourglass almost, if you hold it at the right angle. It ends up being like a tall diamond. Isn't that trippy?
Yep.
That math. But anyway,
go ahead.
So anyway, I'm sorry. So then you draw you have to separate the fronts of your cubes by 3 lines, right? Because there's 9 squares on the front of each side of the cube. So you have to draw those upwards and backwards lines, right?
Right.
And then you just color in the squares that, if you're going to have it, solved or whether it's going to be mixed up, you have to think that out and then color in the squares individually, if you're painting or drawing or whatever you're doing. But then the back, where you drew your inside out thing, you paint over that, right? So you end up with this, it looks 3D because you're painting it in you're painting it in dimensions, right? You're laying paint down or you're laying ink down over each other so that you get some kind of depth, and it gives you that. It really does. It makes things look real. But without that lighting and without you sourcing like where the sun's at or whatever the lighting in the room is for your portrait, you have to make that decision, right?
So
okay, I'm sorry if I got real technical.
Yeah, no, I gotcha. It's kind of along the same lines. So I guess what I'm trying to say is we don't really see circular looking light look like that. If it's spherical, we don't see it look like that. Like, let's say, even if, I don't know, I'm trying to brainstorm here, but.
Well, that's where I was going with this. I was going to say, now draw a circle and try to make a sphere and then try to like put that into a picture and see how difficult the lighting is to try to make it look proper. What I'm saying is,
let's say you had a half sphere that was a lens that a light was shining through. That would be a good thing.
Now you're talking about the Santilli method.
Telescope. Well, I don't know if I am or not. I'm not familiar with that. But anyway,
you're talking about a magnifying glass weight. You know what I mean? A paperweight Magnifying glass. What are you talking about?
Well, what I'm trying to say here, I'll put it really simple. The only time we see a circular lit object like that is from an actual light, like a flashlight. That's when we see it like that.
I get what you mean.
That's when we see it. Now, of course, a flashlight has that bulb in there. You can see through the lens usually. You can see kind of like how the bulb is glowing. So it's not exactly, but if you had, let's say, an opaque lens, then you wouldn't see the details of the bulb, like how it's lit, that you can actually see in flashlights. Well, the old kind, maybe not the LEDs, but similar. You'll still see a highlight of the light itself. Brighter, I don't know, I could be off base here, but brighter at the center, kind of like, if you know what I mean. So let's say you had a fully lit lens that was opaque, lit from behind. It would look like that. It would look like the moon. Equally lit from one side to the other. Then you could paint whatever on it you want. Craters, maybe. The Sea of Tranquility. And you just have a lens. The same thing with the sun. The only thing that looks like the sun does is a focused beam. It doesn't... I don't even think the sun is where we see it. I think we just see it where it's focused.
That's what I've been saying. Is it's a focal point.
It has a focal length. It has a focal length, and the focal length is somewhere further out or on the other side of the container. Which the container, it may actually be a lens. It may just be like a lens. Could be just like a lens or an eyeball.
Have you ever seen a red nebula before?
Those pictures of what they say a nebula is, yeah.
You've seen one, right? It looks like an X, like a Roman numeral X in the sky. Only it's like a pyramid, right? I'll post a picture. Give me a minute.
Yeah, because I'm not exactly sure.
I got another good one for the globies. Like,
okay,
if you have a full moon, 100% ability lit moon,
right?
If that was a spherical object, then the light that the moon is supposed to be reflecting should come out of your eyes. Otherwise, you would always have a shade.
Wait a minute, it should come out of your eyes, or you should have a what?
Otherwise, it should come out of your eyes, the light. If the moon is reflecting light, and you have a full moon,
then someone else could see the reflection of the moon in your eye?
No. The moon as a spherical object can only be lit as a full moon if the light comes from your eyes. Otherwise, there would always be a shade because you're in the line of the light.
Yeah, well, the full moon has a couple things. I'm not sure I'm really getting what you're saying exactly, but...
The Earth, the globe is bigger, right?
Yeah.
So, to have a spherical object equally lit, that you can see as equally lit,
right,
means that you're in the path of the light, directly in line with the light. That means that Earth has to be in line with that light.
Yeah, which is weird because the source of the light, if it's reflected, is on the other side of the globe.
Behind you. So it can only come from your eyes if the sun or if the moon is reflecting light.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. That's interesting. Yeah, it would have to be coming from your eyes. I see. I didn't get that at first. I get it. That's pretty funny, though.
Otherwise, you cannot you cannot have that spherical perspective of light with a full moon. There is no other option.
So we would have to be we would have to be creating the moon with the light coming out of our own eyes for it to be true. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, the other thing is a full moon could never occur at midnight at night. It would never occur.
No, you would see the shadow of the Earth because we're in line with the light.
Yeah, it would just be dark. What? So yeah, that's debunked really easily. No, it's not being produced by the sun. The light from the moon, sorry. It's indubitably it's lit. It's self-illuminated. That's all you can say about that. There's only one way to describe said object that does that.
Or it is backlit.
Backlit or self-illuminated. Yep, that's it. It's projector lit or it's self-illuminated. Mm-hmm. Could be another focus beam, but the details that we see are very strange. And I mean, man has been wondering about these objects. I guess especially the moon, because it actually is so close that we can see those details.
Yeah, but my point is, like, we have had those great Greeks who were great with geometry and, wanting the Earth to be a globe and all spheres in the sky. At the same time, they had huge knowledge of geometry. How did they not see this issue?
Yeah, I don't get it. They sure screwed things up. They muddied it all up, didn't they? These fallacies got into the education system and they just ran with it.
Yeah, and I think it's weird that, if I use their term for flat earthers, high school dropouts can figure this out and they cannot. If you're a rocket scientist and you can't figure out spherical geometry and light reflections on a spherical geometry, then
like why wouldn't they have known that this light source cannot be lighting this object that's blocked by a larger object? What the heck? Yeah, you're right. How did they just whistle past that? Unbelievable. They were so good at geometry, they missed that. I think they said, well, we're going to have to just roll with it because it's a ball. What are we going to do? Change the whole thing now?
All right, it's an insignificant detail. We can just shove it under the table. We use one value for gravity and one refraction table.
I have one of those.
Just sweep it under the rug. That's right.
I have some really good lenses too that might make this look interesting. But did you see what I posted in there? I know you did, Sonny, but did anybody else look at that?
Yeah, awesome.
What I told you. If you were to take a picture of the Red Nebula, like a big giant picture of it, blow it up on like a big screen, and then look through one of those crystal half sphere dome magnifying things, but look through the flat side, and then see what it looks like. If it seems to focus into a point, right? In other words, if it looks like a big circle of light, right, instead of a red nebula, then that might give you an idea of what's going on. Maybe the light from the red nebula is coming down through some kind of lens that's above us, and it's hitting, and the light's being changed, and it's being focused into that point of light, and then it rotates because the red nebula is rotating above us, because that's what the sky is doing, is rotating, right? And it's like it's a little bit off, it's a little bit Dunlopped, right? Like, you know how the North Star isn't right in the center, but it's just off of it, even though it goes around and it never changes. You know what I'm saying? You get what I mean?
Yeah, but maybe, and I might be monkeying around here, but maybe that nebula is actually a square or a diamond shape.
Or a lens. Yeah, a diamond.
Oh, yeah. That's why I said I wanted to test it. I've got one of those
like
crystal domes. I should grab it and check it out.
It looks like something a lens would do if you had that shaped lens, like a diamond shaped lens.
I've got a.
You know the old
really expensive
TV
ones.
cameras, the square lenses.
No, I've got some that are actually they're shaped like a teardrop almost. Partly, I don't know how to explain it. All I know is that when you hold them up to sunlight, it burns. It'll burn through anything. It'll burn through white paper, black paper, anything, bro. It's literally like a death ray. And you can change the focus of it because there's like a little adjustment on the side that you turn and it rotates the lens up and down, so you can get the focal point changed. It's for an old 3-gun rear projection TV is what it's from. I got a whole bunch of them. I even have some that had fluid in them. You know, they had oil like you were talking about. Some of them have gas and some of them have fluid. Well, one of them that came out of a plasma TV or something, or not a plasma, but an LED backlit one, you know, where it has one of those like nuclear rays that goes through it in order to brighten it through. It's weird. Some of the TVs that are made are fascinating, but it'll teach you all about focal points and stuff too.
Let's see if some of these people want to speak. We have someone. Oh, Gotti. Gotti has no roles. Let's see. We'll unmute him.
You can. It's better not to unmute no roles because you don't know how old they are.
Yeah, he just split. As soon as I said that, they dipped. Both of them. No, 7 is still here.
They're probably trolls, bro.
7, you would need to go to the VC check-in, and someone will be up there with you, but you need to go there first. 7.
Yeah, somebody go up there. I'll go up there if I need to.
Someone can move him there. Let me see. Can I move him? I don't think I can.
Well, if he just wants to listen, he can listen, but... To be able to speak in the live stream, you have to do a voice verification.
I know. You're right.
TOS compliant.
Technically, you're right. I know sometimes we have people in here like mods and admin, and we do unmute them in here and give them a chance. But yeah, you're technically correct. I agree. Those are the rules.
Yeah, it would just be a shame if, you know, some Discord CEO would put his 10-year-old on Discord and screw us over.
But I usually, whenever I do that in here, I have my finger right on the button. Anyway, there's another one named Maganarama. You'll need to go to the VC check-in. Someone will be there to check you in. If you want to speak in the live stream, you will need to go to the VC check-in. Another VC verified. Omniontic. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, I already spoke, buddy.
Okay. Just thought I'd say hi. Welcome to server.
Thank you.
Did you appreciate the voice check-in procedure, Omniontic?
Yeah, Miguel was very kind.
Awesome.
He showed me some pictures of the sun. You know how they say that the sun is so far away that all the rays should be parallel? But he was showing me pictures of like the sun going in different directions through a single cloud. Like, how is that even possible?
Well, there are a few options, but
the rays of the sun were even going upwards, reflecting off of the clouds.
Yeah. So there are a few explanations for it. One would be the sun is a lot closer than they say and is shining in all directions. And that would give you that image of the rays going, you know, in all directions around the cloud. And the other one would be you have a faraway sun with parallel rays, but when the sunlight is in our atmosphere, it is being refracted and it moves in different angles away from, you know, the focused beam. That would be, let's say, the globe refraction explanation, which they don't use because they say the sun is parallel. So, you know, it's kind of contradiction.
Yeah, you can't really have your cake and eat it too.
No, and it could be a closer sun with somewhat more focused rays, and depending on your weather, the light gets refracted and gives you the spectacle that you see.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes much more sense that it's not what they claim. Anybody can go out with their own eyes and just look at the clouds and see that the sun is way closer than they say it is.
Yeah, well, you know, from our point of view, I think there isn't a silver lining in regards to the sun distance for the globers. I don't think they got their numbers right. I think
To me, it just looks like they looked at the sky and made stuff up that isn't true. But if you didn't do your research, you would just take it as true. Like that to me seems like what they're trying to do.
And I think you're right.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry.
Hey, you want to see something crazy? I photographed myself. I'm non-Nick. I'm Neon.
I don't want to see your pictures, bro.
I didn't ask you,
Thanks
my
anyway,
friend.
though. Well, I just making sure.
What?
Oh, look, it's Tony. Look, Tony's back.
You said photograph of yourself, Clay. You said a photograph I made myself. It sounded like you said a photograph of myself.
Oh, yeah, that's what I thought you said. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, I made myself a photograph from of viewing the sun.
Quick selfie for all you Flat Earth fans. What's up, boys?
You just don't give up, do you? You got how many accounts you got now, Tony?
This is me. This is the same account.
Radio.
What do you
mean?
Hey, I'm Neon Tick. You want to see those pictures? By the way, let me know, because Tony joined the chat. He yesterday had told me that he couldn't see he couldn't see any difference between the physical barrier and the clouds. So he said,
I couldn't see any difference between what?
yeah,
Tony
you
can't
said
see
that
5 feet in front of him.
the sun was not between the clouds, and you couldn't see where the
Well,
physical
it's not that
barrier
it was between the clouds. It's that the sun is like way brighter than the cloud is like opaque, right? It's like a thin cloud.
What are you talking about? The sun was setting between the clouds. It was not setting because of the physical barrier, which was the horizon, made by the tree line.
Behind the cloud went behind the sun.
It
Yes.
didn't though.
Why doesn't he get that? I mean, everyone else got it, but he doesn't for some reason.
I mean, that's like basic, like, what?
What is it basic like? What?
No, I can see through this thing through this glass, so therefore this thing is in front of this piece of glass. Like that no.
What?
That's like literally your logic right now.
No, it isn't. I'm saying that the sun.
Why would the
is
sun
setting
being in
between
front or behind of a
clouds.
cloud even like have any like bearing in the shape of the Earth? Anyways, like what?
It's maybe
you
the
brought it
question
up
you should ask
yesterday.
yourself.
Well, yeah, I did bring
You
it up
brought it up
yesterday
yesterday
because
as
it
a
was valid
globe
point.
argument, and now I agree, Tony. What bearing does it have on what the surface of the Earth is? I'm glad you
Well,
got
there
here.
wouldn't be a cloud behind the sun on a flat Earth either, so.
There would.
It wouldn't
It's
be.
clearly,
Okay,
it's
well,
clearly
you're
just.
straw manning what the
What am
flat
I
Earth would
strawmanning?
be. When you say wouldn't be, you're making assumptions about what the sun is
Okay,
and
does
what's
the flat
going on
Earth-
and stuff like that. What you need to do if you want to claim globe is just measure a globe. Take direct measurements of the surface of the Earth that show it's a globe.
Okay, what do you consider a direct measurement?
A direct measurement of the surface.
How?
Show curvature of the surface. So show drop over distance. That would be a start.
Have you ever gone to a lake?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen boats disappear over the horizon?
Yeah,
bottom
we
to
just
top.
showed you a bunch of boats disappearing over the
Bottom to
optical
top.
location called the horizon yesterday that we
Mhm.
used a camera to zoom back in on, you
Actually,
absolute retard.
Actually,
Okay,
we can show you. We can show you
Well,
RC boats, Tony, disappearing in a 600-foot lake. Does that mean in that 600 feet?
that
That's
video
curved water.
did not demonstrate what you were saying it did.
Yeah, it did.
It didn't. I'll show it to you right here in the live stream.
This
Everyone
guy's
else
just
will
on
see
a
it.
loop. Like, we
You're
just
talking
took
about
him
the
through all
boat.
this stuff yesterday, and he's right back with the same invalid debunked bullshit.
Okay, how about
It's
this?
not
How about
debunked,
you
though.
stay on the boat? How about that? Stay
But
on
I
the
stay
boat.
on the boat.
Yeah, no, not talking to you, Tony. I'm on your side. I'm telling these people to stay on the boat because what they do is they film a boat and they're like, oh, see, oh, it's this is the way, it's not disappearing. Yeah, fool. You keep looking at it and it's gonna you're not gonna
Real,
guy's
you're an
insane.
idiot. Stay on the boat. The boat's bouncing up and down. That's a good observation platform for you. What
Tony,
kind of?
this is
You're
Tony. This is
calling
the
us
best.
an idiot.
Yeah, this is the best help you can get here. Is this bike thief guy? I mean,
That's
this is
I
the
mean,
company
it's like the
that
thing
you're
is
in.
it's like you're recording a boat with like a wide angle, high FOV camera, right? And then
we
you're
sh-
like, oh my god, I can't see anything on
No,
this
a whole
200p
bunch of
fucking GIF.
presupposition.
Oh my god,
Tony,
it must be flat.
Tony, presuppositionville.
Yeah, Tony, your claim is that the boat goes over a physical Earth curve, so there's a physical
He
obstruction
also
that
claimed what
blocks
kind
your
of camera
line of
too.
sight to the boat.
He's claiming all
No,
kinds of
I can
things.
see I can see it. It's a high FOV camera.
Right, you can see it. Welcome to flat Earth, but
So
you don't get that. do you?
every camera that anyone's used to do this isn't the camera you're stating. Is that right, Tony?
You think that the camera is bending, that your line of sight is bending down and over this physical drop off? You think that that's what's happening when you zoom in on it?
No, I think the camera is making far objects look further away.
You
than
are
they actually
presupposing you're presupposing things you don't know about.
No.
I'm looking
about
at
the camera.
and he's moving the goalposts as he goes along. So
You're
let's just
telling
get
us you
this
can
down.
tell us what kind of camera by looking at a video. That's
Yes!
retarded. You're retarded.
I can tell you what kind of lens.
You're retarded.
Yeah,
How
you
am
are
I
fully
retarded?
retarded.
You're
You guys-
retarded because no one can tell this by looking at optical expert would tell you you're retarded.
You guys are fucking schizo.
Do you want me to get out my camera equipment? Hello?
Wait,
No,
Let me get
Tony,
it out.
No.
Wait a second, Bike Thief. Nathan's brought Bike Thief in here for a discussion. Let's ignore Tony for a minute. He's just going to go around in circles with his map, all this. Let's have a chat with Bike Thief.
Sure.
Yeah, we already know what.
Hold on, let me get this.
How he works.
Bike thief's even crazier, but yeah, I mean that's fun.
Yeah. So Tony needs to take a break. He's out of control. Bike Thief's no better.
Yeah.
All right. There's Bike Thief.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking. It's kind of ludicrous.
I can't hear you. Can you turn your mic up a little? You're on like 10% volume.
Oh, hold on. Give me a second. Yeah.
And at least pretend like we're all like civil people and we're not going to scream at each other or something.
Right.
If you don't mind.
Hello.
Yeah, instead of ad homs, that you're starting with whenever I heard you open your mouth the last time, can you please start with your globe proof?
My globe proof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the thing you're here to prove. Yeah, that.
Okay, yeah, I can prove that to you just using common sense. All right.
No,
Yeah, this
we're
is what
talking
you
about
said
a
in the
measurement.
chat
Common
already.
sense is only in your mind. That's a concept. We need a direct measurement.
This has been his
Okay,
argument all
right.
morning in the COG Dis chat. He's just been saying this, chanting common sense. So, Tony or Bike Thief, you're gonna have to be more specific than that.
Really? Okay. I think that's a bit hypocritical.
Okay, now
I
you're
don't
making
care what you think.
commentary on the conversation, and we're not going to go with this. We need the proof that you're
He's
here
trolling
to
her.
provide us. That's what we need. Your proof of globe curvature over distance.
Let's go.
Bro, the proof that you're asking for, I just
Curvature over distance. Do you
Wait.
have it or do you not?
He's
I just
telling us.
told you I didn't have it. I
Yeah.
told you
Okay.
I was gonna
Good.
prove
That's
it to
good.
you
That's a
using
wrap.
common sense,
Thanks,
but
Bike Thief.
You don't want to fucking use common sense. You
All
fucking
right,
retarded.
good. You don't. Okay, tell us what sense you're using to determine Earth is a globe.
Use
What
your
sense?
I think it's
eyes,
over.
dude.
He just
Use
told
your
us he doesn't
eyes,
have
man.
it and that he can't
So your
provide it.
eyes. So your eyes are telling you where are your eyes seeing curvature? Where?
Central banker, calm down, bro. You putting words in my mouth. Yeah, just use your side.
You just said that you can't provide it, though. I didn't put those words in your mouth. Those are your words.
Just shut the hell up.
You
Anyway.
can't see it. You can't see it, but you're sure of it. Okay, just so we're clear.
This conversation started with me telling him that he's deluded to think that he's on a globe, and he's doing a really good job proving it.
Yeah, he's done for. He deserves a little
I love it.
time.
I love it when they can't even start with like a proposition or
You know
anything. They don't. They don't. They just start stating things like, "Well, I'm going to show you something here." It's like,
I'll
really?
I'll reserve judgment to the higher. I'll reserve judgments to the higher ups, to moderators and admins to decide what to do with him. Now, we can have good conversations, and these people can get bludgeoned over and over and over again by every shift, which is kind of fun. So for now, we'll just leave Bike Thief. He's an ad hom
junkie.
So yeah.
Hey guys, imagine.
Don't you agree that like we? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, just imagine there are people who think that water suddenly bends, and then water obstructs a physical object after a certain time, even though we have so many measurements, laser tests, and so forth, but I just keep on ignoring reality just to keep the little fantasy globe. Isn't it? Just think about like how crazy.
These guys are just disingenuous, like Tony especially, because he comes in here day after day with the same debunked boats are going over the horizon. We zoom in on it, and then immediately he alters his claim.
Mm-hmm. Then starts talking about the camera lens.
I would have no problem if they would just say, okay, I'm sorry, let me maybe change my mind, or I changed my mind, but there's no reflection going on. It's like he's like on reset every time he wakes up in the morning.
He's back in the chat right now, strawmanning. Like, I have no idea why he's going on about like being able to tell what type of lens it is. That's not even what the discussion is about.
It isn't. And he project. How did he do that? Wait, hold on. I want to find out how he did it. Did he project himself directly into the camera? Now he's investigating the inside of the camera remotely.
Yeah, the whole point was when the boat disappears over the horizon, to him, that means that it's being obstructed by physical Earth curvature. The only point of what we're showing them with these videos here is that that's obviously not what happened if we can zoom it back in. Now he's talking about being able to tell what kind of lens it is. Like, this guy's off his rocker.
There's also another argument. Another argument.
Can I just say one thing?
Right.
The best way to deal with these kind of people is have a one-on-one. Like what I noticed is that everyone is eager to speak because everyone knows this has a fun factor in it, but try to get organized and have a one-on-one.
Yes.
And if you have points, use the text chat.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Can I make a suggestion? Can I? Or
yeah, go for it.
I would like to ask Roger if he'd like to talk to him.
Sure.
So Roger, if you would you like
one
to?
second. Do I want to do what?
Join in the conversation. Tony. Yeah, with.
Okay. What is it that you want to?
Well, you'll see right away. Have you heard Tony before?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, he's dishonest. Yeah.
So, I don't know if you want. We can unmute him and see how it goes. He usually needs a tight range.
Tony was demolished by Indio. He was demolished by Indio over and over again. So I don't know.
Same thing a couple days
He was. So I don't know if his misogynistic. How do you say it? That he likes the beating.
Yeah, probably so, Mescas. So yeah, that's fine. We don't have to. It was just I thought I would ask if you wanted to.
Yeah, I asked him. We can't see over hills.
Right. I see it. Yeah.
I mean, is he suggesting that with a certain camera lens we can? Because he's in the chat talking about camera lenses, so just wondering if that's where he's trying to go. Or
we can see over hills. So Tony, show me.
I might be able to explain it a little bit.
I will unmute him now. So Tony, you're now muted. But do you have a picture for me where you can see your buddy over a hill? Right,
he's over a hill. Stand on top of the hill. Yeah, you see him over the hill.
No, that's not what I meant. Right. So I'm standing
you're
in front of
through.
No, I'm saying over a hill. Right. So
This
this
is
camera
narrowing
lens.
of terminology.
No. Listen to me. I'm standing in front of the hill. Your buddy is walking over the hill, and his feet is slowly disappearing, right? Because the hill is obstructing his feet, and then his body, and then his head, and then you have the camera, right? And you're putting it to the hill, right? You pointing it to the hill, and then you see your buddy again. Is that possible?
No.
No. So we can't
But
see
what I'm
over
saying is
hills, right?
that
Okay.
what I'm
So
saying about the camera
yeah,
lens. Can I say my point about the lens?
yeah, that is
Because I think you guys are
clear now.
misunderstanding
Yeah,
my
you are
point entirely.
saying that if you zoom in, it makes it
No,
look.
that's not what I'm saying.
What
I'm
are you
saying that
saying?
a wide-angle camera lens, like the one that
Okay.
is there, is going to make distant objects at the center of the frame look a lot further away than they are in actuality.
Okay, so we're talking about zoom cameras, right? Not wide-angle lenses.
I'm
Zoom
talking
cameras.
about the lens.
Okay, so a P1000 or a P900, is that a
That's
wide-angle
not a
lens?
lens.
Is that a wide-angle lens?
That's a camera. That's not a lens.
Okay, so we are discussing the boat zooms that are which usually are being done with P900s and P1000s. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So is that
That's
a
not a
wide-angle
lens.
lens then? No, it's not a wide-angle lens then. Okay.
Actually, wait, is it? Let me see.
Do you know
I'm
what's
pretty
the
sure.
difference between a lens and a wide-angle lens?
It's just all non sequitur because
Okay, no,
he
never
couldn't
mind.
even
These
give me.
cameras do have attached lenses. Never mind.
Okay, so you couldn't even give me a ratio then, right?
Huh?
So if I stand here and the boat is, let's say 15 miles away, 20 miles, let's say 20 miles away, and I zoom in, how much of a ratio would that differ?
I mean, it depends. What?
So you couldn't so you're making baseless claims then, right?
What? I
It's
don't.
just
I don't
making
know
shit
what.
up.
I don't know what. The specs of the camera. What?
Okay, so then you just
He just said he could
throw
tell
out-
by looking at the video, though.
Yeah, I
Like,
can
yes,
tell
nail
that
him
it's
on this.
wide
So
angle.
you
I
just
can tell that
threw
it's
out
wide angle.
something, and you couldn't even tell me the ratio or how much it was further.
I can't tell you the
or
ratio,
closer.
but I can tell you it's
Oh.
wide angle.
No, it's not. It's not.
Dude,
So
what?
Just Dunning
So-
Kruger all the way.
What?
Tell us the serial number of the lens.
I can tell you by looking at the edges of the frame that it's a wide angle lens.
Listen, bro, you said you could tell what kind of lens. You're a numpty deluxe.
Okay, let me clear this up. Wide angle lenses are a name for a focal length range. So, would you be satisfied if you had, let's say, not a 28 millimeter focal length, but you start with a 50 millimeter focal length and then you zoom in? Would that be more satisfactory?
What?
He's not going to understand
I
that.
don't know. I'm just saying
The
it
issue
makes the
is
boat look more distant.
you're using a term that you just admittedly don't understand. If you say wide angle lens, it refers to a specific range of focal length.
Okay.
So a P900 and a P1000 have a wide angle section in the lens. When you
And did you get this from the Wikipedia page?
No, I got one, and I'm a photographer for about 40 years, so
Uh-huh.
I
Would you like
know
me to
my
read
lens,
an
I
excerpt,
know
excerpt
how-
from the Wikipedia page?
No, I gave you a Wikipedia page so you can read it.
Another use is where the photographer wishes to emphasize the difference.
Yeah, that'll be enough of that.
Since when is Wikipedia actually the database with technical details for the technologies that we use?
Really, you might as well go to Pinterest or
Yeah.
Twitter.
And he didn't even listen.
Yeah, wide angle's about 3.5 millimeters up to around about 20 something. Then from 30 to about 70 is called normal vision. Then
The
anything
3
further is
But the whole thing,
3.5 would be extreme fisheye.
Yeah,
up
super
to
fisheye. Yeah.
But the
up
whole
to
thing is, I
14.
got to interrupt. I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. But the whole thing is, he got you guys in the weeds. So now you're sitting here talking about the intricacies of what he was talking about, not what we were talking about.
Wait.
The whole thing is, the point is, can changing the lens allow the camera to see through obstructions?
But
Period.
what he's doing is he's fallaciously just reifying any of these long distance observations that we show him. He's going to conclude that it's a wide angle lens that did that because of what he's saying in the voice chat right now.
Or something else that he
He's-
just decides.
He's
on a
saying
whim.
that if something looks far away and hard to resolve, but we can zoom in and resolve it, it must be a wide angle lens because
but if you don't bring it down to the nitty gritty and then make them measure the distance of the global horizon, because that is fixed no matter what lens you use, but he first has to understand his own claim, which he doesn't.
The geometric
He
horizon,
has to point out in the footage where the wide angle lens stops, where it becomes a telephoto lens, and where the globe curve has to be at that point.
Yeah.
You bring it down from the nitty gritty and you build it up. If you let them.
The whole thing with Tony is, listen, we've talked to this guy for several days now. So look, he has a very low knowledge level of everything he's talking about. He could be asked or pressed on whatever he's saying, and he provides nothing at all to back it up the whole entire time. This is all he does. He's a very rudiment. I doubt he knows very much about cameras, lenses, or anything like that. He only got it from Wikipedia. Everything this person knows probably came from Wikipedia. He thinks
I
that's
think it's worse. He read only, let's say, Simon Dan explanations, not even Wikipedia.
Well, I don't know. I'm not gonna speculate on what someone does in their own time. We can't see them. They're not talking about. I don't know anything about that. I don't care. Are they providing globe proof? Where's the geometric horizon? That's all I care about. Period. Just single focused on where is the geometric horizon. I need that information. I don't care. Wait a minute. I'm hyper empirical when I'm in here, and it's going to annoy people, but I don't care. We can have fun. We have fun all day. Like, this is a great place. But if they can't provide me the information, the technical data that concludes irrefutably, without a shadow of doubt, that Earth is curved. Where is this curvature? I need the information. Where can I go? How do you measure it? How did they do it before? If they're not providing that, then the conversation is done for, in my opinion. But anyway, I'm sorry about the rant. Some coffee.
No. I was just wondering which focal length, how many millimeters of lens I need to see over that hump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, over the hill, like Roger was saying. I love the way Roger.
I know the answer.
Okay, go ahead.
It needs to be equal to or close to equal to the distance that you're trying to observe. Did I get it right?
It sounds about right.
Okay, so for instance, if you're like a mile away from a hill, and you're trying to see through the hill, your focal length, the length of the telescopic lens that you're using, needs to be a little bit over a mile, more than likely, and then you'll be able to see past the hill.
There you go. Just about as long as the object you're trying to. I get it. So that's so you need to increase the length to the distance you're observing. Great. I like that.
Otherwise, you can't see through hills. Otherwise.
Mm-hmm. That's true. There's also those little telescope things we made as kids. You could see, you could see around a corner with those.
I know what you're talking about. That toy.
Yes.
It was like you would bend, you would like twist it, and it would create 90-degree angles and all that.
It had mirrors in either end. Yeah, you could make them out of
Bro,
like tubes and shit. That's radical stuff.
I totally remember that.
Toy periscope, yeah.
Yeah, you make your own little periscope. That's the only way you can see around obstructions, with a periscope.
Yep.
Oh, so you need a mirror camera.
Need 2 mirrors.
Yep.
But what this
Yeah.
guy's going to say is if something is unresolvable and then it becomes resolvable, it's just because of the lens, because the Earth has to be a globe and boats have to be going over an Earth curvature horizon.
And probably they're going to say the periscope works because the refraction inside the curved surface is swirling around and then bends over to the other mirror.
Oh, now he's in the chat. He wants to say that the oil rigs in the Black Swan picture are being obstructed by, I guess, a horizon that is appearing behind them.
Behind.
Smart guy, this one.
It's behind.
Yeah, he's talking about the bottom of the platform being cut off or something like that by the horizon that's behind it, Tony.
I asked him if he measured the pixels. Like, he doesn't get, like, this is the whole thing. Glovers do not get this. Things get smaller. As they get further away, they appear smaller.
And the other thing they don't understand is that their globe is a fixed geometry.
It's supposed to be. Yeah, it's supposed to be. That's
It breathes in and out.
That's like a constant evasion of their own claim, which is just astonishing.
And if we ever see anything too far, it's just because, I don't know, the camera or the equipment. That obstruction we're not seeing is definitely there. But what happens when geometrically, mathematically, the distance we're seeing is measured to be way too far for your globe? Then is it still just some camera lens distortion, or what's going on then, Tony?
Yeah, when it's actually measured exactly. Well, they think those things are boats. They do.
Yeah, true.
But you cannot really measure it because you didn't factor in refraction, and for that refraction you need radius, and the globe has it. So you use that calculation, and if it doesn't fit, even then you probably did it wrong.
Yeah, so a good concession though if you're using refraction, because you just gave up your geometric horizon, the thing you're here trying to prove. Good job.
Yeah, rest in peace, Alberuni.
Yeah. Right on the money. It just as predicted, Tony, though. You think you're special. You're not that special. We do this all the time. You're like hundreds and hundreds of
Little
people that
Hen.
have said the same exact thing as you're saying now.
I'm chiming in, Little Hen. You can unmute and say hello, Little Hen.
Hi.
Fantastic.
Hi.
Hola. So that's it?
He's
just a hi?
He said he's known as Henry.
Nice to
I
meet
didn't
you.
know what else to say.
Can you speak up a little? You're really very low.
Oh.
Hold on. I'm going to turn you up to 200%. So, what brings you to the server, Henry?
You see, my friend DM'd me about the server, and it's like, oh, they're doing 24/7 calls, so they just talk about random stuff, and I'm like, it's fun.
Not
It's pretty
random
It's
stuff.
pretty focused on a topic.
24/7 flat Earth.
So before we continue, Hen or Lil Hen, are you above 13?
Yes,
Okay. Welcome.
thank you.
What do you think about people talking flat Earth?
It's good. I mean, I like servers like this where they talk about specific topics because we don't find servers like this all over Discord.
Cool.
So it's
Sounds like-
nice that I finally found one.
Sounds like you're in the right place, actually. You know, how long have you been in the server? Just really recent?
I literally just joined like 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Well, here's the thing. we're glad you're here. We like people that, like you, are curious and are open to new information. Now, what if, like, some of us have been on this topic for up to 7 or 8 years? And so what if I told you that through our investigations and tests and measurements that we've actually falsified the claim that the globe Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles? By measuring the actual surface, we falsified the radius. Earth is not curving anywhere in any direction. Over water, there would be a hump of water over a certain amount of distance. In 10 miles, that dip or drop in elevation, because it's a curved surface, would be nearly 70 feet. So what would you think about that if I told you we falsified the globe?
I don't know.
Would that interest you?
We would just find the job would just find the correct information.
Okay, would that interest you?
Yeah, interests me.
Good. You're in the right place.
Yeah.
Can you explain why it is of interest for you? Like, is it the, let's say, non-mainstream discussion, or is it finding out about different perspectives of people, or?
It's kind of like both. It's like I kind of like finding like different perspectives because it's like you're just looking at just one perspective. It's kind of boring. So it's like when other people chime in and give their perspectives on the topic and the situation, it's like great. And I know because I do podcasts and stuff like that. So it's like there's more people around, and plus I'm like into space and stuff like that. So when you said you falsified the globe, I'm like, oh. I want more of this. I want to see what they're talking about.
Well, you like space, so what fascinates you about space?
Like the galaxy and the solar system, because like ever since I first learned about the solar system in like pre-K, I was like, wow, I want to know more about this. So like I'm kind of getting more to like space and astronomy and stuff like that, and it's like it's been great.
And what do you think of if I told you, like, Earth is the surface and space is above it, like it's kind of like the same as on the globe, except for on a globe it would surround the Earth, but now space is just above, where Earth is the floor and space would be the ceiling, or what you experience, only it's flat. Like you look the same direction if you're in Australia or in let's say Europe. We all look in the same direction when we look at space. Would you find it difficult to comprehend? Like,
no, I don't really find it difficult to comprehend at all. It's kind of easy to understand.
Then, honestly, you're pretty open-minded.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm ready to hear anyone's opinion and anyone's perspective.
I think it's great. And so I would like to maybe get a couple of things out of the way before we kind of start. We can do this slowly and with the help of all of us here that through the process, can chime in their knowledge here and there. And I think this would be very worthwhile. But I want to make sure you understand that we're not the Flat Earth Society. And do you happen to know what the Flat Earth Society is?
Yes, I hear about it all the time.
Okay, so what is your take on what they are? Or what they do?
Okay. So, like, the Flat Earth Society is, like, basically people thinking that the Earth is flat. I I can understand why people think that, but I also there's technology simulations of the Earth and stuff like that.
Okay, hold on. I want to stop you because so you have an image of what a flat Earth society. We are not the flat Earth society. The flat Earth society is a known government disinformation group that purports false ideas about what flat earthers think. So what they do is they're going to show you a disk in space, the third disk from the sun, going upward at 9.8 meters per second squared. None of us in here, no real flat earther believes any of those things. There's no edge. None of us claim an edge at all where ships fall off. These are the false ideas that are purported by this disinformation group known as the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah.
So I had to get that out of your head. None of us here believes that Earth is a disk in space, that it's going upward at 9.8 meters per second. None of us believe that Earth is flat and stationary on foundations. It's fixed. It's still. It's not in motion at all.
Okay.
So just to get that, so now if I might ask 3 questions that we ask new people that come in, and it's really just a gauge of what you actually know right now about the globe itself. Like it's not to drill you or to probe you, or it's just to try to find what you actually know at this moment in time about the globe. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll go through what the 3 questions are. They're called the 3 points, and they're the positive claims that the globe Earth makes. So the first one is that Earth is a ball, that it's curved. The second one is that it's actually rotating. It's in motion. And the third one is that gas pressure system existing next to a vacuum of space without a container. So I'll go to the first one. Do you know when, where, and how anyone in history has directly measured the surface of Earth?
No.
Okay, very good. It's an honest answer. On the second, do you know how anyone has ever in history detected the motion of Earth axial rotation? And the method. Okay, good. And then the third one is, can you have gas pressure without a container?
I think so.
Okay, so how would you produce gas pressure without having a container? How would you do that?
Okay, that's a good question. I actually don't know.
Okay, so the term pressure, gas pressure, when we're talking about gas pressure means pressing against the walls of a container. That's why we measure it in pounds per square inch, or the metric version, right? It's a surface measurement to tell what the pressure is.
Don't you get gas pressure when you have gravity?
Well, then you would have to provide proof that gases contain gases. Do you have a practical demonstration of gases containing gases, or that gas pressure can be achieved without a container? You would have to be able to show this because it would violate the second law of thermodynamics.
Isn't gas just gas?
Gas, yeah. What? Let me ask you this. You mentioned gravity. What directions do gases go? When uncontained gases, what direction do they go?
Towards the Earth's gravitational pull.
What about helium? Doesn't go down. Gases go omnidirectionally when
Same with
uncontained.
hydrogen.
Hydrogen, oxygen, they all go omnidirectionally until they achieve equilibrium.
The gravitational pull would be at the center of the Earth, right?
Right. Yep. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Central Bank.
I was just wanting to make sure that was super clear.
No, I'd like you to just step in for a moment. Actually, it sounds
sure.
Well, then you could throw in Berry Center.
Well, basically, it's all fine and dandy talking about gas pressure, but is how much chemistry and physics did you have in school in your life? Because this kind of requires a bit more than your household knowledge.
Oh, because my school teaches me that the Earth is a globe.
No. Like when we are talking about gas pressure and gas laws, that is something that is dependent. It's a mixture of chemistry and physics. So you need a certain understanding of this in your basic knowledge. And he dipped.
That's the end.
Yeah, well, it's also for everyone else in the room. Like, if you try to use, let's say, the 3 points, and most people need to have at least 2 or 3 years of physics and chemistry, like in school, to actually, make sense.
I don't think so. No, I disagree with that, actually. I don't
Well,
think it's
basically, the whole point is that you don't need a container, you need containment. And B, the second law of thermodynamics is an ideal gas law, which the atmosphere isn't. So it's basically strawmanning the shit out of it. But the whole point is that if you talk about this, people need to have a base knowledge.
right, and that's what I was trying to get. That's what I was trying to get with him, and who knows why he dipped? We don't know. Oh, he's back anyway. So
yeah,
wait a minute. No, he isn't. Wait a minute. No, my mistake. Sorry.
I think it's a kind of overwhelming for people that didn't have basic chemistry or basic physics or both, because it's very hard to comprehend all the specific details that we are used to.
Yeah, but we can get Monkey. We can get way too complex for I think that scares people off. Like I was trying to keep it like really elementary and not get all. And then if you bring up those kind of topics, we could talk about those things at a more basic level than having to go into physics and these complex fields. When we're talking about simple things, it's actually very simple. The natural law,
Yeah, but I don't think it's
thermodynamics,
for young.
containment, gas pressure containment. Those things are not that difficult. Kids can understand this. People, I mean, sorry, didn't mean kids. Children can understand this in elementary school. They understand the basics of it. So it just depends on what level you're explaining it to them. You can go into the advanced levels, then you've lost the student, or you can stay at their level and talk about it on a level that they understand.
Yeah, and I still think it wouldn't work without, when I grew up, I got basic physics and chemistry in a grade school or in primary school. These days they get gender fluidity in primary school.
No, they teach you physics. I just got out of school, maybe about 5 years ago, but they teach you physics in school and stuff like that. It's just, it's obviously there's a bunch of bullshit in it. I had to take AP physics when I was in high school. So.
Yeah, but when I heard his voice, I was like, he's about 14 years old, and I don't know if they have the basic understanding.
Yeah, he was very honest and open, though. That's the one thing he was, and so he'll probably be back, is my guess. So just because they dipped doesn't mean we lost him or something we said. We don't know what people's situation is.
No, but I think it's easier to talk geometry than the 3 points.
Yes.
For
And that's
children, yes, because they probably have learned geometry at least by the 6th or 7th grade.
look, here's like in my life, look, I don't remember hardly any of those things I learned. I learned everything I know about all of these things actually in life. Like, so there's a big difference between somebody has never done anything themselves with their own hand and want to like go mess with everything like I did. You know? So I learned about all the things I know about
Probably got a few
thermodynamics.
more years of time to have done all
Now,
that.
now I learned a lot about thermodynamics in the machinery trade, you know, because we learned how to repair every kind of mechanical like device or machine, anything. So we learned about every kind of device, internal combustion engines, gas turbine engines, like all the pumps and valves, how all that stuff, the fluid dynamics, the pressure against surfaces, like O-ring tolerances, like that was later on in life for me. But like when I was a kid, I learned. Listen, man, I'm a little like I was this person that I have to know everything about anything. Like I broke every toy I broke, I took apart to figure out how it worked. So I don't know. Like, so I'm not saying I like have this high IQ of schooling. I have a degree in computer science. Big deal. I was in the technical trades for 8 years, you know, and the medical field for 12 years. Like I've done a lot of things. I've sailed on sailboats. I've had a very adventurous life. So I've learned things differently than most people, and people especially the kids now, they don't have that any hands-on experience almost with anything, right? Yeah. So we have to take it where they're from, not where I'm from. Otherwise, I've already lost them in the first sentence. What's the use of that? So I'm just trying to keep it simple for myself too. Anyway,
Yeah. You did a good job, but I just thought that it was he was too inexperienced with, let's say, the chemistry and physics side.
I don't even know or care about that.
Well, now he's slinging poo in the
Oh, is that right?
text chat. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he's swinging with a bat.
Okay, so
They always start out like they're open-minded. Yeah, just want to learn, and then they double down like this.
Yeah, he agreed to the first 2 points. He just got stuck on guapity.
Uh-oh.
That's all. So actually, the way of just going through the first point, like Miggy was doing, I think that might be even better. Just stick with the first one. If they can't get through the first one, let's see that. But he got through the first 2, and he was honest. So why are you acting like that now, Henry? Why did you dip after we're having a conversation with you? You were doing good, actually. So I don't know why you have to turn into a chat skank.
So it's like this. we say we see too far for Earth to be a ball, and you say no, and we say here look, and you say no, and we're like no, look at this and this and this and this and this, and you're like, well, that's happening because it can't possibly be happening. It's happening because it's not happening. I mean, that's basically what they're saying when they turn to their different scapegoats or false
Now
saviors.
He's hung up on gravity, and I don't think that he really gets that it's just a reification of his heliocentric ball model.
No, and that's why I kind of jumped in for the whole physics and chemistry stuff. Because we are all older and have the experience. But when you're learning this in school, and it's reinforced on TV or on, the whole space world that he enjoys, then you immediately hit that cock this. Especially because there is no longer experience like we have.
I think, I'll be honest, man, I think these people actually know that just from the things that they can sense, that the Earth is flat and stationary, like their subconscious mind is already aware, but their conscious mind tries to keep on, diverting to different things. It is cognitive dissonance at the end of the day, but they actually know that it's flat. They just, try to stay in Wonderland, so to say. That's the problem. They can't let go of that old self.
Yeah, but that old self is not that old yet. With young children.
I know. But the day you can see how good indoctrination has worked out, these kids are totally messed up in their head. I mean, it is totally messed up. You just teach them the opposite from what they're actually living on. Just think about it. It's just the most messed up thing you can do actually to a child.
No, but they haven't learned how to think for themselves yet. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the other
when
thing.
you go to school, they don't teach you how to think for yourself.
Yeah, that's right. It's
So,
just it's just the other thing. It's the let's say the peak of the iceberg. At the end of the day, that they can't think for themselves. That they need someone to pre-digest it. It's always about pre-digesting things, and then they can accept it. If some professor in a white suit is telling you stuff, then it must be real, right? If he has pre-digested the information. But if some random guys, make you do your own observations or create your own thoughts, it is scary and could lead to understanding, right? Yep, potato chip.
So they've been taught a false paradigm, and then there's reifications on top of reifications for that, and they just can't get out of it.
Yep.
Because the indoctrination is just so thorough.
And there is a push for appeal to authority. Because you're in school, you have to listen to the authority, aka your teacher. And
right.
You're not, like most of us, we are, let's say, not living with our parents anymore. We are our own authority. But they are still part of, let's say, the natural authority system, in which they have to appeal just to survive.
Right. He says he's willing to learn, but why did you just mid-conversation left it? Like, I don't get it.
But it's almost better for the audience listening. I don't know if he knows how valuable, by dipping like that right at a very crucial moment in the middle of a conversation, how glaring that is as to what we're dealing with when asking simple questions that someone his age would absolutely have access to if it were there.
Right.
So If P, then Q, not P, then not Q. So they have the Earth globe measurements, the verifiable, repeatable proof, or they do not. If it exists, P, then Earth is a globe. If it doesn't exist, not P, then not Q. It's a logical. What do they call it? Is that a syllogism?
Yeah, logical syllogism.
Right. So, therefore, when we go out and take the action, because measurement takes direct physical energy exchange, when we go out ourselves and take action and measure ourselves over and over and over again, which means repeatable, it's part of the empirical process.
And if the Earth doesn't measure to be this globe, then what he's got to understand is we don't need the rest of his globe story. We don't need his globe explanations like gravity, because it's not a globe, right?
Right. Because we got all the elements of observable, measurable, or testable. Observable, measurable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. See, we could take our observations, we can falsify them too. So all the elements are here with the information we have. The globe, unfortunately, doesn't have any of them from the very base foundational claim of curvature. Period. End of story. It's over. Been over a long time ago.
So we have Tony saying a hill can be in front of an object and behind at the same time.
Of course. Planes can go forward and backwards at the same time too.
That's
And land.
what I meant by imagine rejecting the law of non-contradiction.
So it's not blocking the bottom of the rigs. It is. And it is also appearing above the oil rig. So it is in front of the oil rig, blocking the bottom of it. And it is behind.
Also behind and above. Yeah, above in your view. Like the horizon is above in your view. I don't know if people are getting the how profound that is.
Yeah, it's I was discussing this the other day. It's A is equal to and isn't equal to A. It's quantum logic.
It's ridiculous. So you could just make it whatever the hell you want to then. So yeah, that's very confusing. I don't know how someone would cross the street thinking like this.
Well, they both, if they're wanting to cross the street, they both want to and they both don't want to.
Don't want to.
They both cross it and they don't cross it because once they're on the other side of the street, they really never crossed it in the first place.
They're still set. They could turn around once they cross the street, turn around and see themselves still back in the same corner because that part of them that didn't cross is still standing there.
Yeah. But also did cross the street too.
But because of refraction, you can actually see, looking at the person, you would be actually seeing the back of their head.
Sonny, do you have that image where we can see the mountains behind the oil rigs? Tony would love to see them.
Oh, the islands that are behind. Yeah. Yes. Hold on. Yeah, that's great. A little setup video, actually, where he's setting up the camera. You see the whole thing. That's even better. One sec. Let me find that. Where did I put that?
He's sending me DMs of I don't know what this image is.
Here it is, Black Swan setup. It's going to take maybe a couple minutes to upload.
Just pay attention to the live stream, Tony.
Yeah, hold on. It's uploading right now. Shouldn't take too long. It's called Black Swan setup.
DMing me.
I put definitions in the chat there for everybody's.
It's only 3 minutes and 33 seconds long. No worries.
No, Tony, I'm not giving you big perms because I'm not trusting you, right?
Yeah.
This is the live stream, so I'm not trusting you any bit. Okay.
This is one time I would almost like to I wish I could live stream, but you watch yourself, Tony, if you're able to. I don't know if you're able to watch that short video there, posted at top of the hour. Yeah, it's a great little setup video, man. I took a little clip out of the video. He's zooming in. See the islands? They're 30 miles away. But we're only going to pay attention to the oil rigs at 10 today. There they are at 5 minutes, 3 seconds. Oh, it's 7 minutes long? No way. What? Hold on. I'm getting confused. Yeah, it's short. 33 seconds.
Tony, you can post a link, right? So you can post a link. Stop DMing me. You can post links. You should be able to post links.
So what do you think about that? You see him right on the deck, right at the water there. Points it down. Then he just doesn't do it. He just rotates the camera up toward the horizon. See those islands back there when he first
Oh yeah, you
rotates
lied.
the
Yeah, you
camera.
lied.
And those islands are known distances. The islands are not boats either. They're attached to the bottom. You gotta talk this way to Glovers. They think flat earthers, when they show a picture, they're showing you a picture of boats.
Hey,
So where
check
do
it
you
out.
got this, Tony? What? Let me. You guys want to talk to him because I'm heading out, but
Sure.
I'm not sure, but
no.
I guess. No, I
Because he
guess.
posted some. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It looks like the 2 oil rigs, but
Tony, stop typing. Did you watch the 33-second video I posted?
Yeah, I watched the full video actually.
33 seconds. Oh, you watched the full video. Okay, so
Yeah,
the
watch
little
it.
clip that's in the 30. How do you explain to the islands that are 30 miles off?
To explain the islands that are 30 miles off.
Yeah, at 1 foot off the sea level.
I don't think the islands are 1 foot off the sea level.
The camera is 1 foot above sea level. You saw the setup.
Well,
I
here.
thought you said you saw the video.
Let's see. Oh yeah. I thought you were talking about the islands being 1 foot off the sea level.
The islands are 30 miles away.
Well, I need a height. I need a height of the islands.
No, you don't.
You have the distance
Yeah,
of
I
30
do.
miles. Yeah, you can, fine. But first
can
find the
have it.
curvature. How much drop first in 30 miles?
Right.
Yeah. How much drop is required on your ball of that radius, Tony?
Should be seeing.
I don't know.
And where should the
have a-
geometric horizon that is eclipsing everything past it be?
That's not how
Yeah.
a horizon works. Sorry, dude.
Oh, welcome to Flat Earth then. I thought you were a Glover, but I guess
It's
not.
an invisible wall that blocks everything at fucking
Invisible wall. You're claiming that your
Look.
Earth curvature is invisible? Okay, great. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I
guess
thought
we're
he was
done.
claiming refractivity or something.
It's the ball Earth. No, it's the ball Earth that's supposed to be blocking our view.
You just are like entirely like
Where's the
maliciously
curvature?
unaware of what the horizon is.
No,
Yeah.
we're aware.
Maliciously.
It sounds like you just found
We're
out,
trying-
though.
We're trying to
wait a
teach you, bud.
second. Wait a second.
Opposite of
So,
malicious.
Gospel, can you post a definition of a horizon?
Yeah. I've done that
That's
3
the
times
same
for
guy
this
that
guy.
couldn't define the horizon like a few days ago.
Of course.
Exactly.
He has the nerve to be in here
Horizon
telling
doesn't
people they
mean
don't
that
understand
everything
horizon.
past it is just gone.
That is your claim when you say that boats go over the horizon. Now it's not your claim. You can't stay consistent for 2 straight sentences.
And Tony, you are interrupting people every time again, just like before. So you're going to be muted every time you're not speaking.
You can't stay consistent at all.
You can't mind your manners.
Tony
And so
doesn't even sound like somebody who's interested in learning anything about his own damn model.
He's not. I think we should just
Sounds
give him
like
a
a troll
timeout.
to me.
I gave him a chance yesterday. You know what? I'm going to give him a ban. Fuck
Hey,
it.
so Tony, real quick before they undo that, please get more than a mere cursory glance at the material. Perhaps, God forbid, you go out and test and measure the Earth yourself, but that'd be lovely so that you might have a leg in this debate next time. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
Anyone
he's debating.
parting shots? Any parting shots for Tony before he goes?
Well, he's debating for us now. I mean, he just told us that his geometric horizon can't be seen. It doesn't obstruct
Actually-
anything. That's not how it works. Great. We're on the same page.
Actually, I know he was very good yesterday as well, providing us with flat Earth arguments. I know he was, but he's just being.
I mean, you can mute me and it's still a globe, so I don't know what you're gaining from this.
Well,
It's
I mean,
not-
buoyancy
you
is
haven't
still
shown
an outward acting force. You still need gravity.
You haven't
No.
shown any proof.
Density does not explain everything.
Saying
You
that,
have
do you
not
think
shown
just saying that makes it a globe?
He does.
You have
Like,
not shown any proof.
are we supposed to take you seriously when you say things like that?
What do you mean? That buoyancy is an upward acting force? Oh, now you want to tell
Who the
scientists
fuck is
that
talking about
things go down because
buoyancy?
of,
We're talking to you
density?
about your
How's gravity work?
horizon,
Get
which
ready
is
to say
supposed to be
goodnight.
geometric.
Yeah, get ready to say goodnight,
Oh
Tony.
no, I
Everything but
can't argue
curvature,
with the
right?
flat earth. What am I gonna
Is that
do?
what
What
it
am I gonna
is?
do?
Hey, clown. Is that what
What am
it
I
is?
gonna do?
You
You
want to talk
fucking
about everything but
You're a
curvature,
retard.
right?
You're a real retard, Sonny. You're a real fuck.
Ooh.
He's banned.
All right. Yeah, goodbye.
Try harder.
What a clown.
Too many
Excuse me, guys. If I
endure.
talk like this, it still makes it a globe, okay?
He's got 7 days to think about it. Have fun, bro.
Well, if I talk like this, it'll make it a globe.
I'm guessing he has daddy issues.
I think he got globe issues.
Yeah, that's what I want to say.
He's coping in the Cog Dis chat now, of course.
Yeah, already? Damn. I think he lacks friends, to be honest. That's why he's hanging around here. I think he's lonely, you know?
And you
But
see
there are
that?
so many globers out there. How
And
can
you
he
see
be
that?
lonely?
Wait a minute.
Fun as us, you know?
You see, I even gave Tony a chance yesterday. I said, I'm not going to ban him. Just let's let the other shifts come in and smack him as well. And you know, like he still wanted to stay on the same thing, man.
Yeah,
Tony,
he doesn't update at all.
You need to get a new gig, bro. We're tired of the old gig, okay? It's not working anymore. It's stale. Yeah, and you know what, Little Henry, you're next.
His smug laughter and condescension would work better if he wasn't a total idiot who's wrong and contradicting himself every other sentence.
That's against the TOS, Little Henry. You were trying to be nice or faking being nice before. That's not working here. Good night. That's against the TOS. We don't allow chat skank. Okay, you're not going to sit here and not talk after you ran away like a little baby with your tail between your legs. And now you're going to sit here and just like with a BB gun behind the barn or something, taking pop shots. No, you got 7 days.
That's a rookie move.
It's probably
Okay.
one of these guys who comes in here to, I don't know, clip us or whatever. He says he's got a podcast, and it's not going to work for him anyway, so he can just go ahead and try. But
I know. Yeah, and what really annoys me is people coming in here try to get me somewhere else in another room to try to like turn the words around on me. Like, oh, that pissed me off yesterday. But I digress. I don't need to talk about it anymore. That person's lucky I didn't ban him on the spot. Being nice. It's okay. You know when you're over the target is when you start getting the most flack.
Wow, funny thing happens when you zoom in on the South Pole.
So that's what happens when they don't have a globe, when they're like very immature. They actually turn into a little baby. Hot chocolate. Maybe it's a hero.
Yeah.
Tell the jokes around here.
Positive side. At least we get to speak to ourselves now.
Yay.
Yippee!
Oh, wait. Fresh meat. 7.
Where's fresh
Right
meat?
there. 7.
it's just pea drinker, I think.
Again?
Yeah.
Really?
It's not
How did he
muted.
get?
He's not.
Yeah,
muted.
I just unmuted.
Okay, well, I got a question and a little soundbite. What is the world?
Oh yes, we need that.
Mark Shire is 7.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning.
Sorry, Seven.
We
The
know
song
that most
was,
of y'all sitting there wishing, probably
initiated
just
right
itching
in the
for us
middle
to
of
go
us
away
saying hello
completely
to you.
dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting. See, as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's into outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself. I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Right. Hi, Seven. AKA Mark Shire. Oh my God, for the love. Thank you.
Yes. Hello. You hear me?
I'm about to send a rocket propelled grenade at the bot if I keep on hearing noise.
Yeah, I stopped it.
What?
That's sorry, man.
Conversation is priority. The bot is backup.
Yep.
That's my understanding.
That's right. Darn it. That's what I thought.
Exactly.
All right. What brings you to the server, Seven?
I'm in.
Yeah, you're in.
Oh, sweet. Never been here before.
So what brought you here?
Just checking it out. I've been here a lot. I got booted a while back.
What was your previous screen name?
I say Markshire, and then I use 7 too. So
I see no history of the name Markshire here.
really interesting. Well, like I say, I don't know what happened, if I got booted or what, but and for a while I couldn't get in. Everybody was trolling hard, so I was feeding it right back, and I guess it kind of made everybody mad.
Okay. Well, what is your knowledge of the heliocentric model, for instance?
Pretty much isn't anything I don't know about it.
Wow.
You got to know it to know flat Earth, don't you?
Okay. So how falsified is the heliocentric model in your understanding?
As well as Michio Kaku's acknowledgement of it being off by a factor of 1, followed by 120 zeros. I mean, that is the understanding, isn't it?
Yeah, the incorrectness. What's interesting about that statement is it still paints it as a spectrum of truth rather than a binary. And what I mean by binary is something can either be straight or curved, but there's not really a there's not a middle ground. There's not an
alternate.
It's either straight or it's not straight. It's a binary. So
True. The grand deception.
well, we try to keep the LARPs and the trolls to a minimum.
Well, the trolls, actually, those were like when you just come to the YouTube Flat Earth, and then there's a scrolling list of people just texting in conversation there. That's where I would usually be. And then that's where it's heavily trolled. Because you get the commentary. What's that?
My headset disconnected, so that's why I clicked out.
But yeah, the trolls are pretty heavy there in that text chat.
Yeah, it's been removed.
Yeah, I noticed that. That's what I thought was going on. That's kind of what made me decide to go to the lobby and then the voice chat.
Cool. Yeah, I think it's for the best personally. There's differing opinions on that.
Yeah, it was just, well, I proved it. I mean, you can go in there and say the most obnoxious stuff. You can just be off the hook, stupid, arguing, perpetuate it, gaslight it, just do everything that feeds into it. And they never back off. They never go away. They don't quit. And that's a perfect sign that you're not here to do anything but that. Because if you worry about, oh, I've had enough, I'm out of here. You people are nuts. I'm done. You know? But they didn't. And they would, and then it would be like, okay, you're getting banned. What, for acting like them? I'm proving how they're acting, and this is evidence.
Mm-hmm.
I ended up getting booed. But yeah, that's a good idea. You guys get rid of that because it was just stupid. Made the place look bad.
Yeah, every now and then it almost seems as though certain people get paid to do what they are doing. It almost seems that way.
I know they do, yeah. There's a whole bunch of that going on. I mean, this is a hugely controlled situation. I don't know how far you guys have taken it, but I mean, some of us realize flat Earth is just a simple doorway. It's a path to the truth. Flat Earth doesn't even really mean anything. It's so small in the grand scale.
Are you trying to allude to something that we're not aware of?
Oh, he's being provocative. He's doing the provocateur.
Yeah, I'm sitting here. I'm just thinking that it is. I mean, if you realize that much that the Earth is flat, that we're in an enclosed system, and we're so limited that they have to spoon feed our entire reality to us from birth to death. That's a huge sign that none of it's what they're telling us. So once you really do your deep dive researching, you find out that everything seems to be fabricated. Just there isn't anything, and everything's based on tech. I don't care if it's the spoon they're feeding you with. It's tech. Everything's tech. It's all based on tech, and that's our entire existence. We just like you guys talked about. I heard you about the cube and the cube worship. That's what this is all about, really. Is the alpha tech that we exist in.
Sorry, what are you doing? What are you talking about? Cube, alpha tech. What is that?
Well, you're familiar with like the cube in Mecca, right? And a little black cube they wear on their head. It's everywhere. It's in everything. Saturn worship, you know. It's unavoidable. And that cube is what it's all about.
Do you have any research on that?
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that backs it up. It's like they say, you got that Cuban Mac. But even you go through school, you know, the indoctrination system. You graduate, and then they make you make a gown and a cap, which the cap and gown, the gown is your cloak, you know, the veil that covers you in this darkness you're living in. The cap, that little box that you put on your head, that's that black box that traps your mind in darkness. With that education they spoon feed you with. And then the cap, the top of it is the Mason's mortar board that seals you in, because it's all their teachings. Teaching, which is another thing, like the language that we use, English language, is a coded series of symbols that they've given us. That's what William Shakespeare did when he wrote the New Testament. They created that coded language, the English language, and then just spell cast the hell out of us with it. So everything you think you know isn't what's true, it's what you believe. And belief is the acceptance of sin. What you take in these beliefs, you consume them rather than the truth, which the letters S and I and N. S is the symbol for consumption, consuming it, like the way your esophagus and all works, you know, that twisted shape. And then IN, you've taken it in. That's your sin, taking in the belief, you've consumed it. Now it's part of you.
Wow. Have you ever heard of something called etymology?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I learned a bit of this from I think of his name. I got him friends with him on Facebook. Met him there at the Denver conference. He's got Plain Truth for You on YouTube. But yeah, he talked about a lot of this. That's where I learned a bit of it from him.
All right.
But yeah, like the T in the language, you know, that's the cross that we bear, you know. It folds up into, that's the cube. You
Well,
know,
this is an after the fact esoteric interpretation that has no etymological foundation.
Okay.
So I could hold a spoon in my hand, right? Spoon. It's got a skinny end and then a round end, and I could say that my spoon is like a net. And then I could say that because my spoon is like a net, I'm able to capture butterflies with my spoon esoterically. And because it's like a net, really a spoon is like also a device that you could catch fish with. It's like it's an adventure in nonsense because it's not connected to any of the etymological roots, any of the words. So it sounds really neat because you're able to make sounds and phonemes mean whatever you want them to mean, but by loose connections, just phoneme wise. But etymology and meaning of words wise, it has no meaning at all.
Yeah, well, I get that. That's part of the ability for spell casting and deception.
Well, and here's the thing about spells. I could hit somebody over the head enough times with a spoon that it could cause a concussion and possibly, you know, brain damage and stuff. But just because a spoon could be used for evil and even a tool of murder doesn't make the spoon itself inherently evil. So just because a word could be used a certain way, like the tool that it is, doesn't make that word inherently a thing. But oftentimes these type of trendy word sounds games that people play in a poetic way they make people fall under the impression that there's some type of magic behind the word inherently. So maybe that's not what you were doing, but
right, yeah, right, I get you that. No, yeah, I absolutely get you. No, it wasn't. But that's what's going on. That's what William Shakespeare was, a wizard, grand wizard, known in his cult for being able to do exactly as you explained. So not everybody's going to be deceived. Majority are, though. The evidence exists. Just like a lot of those people in the chat there talking about, you can't convince them that the Earth isn't a sphere. And you can even tell them, okay, so show me where else in nature you can find a massive rock that retains gas pressure around it. And then just going to go divergent. Because they're already spellcast in the beliefs. They've been sold, and now they're selling it themselves. And convinced that's what you're doing or I'm doing. Again, that's how it all works. And just because a lot of people make crap up and say this means that and that means this, there's still origins to it all. And just because the narrative tells us things doesn't even mean that is true. That's what research is for. Again, as I said, you can stop with the fact that the Earth is flat, and then just debate and argue that like everybody's done for the last how many years now. Like that's going anywhere. That's crazy. It's going. The debate's going on way too long. It's like spending eternity in fourth grade or something.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying that there's more to it. Flat Earth is just a doorway to a far greater truth. Like I explained, it's alpha tech. We live in tech, just like that spoon or anything else, and you can try to imagine its usage in other ways or find out that it's not functional beyond your imagination in those ways. Recreate that design, but everything has design. Everything we know has design. Can't avoid it. Which all points to being in some sort of creation. Again, alpha tech, beyond the ability of our conception to create and design.
So when you're saying alpha, are you using it in the sense of all encompassing, or are you using it in the sense of preeminent?
Yeah, more I guess with that, the latter. Yeah, because
Okay.
it's like the creation of, you know, a being far greater than us. The trouble really becomes is whose is it? You know, is it because we got the whole Lucifer and creator battle. We got the time concept and beyond time concept, which also is of the creator. So is it that we live within Lucifer's cube?
Cube. When you were talking about the cube, it made me start thinking about Metatron.
It is very good. Yeah, there you go. Wheels are turning. Yeah, I've done a lot of research on that. Mark Sargent, or as I've proven, Dennis Sluka has Metatron Incorporated, and that's a huge corporation. And then when you know about Metatron, who Metatron actually is, was actually Hanuk, or as everybody calls him, Enoch. Just an absolutely amazing story. Yeah.
Is this like a new documentary is it like multiple things? Because I've been hearing people talking about the cube and sort of what you said, that it's on everything, and I just don't connect it yet. I guess I have to look into some information related to what you're
Well,
talking about.
what I can say is the Metatron and sacred geometry and all of that stuff is incorporated in all of New Age. It's incorporated in all of quantum. It's incorporated in all of atomism. It's part of the mystery school religions of Babylon. It's part of many of the Eastern religions, the chakras and all of that. It's part of people who are into astral projection and entertaining demon possession. It's involved in all of those things.
The entire music industry, movies. It's in everything. Everything that's in your face. Excuse me. Everything that's in your face is got that in it, whether it's blatant or
That's correct. It says who. The Borg lived in a cube ship. Yep.
So it's no coincidence.
Transformers came out of one.
Yeah,
they called it the Allspark or something, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? More esotericism.
Yeah, you know what? One thing I've always kind of known is that things are far stranger than what I see out there. Things are very much stranger than what I actually see. I like that conversation.
Yeah, hey, that Truth is Stranger Than Fiction fella has really good content. It's really well put together. He's a brilliant guy.
Is that Ron?
I don't know his name.
Ron Johnson?
No, Will is his name.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I said that guy. Ron Johnson's a shill.
No.
But yeah, like cubes and everything. Like you go through movies. Hellraiser. That's one. Yeah, the cube.
Cube represents 666. Got 6 sides.
Right. Yeah. And I am 7, one above the box.
Completion number is 7. Yeah.
Yeah.
What a bunch of weirdos.
I mean,
I'm not saying
You're talking about square and circle and stuff.
No,
like that.
the people in charge of this place are some of the most depraved, abject losers that have ever existed, and that's why they want power instead of normal shit.
Yeah.
Slimy.
Yeah.
I don't know how far everybody else is going, but yeah, I've gotten around enough to know. Met enough people, done enough things, been enough places. It's weird.
Back to the slime pit with you.
Right.
In the slime pit with that one. Those over there. Get them too.
Listen, man, if they really tarred and feathered people, I don't think you would survive the tar. Would you? Like,
yes.
That shit's got to be hot.
Oh, it's bad, but no, you do survive, but you're in excruciating pain. The thing that oftentimes kills people is infection.
Oh, not suffocating.
Well, yeah, you're still able to breathe, but apparently your flesh can basically be ripped off, and you can still survive. But
sarcasm. Well, speaking of,
let's not talk about that. Hey,
moving on. Their Delinks is in the chat. Someone named Their Delinks.
No, the Red Links.
The Red Links.
The Red Links. Well, okay, the Red Links. Are you there? Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Glad.
Oh, I was just gonna bring everybody's attention to Livestream voice text. Scroll up a little bit at 32 after the hour. Gospel Bearer posted a cool video by a channel called The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction. It's great stuff. It'll help you think. And then I posted a image, a meme that says, "At what scale does level water start bending around a ball for boats to go over the curve. When does it start bending around the ball, guys? We can't see it. We haven't found it.
No,
where's the curve?
As soon as you start bending your imagination.
Even then, like,
Oh, the spoon doesn't bend.
You know what my mom told me today at breakfast?
Spoon doesn't exist.
So, like, I've flown with my stepdad a bunch. My mom's been there a bunch too, and she said one of the times that she was with him, he programmed in to his instruments a destination, and he said the reason we have to fly this way instead of a straight shot is because the Earth is curved. So, her evidence to me that Earth is a globe was a computer program. I said, Mom, it's a little more complicated than that, but I'm not going to argue with you. Shit. And then I was like, they call it an artificial horizon. They don't need the word artificial. If you look at the instruments, it's a fucking horizon. It's a straight line across the whole viewing circle there. Come on, it couldn't be more clear as day. Anyway.
But dude, that spoon bending is a perfect analogy. It literally is true.
Spoon bending?
Because there is no physical bend. The bend is in your head, dude. Literally in your head.
Don't try
an analogy. It's an actual description of the reality.
Instead, only try to realize it's the truth. What truth? There is no spoon. Sorry, I'm done.
Yeah, yeah.
So what did you see that Lil Henry?
There is no curve.
Look at central banker put in the text.
Copium. The server just got reported to Discord for what?
I know. For being a flat Earth.
It's not the first time, kid.
We got hopium again.
Good luck with that. I was gonna say, dude, he thinks he's the first one. Whoa. Oh shit. That is good material.
Good luck, because we don't break the terms of service. We actually vigorously enforce them. We've been mass reported and nothing's happened. So, good luck.
There's servers where people talk about the nastiest, most just depraved shit. We're very good compared to a lot of servers. This is a gaming platform, dude. Okay?
It doesn't matter what you say in here because they literally don't do anything about voice chat.
Wow.
Well, I'll tell you how I know this. Someone came into the voice chat one time and said that they were going to rape our family and kill them in front of us. I recorded it in the live stream. I sent it to Discord, and they said, oh, we don't take like evidence from third-party applications, and we have no method of recording from our end because it's encrypted. So, yeah, basically, we don't do anything about voice chat.
Okay, well, still gonna act as if they
does,
do.
Though, so
okay,
yeah.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I should. When I get home later, I'll pull up the email thread, man. What they told me. I actually still have the audio
I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it.
Still have the audio. You want to hear that? It's disgusting. Like, seriously, some of the worst stuff I've ever heard.
I mean, somebody was really threatening you online. It wasn't just like joking around troll thing.
Graphically describing, like, what they were gonna do.
Wow, that's
like
terrifying.
Look, it's hard to shock me. It was like I was actually shocked by the vulgarity and the degenerate disgustingness of it.
I mean, even just Gem Panda server, like.
They're talking about how they were going to rape and kill our families and our wives. Then they were going to kill us. And like, but it wasn't just like calmly, like I was saying. It was like graphically described.
Well, they're very pissed off that we know something they don't. Very pissed.
That sounds like hate, like somebody really harboring some real serious hate or something, or maybe a mental illness or something, maybe hidden in there.
Fear is the only thing that makes you act like that.
Love or fear? Make a choice.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you're right about that.
Even it's the loss of love that creates that fear.
Right. Fear is you're afraid of losing something, either very important to you or something, or fear of not getting something you feel you deserve.
That kind of behavior can only come from somebody who has a deep self-hatred.
Yeah.
That's
They
actually
hate themselves. Yeah, they
that's a
hate the
sign
fact that
of
they were
self.
born.
They can't stand
It is.
themselves. They hate themselves so much. That's like the very extreme case of self-hatred. It's a exemplification of their self-hatred.
It's kind of like knowing that rotten bananas aren't good for you, but you just love them and you just eat them all day and you get sick just constantly doing that.
Wait, why are they not good for you?
Rotten bananas? Like really? Like with worms and bugs in them? Not
Okay,
that good.
worms and bugs. Okay,
Yeah.
I eat polka dotted bananas.
Oh, that's fine. Dude, you can keep a banana around for quite some time, but there's always that moment where you're like, okay, bye-bye.
When it starts to create its sugar alcohol is
Yeah,
really
it starts to like leak out of itself, and you're like, alrighty.
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
It's usually fruit flies like 3 days before that. How long are you waiting?
Until the fruit flies show up, basically. And then, but what I do is I freeze them for banana bread later instead of toss them.
Yeah.
Or at least I freeze them because I want to make banana bread, but then I get like 40 bananas in my freezer. Sad.
And if you get below negative 15 Fahrenheit, I believe it is, there's no chance. Like you've killed any and all possible like eggs or any of that.
What do you mean eggs?
If there's any
I
planted eggs or anything like that, so this is what you're supposed to do when you buy bulk wheat or rice or anything like that. There's these stupid weevils. Well, like it's a thing that you just can't necessarily guarantee isn't going to happen, especially when you buy organic and stuff. So you just freeze it in a deep freezer, not a standard freezer, but a deep freezer for 48 hours or so. And then you never have to worry about weevils.
So it's cryogenic genocide on bugs.
Yeah, basically.
Cool. That's neat. There was one day I had 2 or 3 fruit flies, and I got 2 of them into the microwave, and I was cooking some food, and I totally thought they were gonna like explode or die. Nothing happened to them. They came flying out after like 3 or 4 minutes in the microwave. I was like, what?
Oh yeah.
It's weird. They weren't affected at all. Live things in the microwave for 3 minutes. You gotta be kidding me. It's weird.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Speaking of, I'm gonna make some food. I'll talk to you guys in a bit.
Horizontally symmetrical. I'm having total symmetry. Public service announcement for everybody. Don't be afraid to make your own bone broth and soup broths. It's not difficult. It just takes time. You can do it in a slow cooker. You can do it on your stovetop.
I got nothing but time. I got one whole day to do whatever I need. Every day, I have one whole day.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I made beef broth the other day, and I didn't really put a whole lot of effort into it, but man, it turned out really great. You roast everything first for a little while.
Yeah, that's good. I do some of that on a smaller level. I live alone, so it's a little more difficult, but I try to make the best use of all of those things. Yeah, definitely. I cook those bones in a nice soup and just cook them until they're like disintegrate almost. Well, chicken bones. Then, yeah, it's pretty good stuff. Wish I had my own chickens.
Yeah, I'm not joking when I say I'm going to do the hemp chicken, man.
Yeah, I've heard of
that's
that.
in my future.
I heard of people saying that the other day. That platypus said he did it.
Well, I said that platypus did it.
Oh, you said that platypus. Oh, gotcha.
But I know he did it because he literally showed me he showed me him doing it over the course of like 8 or 9 months. I watched him feeding the chickens every single day on video, so I know he was doing it. That's what I mean.
I see.
Yeah, and he also had another nifty life hack, and that was visiting the local farmers market and just going table to table and being like, "Hey, do you guys have any refuse? Any product that you can't sell that you're probably gonna just dispose of?" They're like, "Yeah, right back here." And he would get anywhere from 30 to 80 pounds garbage bags and garbage bags and garbage bags full of just refuse, vegetable refuse and stuff.
That's perfect for compost too, man.
Compost, but he just fed it all to the chickens. They'll just apparently eat all sorts of stuff, and
wow,
it was really a beautiful situation.
I bet they eat it fairly fast too, even that much, depending on how many chickens.
Yeah, he was able to break even with his technique. It was a weekly what do they call it? I just said the name. The food thing.
Farmers market.
Thank you, farmers market. Yeah. Yeah, and it worked out. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Well, seriously, considering that 10-gallon distiller, I think 10 gallons good enough.
For what?
That might be kind of big though. Might get a 5-gallon one. To do some make preserves and things like that for one, but
oh, you're talking about a like a stock pot?
A distiller that I can distill water, but it has many other uses too.
Oh,
like you can make ethyl alcohol from it.
Did you make it with copper, Sonny, or did you make it with some other material?
I didn't make it. I'm gonna buy one.
You think it's cheaper to go that route?
Yeah, for me where I live, yes. I'm not interested in buying $100 worth of tools so I can put in the tubing and stuff, like whatever.
Do you got a good source for water up there? Are you in the mountains somewhere?
Hell no, I'm in the middle of the city.
You got to get out of there, dude. What happens when they put out the sarin gas or whatever?
Listen, they haven't found anything that's harmed me yet, so good luck to
But
them.
I thought the ice caps were supposed to melt and all the methane was going to come out.
Oh no! Good. I don't run on fear. I don't follow fairy tales.
He has a surfboard. He's fine.
No, I don't even have one of those.
Oh no!
But there's plenty.
Oh,
of
you're in
boats
trouble
there.
now when those ice caps melt. How are you going to surf without a
No, there's
surfboard?
plenty of. There's thousands of boats out in the harbor. That's how. With
Ice
dinghies on the docks. Look, I know how to drive a dinghy. I could row it if I have to.
But there's millions of people.
Well, not everybody knows how to swim to a boat, go on board, and commandeer the boat and sail away.
But then they're gonna take the ball from you and just
Is that what the
drown
Glovers
because
want
you
you
don't
to
know how
do?
to
Go
use it.
Well,
sail
good
away
luck.
with them or
And
whatever?
they better bring their machine guns. So that's good. That's cool. The law of the
Hey,
sea.
I have a question. How did that interaction with Tony go? Did he get any better?
He
No.
got banned for
Or is
7
he
days,
still the
dude.
jerk I predicted he was going to be?
Yeah, he's
He got booted, dude.
he's still going off in cog dis.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I banned him for 7 days, along with his friend, Little Henry.
What
The
was his
German guy. I was trying to
argument? What
explain
was
to
his
him like what type
argument?
of person he was. Have an argument. Like Tony, he doesn't have an argument. He's just
That's
here
the
to rile
point.
people up.
Yeah.
Why does he come in here to troll? Like, if you want to like come in here and speak facts, that's one thing. But like, present the evidence. Don't just come in here and be like, "Oh, globe flat." Blah.
What's wrong with your voice, P-Buddy?
Huh?
What's wrong with your voice, P-Buddy?
I don't
Because
think
it
anything's
titillates them. They
what.
like it titillates them. That's why they
Or
do
was
it.
it,
That's how
or
they
was
get
it
like
the
a
other?
little rush of annoying people. I was trying to explain the German guy that's been here the last few days. Trying to explain to him what people like Tony are like, and it turned out
Just like
I
that.
was correct and he was not correct. He kept trying to want to give him another chance.
I know. I did
Like,
too. Like yesterday, I go, we'll give him a break. He's very limited in his knowledge, elementary understanding of anything we're talking about. So, but at the end, he just came back with the same nonsense today. So,
look, I guarantee you could ask them. This is a test. What have we told you so far? And they won't even know. They won't even know anything that's been said because they're not listening to what you say. You're just being snarky and sarcastic.
yep.
Ignoring
About
everything you say. They don't
about
want to
everything.
think about it.
Yep. Pretty obvious.
If they thought of us, they're like, oh my God, they don't even want to entertain the chance that we're right because of being a flat earther is threatening to them.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm a
Well,
flat earther. Everyone's going to pick on me. And
anyone with
his self-image is based upon where he is in the social hierarchy.
yeah.
So, you know,
Yeah. Anyone that has an ounce of logic listening can see what a train wreck those people are that are coming in here. I mean, that's the best they have to offer. That's all we're seeing. It's really crazy.
at any person that comes, we've had people come in here, right? And you can tell right off the bat that they actually have critical thinking skills. And within about 10 minutes, they're like, damn, y'all have a point. I'm still a gold birther, but, you know, those are
They
all
can
pretty good arguments. Like the guy that came in and said, what's your explanation for the Coriolis effect? And I went to like, what Coriolis effect? You know, what's the evidence? Like, what's
Yeah.
the evidence for this in the first place? You know, you could tell he was a thinker, and he was like, yeah, I mean, I guess that's a pretty good answer because, you know, if you break it down rationally,
Yep.
there's
So
nothing, there's no there.
so there yeah, exactly. So the difference is that that person can be reasonable, has the ability to be reasonable, you know? And admit when something they thought may have another answer. Well, like if somebody's open to allowing, like there could be possibly a different answer, but people that are stuck in that bias, wow, that's a sticky situation, man.
That doesn't make any sense, dude. Listen, Sonny, this is their logic. If you breathe, right, isn't the air going into a container?
Hey, why did you send me that nasty stuff you were writing in my DM before?
Like they're saying that when they
Oh,
breathe in, the air enters their lungs, right? This is their science, right?
now you can't hear me or something?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm not answering your questions until you tell me why you put the nasty shit in my DMs before I reported you.
Who are you talking to?
Yeah, you. Yeah, I know who you are. You think you're fooling people in here, man. Like it's shocking.
Okay, dude.
Why would he send you? Whatever you want to know.
He sent me, I hope you don't commit suicide.
That's crazy.
Request granted.
Yep. Yeah, he thinks he's able to change his voice enough that it's pee drinking buddy. That's him. He's psychotic. He's psychotic. Not answering any question of somebody that's psychotic.
You know, the little tactic isn't going to work. No one's going to associate your pee drinking, feces gurgling self with flat earthers just because you say you're a flat earther.
Right.
The Flat Earth Society can't do it. You don't have a prayer.
Yep. So that's what we have here, folks. This kind of activity going on in the background because we are pointing out truth. They don't like it to the point. Well, they will send things like that to your DM to try to unbalance you or whatever. That doesn't work with me. If you think that's the case, you're sadly mistaken. And I don't have little pipsqueaks tell me what I think and try to twist my words and put words in my mouth, take me down to other rooms to record them trying to get one over on me. Yeah. No, it's not working. You know who you are. People think they can come on here and threaten me in the background. Are you kidding me?
You know, it's the same guy because I know the pee drinking guy, but you say this is the same guy.
No, it wasn't Seven. It was the other guy. It was Amniac or whatever that person was.
It's
fuck, man. It's like it's almost amusing that they have no art.
Yep. If that's all they have. It's just that's the really illuminating part.
Yeah, why would they lie? And these people come here and do it for, and then you think it's absurd, right? It's absurd that people would lie for money, but people will come in here and lie for free, and we witness it every single day.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, they're little cowards that do that shit. Stupid. Come on, bring it on. That's what I say. Really? If you think you know where I am and who I am, and you're gonna come and confront me, come and fucking do it. Do it physically though, because that's where I reside, and I welcome you. Come on, bring it on. I ain't afraid of anyone.
Sonny, he has an equation where he kicked your ass, so your ass is kicked.
What?
That checks out. The math's proved reality.
That's right. I know, right? That's all they have to have. I got a counter equation. I'll see your equation. I got a counter equation. Ba-bam.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about math proofs. Does anybody know the technical process for making a math proof a proof? Yeah, I'll give you an example. Oh, apparently Sleepy Joe does, but I'm going to give an example anyway. This one really disturbs me. Okay. And I personally think that it actually does expose a problem, an inherent problem with mathematics. And here's what it is. 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3 equals 3/3. 3/3 equals 1. Everybody could probably, they're okay with that. When you convert fractions into a decimal, 1/3 is not any greater than 0.3 repeating. Now, repeating is an intangible thing. I get it. But the fact is, it's a repeating decimal, and you can use the repeating symbol in the math. So you add 0.3 repeating plus 0.3 repeating plus 0.3 repeating, and what you have is 0.9 repeating forever. Well, again, infinity is not a real thing and all of that, and there's a problem with that. But it also stands to reason that 0.9 repeating doesn't equal 1 unless you invoke the mathematical proof that 0.9 repeating does equal 1.
Well, it's because a fraction is a ratio, and it's not commensurable. There is no 1/3 in a base 10 decimals, in a base 10 numerical system.
Correct.
The number 1/3 just does not exist. And I've tried to explain this to Globers. Like,
okay,
it's like them trying to say, oh, well, see, my math says that the Earth is not flat, and I'm using spherical geometry. That's because there's no such thing as a straight line in spherical geometry. It can't be expressed, right? Just like 1/3 of a base 10 decimal system can't be expressed. There's no expression for it. It doesn't exist.
Okay. It has to do, that issue has to do with
Just like
base
pi.
10.
Just like pi is not a number, dude. Well, I mean, if you use say you use the base 3 numerical system, it exists in that, right? Where you count 1, 2, 3, and then you go, you flip over, right? You start counting, like there's base 60. So everything's in units of 60, right? So you can have any base. It's called like a radix. Sometimes it's called a modular system.
Yeah.
Right. So mathematics is based upon axioms, right? So you just suppose something is true, and then the mathematics are correct within that system, but in some other system it's not. So, like I said, in spherical geometry, a straight line can't be expressed. There's no coordinates, right? If I drew a straight line in a spherical geometry coordinate system, there's no number that would correspond to the points on that line.
Yeah, how do you have
those
an
numbers don't
origin?
exist.
You can't have an origin on the surface of a sphere. There's no origin.
Yeah, exactly. They'll say, "Oh, I can draw a tangent." Okay, now you're outside of the coordinate system. You're outside of the sphere. So yeah, now what? And people don't understand this. Pi is not a number. Pi is saying yes, the ratio of the circumference to the diameter to the circumference. This ratio. Well, that there is no exact ratio in base 10.
Yeah.
It's not expressible.
Do you think that base 10 is natural to reality, or just contrived? Just like language is. There's not. You wouldn't make the argument. Go ahead.
It was contrived by a guy named it was some Swiss guy. He standardized it, that the decimal system.
Okay.
I think it starts with an S or something. So like back in the 1700s, he's kind of standardized it, because the Babylonians, they used base 60, and there are numbers like you can do, especially with triangles, you can do some operations in base 60 that can't be done in base 10.
Okay.
Like something called Pythagorean triples. It's a certain type of triangle, like a 3, 4, 5 triangle. It's a Pythagorean triple. And there's a whole bunch of these, and they're easy to calculate. There's something called Delphantine. I can't remember. There's a name
Joe
for it.
just pointed out the obvious here. 10 fingers.
That's not why it was. It's historically inaccurate. I think it's because of the Hindus. They took it from the Hindus. But actually, the best system where like, you know how when you divide, there's a remainder? right?
Yeah, there can be.
In base 10, there's only there's 2, 5. I think it's only 2 and 5 where you can divide in the base system, right? So I can't use 6 and divide tens. I can't use 3. I can't use 7. I can't use 8. I can't use 9, right? But I can use 2 and 5, right? In base 12, 12 is the one that has the most divisible subunits, right? So I have 12. I can divide 12 by 2. I can divide it by 3. I can divide it by 6. I can divide it by 4. I can divide it by not 7. I can divide it by not 8, not 9. So it has, I think it has 4 possible divisor or no 5. And these things, they matter as far as doing computations. They just make computations easier, and you don't get these irrational numbers, right? These numbers that go off 1 point or 0.33333333 forever. You get less of those types of numbers in a base 12. You know what this means? It means that when you do a calculation, more of your results are actually exact results, and they're not approximations. I mean, it sounds like silly, nerdy minutia, and it kind of is, but it's not from a philosophical point of view, because, like I said, a Glober will come in here and say, "Just don't work on a sphere, right? I measured this distance, right, and my spherical coordinates say this is not a straight line. Of course, it's not. You don't have a straight line. You don't have it in your system."
I see.
So
Yeah.
when they make these latitude and longitude arguments, right? It's your coordinates. I always say coordinate systems are arbitrary. You pick a coordinate system, that's going to determine the geometric shapes you can get out of it. Just the coordinate system. Right? So say I choose a Cartesian coordinate system, right? Where they're just squares. I can't draw a circle in that. I can approximate a circle, right? But I can't actually draw a circle because the coordinate system's a bunch of squares.
Yeah.
But this is why math can't possibly prove reality, because reality doesn't work like that. We make these mathematics, it's just, we can use it to simulate aspects of reality for practical usage, but that's kind of where it ends. Once you start making truth statements that this mathematical thing proves this other mathematical thing, and this is the thing, we don't need mathematics to prove the Earth is flat or a globe, because we can compare it to something else. We don't need numbers. We don't need coordinate systems. I can take something I know to be straight and just compare it to some other thing, and then know that other thing either is straight or not straight by saying, hey, does this get farther apart along its length? Right? See, I just made a statement, geometric statement. I used no math, no numbers, no coordinates, nothing.
Makes sense.
Well, because of logic, right? So if A and B are equal, and B or C and B and C are equal, we know A and C are equal. Right?
Yes, and you know what's funny about what you just said? I read a whole article the other day on the topic of the 0th law of thermodynamics that was basically that exact same statement. They're trying to create the 0th law of thermodynamics that basically is what you just said. See if I can find the article. Yeah. It was really stupid.
Well, I mean, it's actually not stupid. It's just because they figured something out after they had the other 3 laws. I don't know why they didn't call it. And the reason they call it the 0th law is because it's more fundamental than the other 3 laws. There's a good video on it from Pierre Robitaille. I'll actually post it. He's very good at explaining technical things, non-technical way.
What you
should really anyone that's interested. If you want to hear Professor Dave get eviscerated. He has like a 40-minute video where he just like tears him to shreds, dude. Because he has a theory that the sun is actually metallic hydrogen.
Metallic? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Because of the black body spectrum of the sun is only emitted by something with a planar hexagonal lattice surface. But they say the sun is gas.
Gas.
Right? So a gas doesn't have a planar hexagonal lattice surface, but metallic hydrogen does. Well, but they have to account for the spectrograph of the sun, so they have to say it's hydrogen. Right? So all these, like, put it this way, there's problems with the modern solar theory within their cosmology, but he's not an astronomer.
Zoom.
He has a PhD in chemistry.
Over my head.
But he's also a doctor. He's a medical doctor, and he's got the world's record MRI, like resolution for MRI. So, people like nothing changes, right? As they say in Proverbs, right? There's nothing new under the sun. Right. So things that used to, remember back in not remember, but when people had trades and guilds, right? Like the Woodworkers Guild or the Violinist Makers Guild, they would protect their profession, right? And this is the same thing now. He's not in the profession of astronomy, and what he's come up with falsifies their models. But they reject it because their argument is you're not an astronomer. And now it's Professor Dave's argument is you're not an astronomer. But his destruction of Professor Dave is basically him reading from actual astronomy textbooks. Okay. There's one part that's so funny. He's like, I don't know who fell asleep in Astronomy 101, but it wasn't me. It's just so funny. Yeah. The funny thing is, because Professor Dave made a video about him, and at the beginning of his rebuttal of that video is him just playing the insults that Dave said about him, like one after the other. It lasts for a good minute and 15 seconds. That's how many times Dave insulted him.
Pride.
That should tell you something about Professor Dave's character. Not like we need any more information on that, but it just goes to show you if someone makes a video about you that's supposed to be about science, and you can excerpt every insult and put them back to back, and it's like a minute and a half, dude. Like that dude's demented.
Yeah,
it's not exactly scientific discourse.
Nope.
You're stupid is not a rebuttal. You're a moron, or
But there are times when they are accurate terms that fit precisely.
Their argument, that's really not the time.
Exactly. Yeah, if your go-to isn't evidence, then you're losing. Who said the sun was metallic or something?
Metallic hydrogen.
Metallic hydrogen.
Hydrogen was able to turn metallic under certain conditions.
Wow.
It's never been actually observed, though, so it's one of those things.
Yeah, I've been plenty of
the amount of pressure that it takes to turn hydrogen metallic is something like 3,000 atmospheres or something.
And that's the whole concept of all these conspiracies and whacked out beliefs that keep getting pushed. The truth sounds crazy once you finally hear it. FE Core has done the best job that I've ever seen. Everything I've seen them put out about the sun on their research absolutely paralleled everything I've done. So that to me was huge. Everything else is just a bunch of garbage because nothing has proof that it stands on its own 2 feet other than that.
Are you saying the FE core is the only reportable and well done test out there?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the only thing that stands without flaw. Because, like I said, it matches everything I've found. And when I
So
watch
no
their
one else can do any test besides them.
well, there's a lot of theories. Every one of them contains something. You know, they all have to have some aspect of truth, but nobody has actually nailed it as well. Well, the sun is a
It's preference. It's just preference.
the sun's an angular perspective, personal perspective, objective point of view, which is proven. Which means it's an optical
I probably
illusion.
heard you wrong. I thought you said that's the only test out there that can, stand by itself. I don't know. Maybe I heard you wrong.
Well, yeah, that's what I said. That's their conclusion as well, what I just said. So,
Well, what you said about the sun isn't proven because nothing about the sun can actually be proven because it's inaccessible.
Doesn't matter that it's
It
inaccessible.
seems like we can draw inferences and make inductive reasoning conclusions,
Well,
but it's not
that's because
proven in
you
the
haven't
sense
come
of
to research.
logical proof.
Sure can. I sat right here and did that, right in my own backyard, off my deck, during the eclipse of 2017. Sat right out here with my telescope, recorded it, watched the centripetal convergence point of the torus of Earth merge with the sun source, which is on the outside of the firmament, which is a static charge or plasma. And as they merged, that's where all the light goes down that centripetal convergence point, which is the only true black hole in nature. And that's why you can't see the sun other than the halo around it at that point. And then while you're looking at it through a telescope, which is very intensely bright and blinding, you can see the actual firmament, which is also described in scripture as a highly reflective surface as polished brass. And that's why you're not supposed to look at it. Put your stupid NASA glasses on. Don't look right at it. They give you all that crap. That's why. Get yourself a telescope. Do the same thing. Find out.
So you can't look at what? You can't look at what?
I mean, look at what the sun with the telescope. The picture that I'm using is a picture that I took of the sun through my telescope as I was watching it set. I looked at the sun up close and personal through a telescope. There's nothing there. It's just a light. That's why you see a lot of the videos where they perpetrate the sun as in the clouds. And it looks good, but it's an optical illusion, an angular perspective, personal perspective, objective point of view. And
Yeah, some people say that, but yeah, that's not everybody.
well, no, people say a lot of things. I'm just giving you the facts. Like I say, the truth is what's least accepted.
No. You're not giving us facts. You're giving us your opinion. Okay.
No,
when
I've
you
done the
look through a
research.
telescope. Okay, dude. Do you know what the word fact means? A fact is an event, a happening, an occurrence. So the occurrence is you look through a telescope. That's the fact. All that other stuff is your interpretation, your opinion, your whatever. But none of that stuff are facts. You can look up the etymology of the word fact, dude. A fact is an event.
When you compile it with the rest of the evidence. See, this is the same thing ball earthers do to flat earthers. Now you're doing it.
No, you're doing it. You're making claims and saying your claims are proof or evidence. They're not. They're just claims.
Okay, or you're for whatever gaslighting reason.
Look,
Is
listen. Listen. I
See,
also
there you go.
think that the sun is a personal perspective thing. That it's the personal dome hypothesis, right? But I'm not going to say my observations are proof. It's just
because you didn't do
opinion,
any.
and
Like
I
I
have my
did.
opinion.
Nobody else did what I did.
Measurements of the sun done
NASA
from multiple
actually,
locations, right? And how they did the sun doesn't triangulate.
NASA actually made reports to contradict me after I'd posted about what I had done and what I'd found. I mean,
okay, that's
just to make
fantastic. But
because it's easy to dissuade people away from the truth, because just like this, rather than say, "Oh yeah, that lives
What
in
you
the
said about the sun, that kind of you
Yeah.
said that this source to the sunlight and above the
Mhm.
firmament. I kind of agree with you, but stated it as a fact is the tricky part because we don't actually know exactly.
Well, right, I get that, but it's the same thing as any other research that you haven't done that I have. Say that's why I use ball earthers. We do this constantly with them. They for some reason think flat earthers didn't do enough global research, so they keep trying to pretend like it's us that's missing something, or we're not smart enough. That's why you don't get it. It's just the same thing. So until you do the full extent of research, you can't even really deny it. You can just say, okay, we're getting pieces, because I can't sit here and give you everything in 3 sentences or paragraphs or whatever. I mean,
But listen, I agree with what you're saying, obviously. But then you said that the only real black hole is
yeah,
that.
tetrapedal
But
convergence.
yeah, a lot of people will hear that, and I don't know the way you stated it. I
Well,
trying to get what you're saying, but it's kind of tricky to state it as a fact because people are gonna
Because
take
I know
that.
it's like Ken Wheeler. If you're familiar with Ken, he's the foremost word on magnetricity and even the toroid, an explanation for it. So there's a lot of people tell him he don't know what he's talking about, make fun of him, yada yada. But he don't care, because he knows what he knows. And this is the same thing, Like I said, I can't just explain everything to you at once, But there's a definite line here. I've put it all together. I wouldn't
Well,
waste my time talking about it. It's not like I'm just.
What you said about the what do you say, the black hole? What do you actually mean by that? The only real black hole that exists, or something
Yeah,
like that? You said?
It's the only true black hole in nature.
But what does that do, or what are you claiming about it?
That is what they call Rahu, the black sun. That's what, whenever they claim an eclipse has occurred, because we know it's not the moon. I sat right there and watched it. The moon didn't cross in front of the sun. It was just a black shadow, So
If you ask me, that's just how do you say, the negative of the layers that where the light is going through, and it's basically canceling itself, looking like a shadow.
A lens change is what you're seeing, folks, in the light show above us.
Yeah, the light show, and the light is going
I
through
can understand how you see that, but like say,
layers.
I watched it from prior, because I've done that. I did that for quite some time, watching the sun with my telescope. And so I sat up, waited for it to happen, and I watched the emergence of these two come together. So I know what didn't happen. So there was no anything change. It's literally the shadow, which is the absence of light. No light can escape it. And then when you study Ken
It's
Wheeler's,
canceling itself. I don't know exactly how to say, but if you have a light in front of another light, one of the lights can look like
right,
a complete darkness, complete shadow.
right, light
Exactly.
is no matter how dark it gets, it's still light.
So
Yes.
Because that's the tricky part, though. If we claim that we know what's actually happening up there, okay, I think we can do similar things down here, down on Earth, that might cause the same similar effects. But to claim exactly how it's happening up above, up in the layers above, is
Okay, well, I get that, but like again, I've done a lot of research. It's not like I'm just. I've seen the firmament. I've literally seen it through the telescope, up close and personal, like looking at stuff through a microscope. I mean, it's very obvious when you see it that it's there. And the only way it's exactly like playing the lesser light situations, because you got the static charge on the outside of the firmament that's causing the radiance that pierces through. And as Scripture says, the firmament is as polished brass and highly reflected. But we can't see through it. All this water above crap is crap. It's water that surrounds us. Water proves Earth to be flat. Yeah, well, the water proves Earth to be flat. Now, you can't have flat water, then all of a sudden above us, too. That's contrary to, you're almost like trying to mix things up, because they say water sticks around a ball. Well, here you go trying to say that again. Well, come on.
That's not logical, and here's why. If you carry a domed structure to the bottom of a swimming pool,
it's not at the bottom. It's above. The Earth in Genesis sits over the face of the deep.
I'm hearing what you're saying, but what I'm saying is if you carry a dome.
I'll tell you get lost by going
Seven.
I never
You're
look
not
for
listening. You're not listening. If you carry a domed structure to the bottom of a swimming pool, then the water conforms to the shape of its container that includes negative space. Simple statement. Don't interrupt. Also, it's very frustrating to hear you interrupting, Indio. Anybody else try to take turns? So don't say that something cannot happen when it literally can be demonstrated that it does happen.
Are you done?
There's silence.
Well, that didn't mean you was done. So you want to talk about demonstration, and that's what you're talking about, huh?
Yeah, you can demonstrate water adhering to the shape of its container, including negative space of a curve.
And so you probably believe we live in a half bubble too, don't you?
I have beliefs.
See, I don't do beliefs. Beliefs are the acceptance of lies.
Okay, well, let me demonstrate why what you just said is a lie then.
Good luck.
So, yeah, you said you don't do beliefs.
Correct.
You made this comment that the sun is a plasma, did you not?
A static charge, yes, which would be a plasma, yeah.
Okay. How do you know that?
Well, the torus, which is in constant
motion. What torus?
The torus of Earth.
What torus?
That the spirit. The torus is when you read Scripture and it says the spirit was moving.
What spirit?
Moving over the face of the deep.
Scripture.
The spirit. So you
what spirit?
Go ahead and interrupt. Okay. You're allowed to do it.
Yeah, I am going to keep on interrupting you because I'm actually demonstrating a falsification of your claim that you don't do beliefs.
Yeah, you hate truth. I get it. At any rate, so
no, you can make ad homs, but I'm going to demonstrate why you're incorrect in your claims.
Right, because your narcissism is kicking in. I get it.
It's not about narcissism. Your ad homs are not going to adequately
it's accurately
your claims.
There's a difference. It's accurate description. At any rate.
All right, you're really annoying. Do you know that? I don't like ad homs. They're not effective for defending claims. Okay? The fact of the matter is, you're making claims, you're being condescending about your claims, you're using ad homs to defend your claims, I'm falsifying your claims, especially a claim like I don't do beliefs, and then you go into territories of things that you don't have knowledge of, you only have belief of. That's all that was being demonstrated to you earlier when Indio said what he said. He was making the exact same statement I'm making, just on a different subject. Don't be arrogant. It's not a good look. And definitely don't use ad homs. I'm not down with that kind of business.
Kind of business, yeah. What are you down with?
Empiricism would be
You,
good
you
start
just
as
ride the
far as
high,
this
right?
voice chat goes.
How many doses of ego do you do an hour? That dopamine just has to kick in for you. You get sad, don't you?
All right.
How many
So you're
ad
just
homs
going
do
to
you need to
continue.
use to prove your globe? And why can't you just use measurements and evidence?
Well, he doesn't seem to. I don't think he's a globe believer, central banker.
I shouldn't. Okay, I should have
He's
waited till I understood the conversation better.
yeah. He's not a globe believer. He's a believer in lots of things that he doesn't have proof of, which is fine. It's okay to have beliefs. What's not okay is to lie about not having presuppositions. What's not okay is to lie about not having beliefs. It's not okay. And then to double down on it, be condescending about it.
Well, I wasn't that far off. It sounds pretty
ugly.
Glober-like.
Well, yeah. Well, here's the thing. He was literally telling Indio a handful of minutes ago that Indio was using Glober logic and or rationale, which quite foolish. Quite foolish. The fact
Projection.
that yeah, I'm not a fan of the doubling down and the ad homs and.
It's an example of a flat earther using the same exact logic as Globers.
Well, I don't know. Just contradiction and hypocrisy. It's for your own benefit that I'm muting you. So we all have presuppositions. Yeah, Taurus Earth is a belief, as Level Up said, and there's all sorts of beliefs and presuppositions that people have. Nobody is free from prejudice. Nobody is free from presuppositions, and those that claim that they are the narcissist. All of your ad homs are variations of projection, and it's really telling. Oftentimes, people go to ad homs when they're being challenged as a narcissist. You're like a vicious dog.
Yeah, it's kind of like fear. Remember we talked about fear and love? Yeah, that's a projection is a byproduct of some sort of fear.
Oh, by the way, on this topic, because I think it is really relevant, I posted this earlier. It's possibly triggering to certain people. That's okay. But I posted the etymology for the word faith. And you know what? Read it, be triggered, and be redeemed, because it's not a dirty word like a lot of people want it to be. So there you go. Look up the etymology for faith. Oh, dear heaven. Sorry, I'm looking at the trending words on Etym Online. And it is a very sad list of words. Inappropriate for the live stream.
We got the Regenerator here. Anyone talk to him before?
No, but I am willing to unmute. Hi, Regenerator. All right, 7. Apparently you need some time to yourself. So take some time to think about what you've been told, water off a duck's back and teachable moment and all that good stuff.
Yeah, check.
Yeah. Howdy.
How's it going?
It is going.
Sounds like it. I just got in. How you guys doing?
Doing pretty swell over here.
That's right. That's good to hear.
So what do you regenerate?
Cells.
Okay, well that's an interesting answer. Yeah, I mean that seems like the case. In at least as far as our skin goes, all the other stuff, seems to be the case. The way that wounds heal and stuff like that. Yeah, interesting answer.
Yeah, everything. Bones as well. So I work with certain formulas that increase that process and increase the integrity of all the cells.
When you say formula, do you mean chemicals?
No, not chemicals.
What do you mean by formula?
Well, nature has very amazing things to offer, and when proportioned correctly, can really do some fun things in the body.
Oh yeah, that's so interesting. Where do you find these things?
On very special farms that are where animals and plants are treated properly, better than most people.
What kind of animals?
There's a couple. There's only a couple that have some suitable, ingredients for the formulas. Cow being one, but it's knowledge not everybody has, and how to procure certain things where it will work at an optimal effect in the body.
I think you're hot, Mike and Morvis. Regenerator, are you talking about pee?
Absolutely not. That's funny you should ask that, though.
He's
Why
talking
is
about
That people
What?
actually do that. People consume urine. That's a very strange thing.
how it's connected with the flat Earth.
Yeah, it's a good question. I asked him about his screen name, and then I started to hear certain things that kind of made me think, "Are you back already?"
No, it's definitely not that guy. Definitely
Yeah.
not. Not
Okay.
this time.
Okay.
No.
How'd you come into flat Earth?
Measurements of the Earth.
Yeah, I stopped looking at the TV and I measured the Earth.
Yeah.
And then I went, oh my goodness, it's not the cartoon that they showed me.
With lasers or what? How'd you measure the Earth?
Laser's one of them, yeah. Long distance observations.
I like horizon measurements.
Horizon measurements.
I mean, you can't get them exact, but you can get them exact enough to falsify the globe.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can falsify that claim first. Yeah.
Come on.
One thing that's interesting, I usually do about 100 flights a year, and you can even see how the clouds obey the flatness. Anybody else observe that?
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned that because I just had somebody tell me the other day that we can see the sky curving. It's like, yeah, you're just seeing things. Angular resolution, attributing it to curvature. But okay, yeah.
Yeah, on a cloudy
Go
day,
ahead and think what you want.
when the clouds are sparse, and independent of each other, they're exact same altitude, and it's awfully flat. It's 100% flat. How often do you guys powwow in here?
24/7.
I see that. I didn't know if that was a reality. That's cool.
It's the real thing.
Oh, hello, Regenerator.
Howdy.
Are you also a flat earther?
Am I a what?
Are you a flat earther?
I mean, I've never referred to myself as that. I believe the Earth is flat, but I don't really. I don't know what that exactly means. I definitely.
I hear there's some flat earthers around here.
Yeah. What do you do? What do you do with the information, though?
Oh, what I do with the information? It's like sitting on a bench, seeing the whole theater in front of you, and just enjoying the view, right? But it's just all fake.
Right.
That's how my life is. Basically having fun all day because there's like nothing that can, depress me. Literally nothing. Like this is actually so much fun to not be a part of this huge deceptive matrix created by the evil one. It's amazing. Like,
yeah.
I mean, and even I mean, I lost all my friends, right? Like, I don't have my friends anymore, which I used to do drugs and all that stuff. But even though I'm mostly for myself, I'm just enjoying every day. It's amazing. So much freedom.
I concur. I feel the same way.
Amen. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's a funky stage we all ended up in.
Mm-hmm.
Not everybody can see the stage.
My friends still do drugs.
How's that work out?
Yeah, it's not worth it. Not worth it. Your temple comes from your birth with everything you need. No need for additional things.
Good.
Woohoo! Praise the one who created all these wonderful
Amen,
things. And I'm not talking about drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, Hita. Hey Hita. Is he in here? Oh. Oops.
You couldn't tell if it was like Heather, like Heather, but oh, it's not Heather. Okay. Mm.
What's your favorite movie, guys? Since no one is talking anyways.
Ace Ventura.
Ace Ventura.
The Crow.
I actually never watched Ace Ventura.
The Fifth Element.
I like that one, The Fifth Element.
The Fifth Element.
The Black Stallion.
Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Depends on the genre for me.
Good answer.
And then a close second is Waterworld.
Waterworld. Uh-huh.
Billy Madison.
Pokemon, the movie.
Yeah, there's a good one.
Pokemon.
Yeah, funny you say Waterworld. I posted a flat Earth proof from that movie. There's a really interesting moment in that movie that I posted.
What is it?
Does he has to do anything to do with the tattoo on the girl?
No, none of that. It has to do with the Horizon picture. And the sun and some stuff that's being reflected and where the horizon is and stuff. Here is the copy message link. It's right there. Did somebody just say excuse me?
I did.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I burped, so I said, excuse me.
Oh, okay.
That's it. You're excused. Leave this chat right now.
Thank you.
All right. So
Okay.
anyway, that was a screenshot from the movie. Take a look at that.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
Where did you post that?
The live stream voice text.
Well, that's a blue sky. Nothing to see there. Blue sky, white clouds.
This is a 25-minute mark in the movie.
Oh, Pirates of the Caribbean also has a lot of flat Earth hints. A lot. Like almost every movie. I think one is even the title says it. I think Pirates of the Caribbean to the Edge of the World. Something like that.
Yeah.
Oh no, at the world's end. Yeah, and they come, they cross through some portal in Antarctica or something.
Yep.
That's pretty crazy. There also some guy in the ship says sunrise don't set. Disney doing Disney things.
Nice one, Ireland. Very nice one.
Somebody just joined.
Who is it this time?
I'm always trying to look and see, but I have to have a running memory of who was in the chat already. So when a more familiar person is already or has just joined, it's harder to recognize than an unfamiliar.
I think it was me rejoining to see if I disconnected because nobody was talking.
Yeah.
So there's no physical measurements of the Earth having any curvature. Somebody prove me wrong.
I have not heard that voice in a moment.
What voice? My voice?
Yes, sir. Missed you.
Who's talking? I missed you too.
Somebody named Bong Zone It.
Bong's on it. That's me. That's me. I am Bong's on it.
Thank you, Bonds on it. I chip in what I can. We need some earth curvature, and then we'll go from there. Y'all go
Wish I
ahead.
could help you out, man. It from 10,000 feet jumping out of an airplane looked pretty freaking flat to me.
Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird common denominator from like 6 feet, from 10,000 feet, from 30,000 feet, from 60,000 feet, from 120,000 feet, from 181,000 feet. It just keeps on looking flat. It's weird. Weird common denominator.
Well, that's how you know it's curved.
Yeah, it's my eyes playing tricks on me.
Something like that.
Yeah, your eyes are faulty. They're defective. You should have them replaced. You can't rely on them. Ah. Might as well just cover them up. Can't rely on your eyes.
Since we can't rely on our eyes to determine anything, we know the Earth's a globe.
Might as well just put a bag over your head then, I guess. I don't know what else you got left there.
Might as well. It's not like our senses are doing us any good. We know we're on a globe, but we can't use our senses to tell, so might as well just get rid of them.
That's right.
Another voice I have missed. Hello, Sonny. How have you been?
Who's this? Bong's on it. I don't recall.
I see it.
But thank
I
you.
see. Yeah, Bong's on it. You're friends with Breaking Down Wall of Lies. How long has it been since you've been here?
I want to say probably close to a year. I've been dealing with a lot of. I was hit by a dump truck back in 2019, and I've been dealing with the surgeries and a lot of other issues since then. So
okay.
I was also Jose JG's neighbor as well.
What the heck? Wait a minute. What did you say about breaking down the wall of lies?
Well, I was looking at our mutual friends, and
Oh yeah, because I haven't seen him in a long time. But I know he's Scottish, right, or Irish, or one of those.
Breaking Down. Yeah, he's Scottish.
Scottish.
Yeah.
So Bongs on it was Jose JG driving the dump truck. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
He was running a used globe sales yard.
That would be Squeaky Globe Sales.
Squeaky globe sales. Here we are. I have a ball for you. It's for sale. It's not curved. Still a ball though. Can I see it? No, you can't see it.
But you can think about it.
I can't show it to you. But you could think of it as a ball. It's over there in the shed.
All you need is imagination, Sonny, and you can see it all you want, right? Just imagine this.
Hello, mic check.
Coming in fine.
All right, I couldn't talk earlier because I have my kids here. I'm Ireland. I've posted the picture. I noticed Miggy was talking to someone yesterday, and he threw this picture that I put into the chat. Tried to claim that it must be the sun in the clouds. So I just wanted to post it and highlight it that there's no orange sky in that picture, and I believe it looks more like a bushfire, a large scale one, possibly in Australia. So if he happens to come along, I can show him that and say what it might be.
Yeah, there's a dude on Truth Social that's really beating the drum of the sun and the moon being underneath or behind the clouds, or the clouds being behind the sun and the moon, and all these videos that they're pointing to, and
It just doesn't look that way, because surely,
yeah.
to me, and if you go further across, there's no. It looks as if it's centered on the ground, and reflecting up through the clouds, like a bushfire would, especially a large scale one.
Yeah.
Let's say you see the clouds behind the sun, and then you get on a hot air balloon or helium balloon and go 100,000 feet. Do you think you're gonna see clouds behind the sun once you go up above the clouds?
Yeah, and that's the point I tried to make, and they just get angry. They just get angry, and they're like, "Oh, you can choose what you want to believe," and it's like, no, there's evidence that contradicts what you're claiming. It's as simple as that. But I get frustrated with people that, I don't know. There's a lot of examples of this. When you claim to have knowledge of something, or something is a thing, but it's really just your interpretation, your opinion, whatever, just like what happened earlier with the dude that wouldn't let up, it's a losing tactic. So I might already have you added, but I'll look for you there. Into the break. Into the break. Gee. That autocorrect is something very different. To the break. There we go. No, I was not already following you, but now I am. So there you go.
Got a question, technical question about phones. If my phone stopped service and now it's from what's called California Lifeline, and now when I try to connect, it doesn't connect to anything, and it's asking me to buy a plan and give them a credit card. Has my phone been hacked?
Yeah, it's been hacked by the service company. They want your money.
They want your soul, dude.
Sonny, do you have a pay as you go phone?
No, it's a free phone.
What do you mean by that?
It's a California Lifeline. You apply
Oh
because
yeah, got
I
you.
apply, so I have a free Lifeline phone. I've
Well,
had it
then
for
what you're
years.
looking at is probably a phishing scam.
So, well, the phone won't connect to anything. It shows bars, but will not connect. No text, no nothing. It just stopped all of a sudden. No notice, no nothing.
And where did this come in the mail, or did you go into a facility to receive
I
it?
went to a kiosk and got the phone about 4 years ago.
Yeah, I would go back to a place like that and have them look at it.
It's all screwed up because Lifeline says I still have service, but the phone does not work, and I can't get another phone because they said you already have an application.
Yeah.
It's all right. I'll probably just have to go buy one. Go somewhere and actually just buy a phone and a service. Why would I think my phone wouldn't be hacked from the hacked government?
Yeah, that makes sense.
It, if you have a phone from a government, it's already hacked.
Pre-hacked. We all qualify for a pre-hacked phone plan.
You've been pre-qualified for the pre-hacked phone. Surprise.
That's what they mean by packed. Package. Package just means pre-hackage.
Pre-hacked.
See? Look at me. Look at me do my great false etymology.
That makes sense.
Yeah, man, I can play that game too. I did a stream about 3 or 4 weeks ago where I did nothing but absurd logic